This is AP News Minute. The U.S. Navy has ended its search for 7 sailors who went missing off the coast of Japan. The USS Fitzgerald collided with a container ship 4 times its size. The commander of the Navy's 7th Fleet says several bodies were recovered. Authorities say the cladding used on the exterior of the London high-rise that was engulfed in flames appears to have violated building rules. Police are investigating the cause of the fire that killed at least 58 people. Aerial drone footage shows aftermath of Portugal's forest fire that killed at least 61 people. Officials say several victims were trapped inside their cars as they tried to flee the flames. The Italian Coast Guard says nearly 800 migrants were rescued off the Libyan coast. Rescuers saved hundreds of migrants who were navigating on board 5 rubber boats. Krista Fourier, Associated Press, with AP News Minute.
June 18, 1940. In London, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill tells his people to prepare for their struggle against Nazi Germany during World War II.
That if the British Empire and its Commonwealth last for 1,000 years, men will still say, this was their finest hour.
1815. France's Napoleon Bonaparte meets his final defeat on the battlefield. He and his forces are beaten by British and Prussian troops at the Battle of Waterloo in Belgium. The defeat forces Napoleon into exile for the second and last time. 1812. The United States declares war on Britain just decades after winning its independence from London. What becomes known as the War of 1812 lasts more than 2.5 years. 1928. Amelia Earhart becomes the first woman to fly across the Atlantic Ocean. The aviator completes a non-solo flight from Newfoundland, Canada to Wales in about 21 hours. 1983. Astronaut Sally Ride becomes America's first woman in space, blasting off aboard Space Shuttle Challenger. And 1942.
Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away.
Singer-songwriter Paul McCartney, former member of the rock band The Beatles, is born in Liverpool, England. Today in history, June 18th. Camille Bohannon, The Associated Press.
Hi, this is Dave Hodges of the Common Sense Show, and we're the show that's freeing America, one enslaved mind at a time. George Orwell once said, "Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful, to give an appearance of solidarity to pure wind." And this is what we see in our country today. I had a family member ask me a question. If we expose the truth, can we diffuse the left? I don't know. My instincts say no. Here's where I see the whole scenario sitting. On one side, the independent media and the Trump campaign managed to wake up tens of millions of Americans, representing, I would estimate, to be about 10% of the population. In the other corner are the leftists, the ones who actually believe that dictatorial regimes, the elite hoarding that'll trickle down somehow, which never has, those people would like to see communism, fascism, cronyism, and really Sharia law because it takes ultimate control. And they'd like to see the evisceration of the Bill of Rights and the rest of the Constitution. And we're in a lockdown fight. It's about 20-20. 20% of the country is to the right and espouses traditional values. 20% are the radical left. In between are the 60%. And I hate to use insulting, pejorative terms, but I'll be kind and I'll say this. These people have allowed themselves to be brainwashed through groupthink, psyops propaganda using the media, And 60%, basically, they kind of know something's wrong, but they really don't want to admit it because they're able to put a meal on their table in the morning. They can't see beyond Friday. I once had a professor named John J. Mirich, and Dr. Mirich said Americans live for Friday. Boy, was he ever right in that statement. What a great quote. Most Americans can't see beyond Friday. They can't see because they can drive to work today, they can put a meal on the table tomorrow, that everything's going to be okay. So hear no evil, see no evil, put up the fence at someone else's fight. Our job in the independent media, and those of you who care about saving your country, is to convince enough in that middle 60% to join us with all the fervor that it takes. And how successful are we being? Not very. We made great gains in the Trump campaign season, but we have seen the progress level off, come to a standstill, and even recede somewhat. The left is more determined. The right plays by the rules. The only thing that matters to the left is that the end justifies the means. This is the war we're locked into. And my wife said, well, can't we convince those people they're wrong and it's justice and fair play for all, minus a few who are just too dogmatic? No, I think more than a few are dogmatic. I think 20% are dogmatic, and I think they'll die for their cause. And they certainly will kill you to further their cause. And if you don't believe me, talk to the family of Representative Scalise, who's in the hospital fighting for his life. That's how far they're willing to go. And then we have Democrats coming out saying, well, he got what he deserved. And do you know what he was working on? I'm sure most of you have heard this. The time of his shooting, he had just proposed a bill to crack down on child sex trafficking. That's what the Democrats will espouse. And I'm going to end with this. Trevor Loudon perhaps produced the most sentient work in all of the independent media when he exposed the fact, that at least 80 congresspeople are in front groups for the Muslim Brotherhood and or the Communist Party. From Barbara Boxer to Chuck Schumer, they're all in it together, folks. They might raise their right hand and swear to uphold the Constitution, but what they're really doing is trying to bring the result of the Munich Accords here to America, where fascism, Nazism, communism all reign supreme. They will do anything to take away your rights. I'm not optimistic this is going to end well, and this is coming from a nonviolent person, and I'm not hoping for violence. But if there is to be a peaceful solution to the divide, to the ideological civil war with the first shots having just been fired, if there's going to be a solution to this, it isn't in the physical realm. It isn't in the wise words of men or preachers who are talking from the pulpit. It's about each of us collectively praying to the Lord to intervene on behalf of common sense, rationality, and to respect the divine word of God. But I do believe we're a nation under judgment. We're going to have to see a whole lot more people come to that realization where I think God will move to react. We're going down the path of Sodom and Gomorrah. It's absolutely ridiculous. The other morning after golf, my son and I were sitting in a restaurant having breakfast, and I looked across the road, and I'm looking at this place, and I'm thinking, what is this monolithic structure? It was a porno house. You can't escape it. You can't turn your back on the hedonism that exists in this country. And God is not immune to this. He's so aware. It's going to take all of us to collectively pray for his forgiveness, for his intervention. Otherwise, we are going to have a civil war too. This country is too divided for it not to happen. Too many people see it. I pray against it, but I'm also a realist that knows history. Well, that's it for the Common Sense Show. Thanks so much for joining us. We're brought to you by GetTheTea.com. And whatever ails you, well, go to getthetea.com, put in your condition into the browser, and you'll see right there, oh, this is pretty good stuff. And look at the reviews. And I will tell you, I'm getting great reviews from people that are writing in and saying, Dave, thanks so much for introducing us to this. It's awesome. Getthetea.com. If you're a first-time visitor to the Common Sense Show, let me personally welcome you. Let me encourage you to subscribe, and we'll keep you updated when we put out new releases. Give us a thumbs up, and we'll see you back here again next time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the X22 Report Spotlight interview with Ole Dammegard. I just wanted to make this announcement ahead of time. The first 8 minutes, we were having troubles with Skype. The transmission that was coming through, it faded in, faded out. But after the 8-minute mark, it completely clears up. We restarted Skype, and it completely clears up, and everything is then perfectly clear. So after the 8-minute mark, everything's clear. Before, you can still make out what he's saying, but you will hear the fade in, fade out, distortion type of noise. But once you get through that, everything is then perfect. Here is the interview. Hi, and welcome to the X22 Report Spotlight. Today we have a new guest, Ole Dammegard. Ole has appeared as an international speaker in the US, UK, Germany, Denmark, and many other countries. He has been awarded the Prague Peace Prize. Ole is the creator and owner of the YouTube channel Ole Dammegard Light on Conspiracy. He also has his website, lightonconspiracies.com, and I am very happy to have him on the X22 Report Spotlight. Ole, welcome to the Spotlight.
Thank you so much. It's a real joy and pleasure.
Hey, thank you for being here. And you look into all these different events that occur around the world, and people have come to know them as false flags when things don't seem exactly what they are. And I just wanted to start off because a lot of people are very confused about false flags. Can you just explain what a false flag is?
Yeah, of course. It's a very good question because it's a term that is nowadays being used very widely. So it's important to understand what it's actually about. It's an old naval term from the old days when the great British Empire, Spain, Holland, and so on was going around conquering the rest of the nations. And it came to a point where they were so powerful that they could just go in and totally invade and destroy any country they wanted, more or less. But sometimes that could cause problems with trade agreements and etc. So somebody came up with the idea, why don't we make a psyop instead? Why don't we just put the enemy's flag on one of our own ships? Then we let our own ship attack ourselves so that we, instead of being the attacker, would be the victim. And that will then justify us going in invasion plunder and get the rest of the world to maybe applaud us as heroes. With those, they will attack poor guys, and then they manage to come out as winners. So it's a psyop where the one that looks like they are being attacked are the attacker themselves. So it's sort of like the enemy within, you could say, as well. So this has been used in the hundreds, I would say. I don't know hardly any wars in modern time that is not more or less based on some kind of a false flag operation. And also, it is over the centuries, there's always been, I think even before the old Romans and so on, there have always been a small little group of people that thought they were so better than the rest of us, and they wanted to control and dominate us and use us as slaves. So there's a a question for them how to control the masses. And there's only one answer to the question, and that is through fear. So to be able to pull that one off, They need us fearful. They need us to feel that we are under attack. And this is where another old Roman template comes into use, called problem, reaction, solution. The few in power secretly create a problem, secretly, so we don't understand that they're the ones doing it, to get an emotional reaction from us. So we don't think, we just go into an emotional reaction, and then we turn towards the ones that we believe are there to protect us, saying, please, please, help us. And then the elite few, without us knowing that they are actually the ones that have created the problem, will serve as their solution. And the solution every single time is something we would never ever have accepted had it not been for the problem, reaction, solution. So this is what is gone now, where I would humbly suggest, after 30 odd years of devoting my life trying to find out what's actually going on, that the power elite of the world that is behind the so-called New World Order are trying to terrorize the Western world with state-sponsored terrorism, with all of these alleged terror attacks, getting us into a feeling of absolute panic and begging for protection, turning towards the ones that we think are there to protect us, not understanding that it's actually them doing it to us. So that's where we are today, where we're being bombarded from all different directions of what I would humbly suggest, and I think you're of the same opinion, after looking deeply into these things for years and years and years, I hardly know anything nowadays of these alleged attacks that are not false flag operations. So they're to speed in an incredible rate.
When you look at these false flags, do you see certain patterns that you see over and over again?
Big time. It's like watching the same Rambo movie again and again and again and again. It's the same ingredients, the same characters, it's the same theme, it's the same timeline. All of it is the same. Doesn't matter if you're in Sydney or in Ottawa or in Paris or in Stockholm or in London. It's the same theme. Minor changes, but on the whole, the absolute same thing. And this is also why easier and easier to spot it and even predict. And I've been able to, on international radio, I think it's 7 times now, to predict the next upcoming, where exactly they're going to hit and in what way.
So let me ask you, the person or people who are actually doing this false flag, who are on the ground, maybe they're a driver of a truck or they're a shooter, why do these individuals almost always end up dead?
They don't. We are told that they're dead. We're talking about the patsy now, the one that they blame it on. And so the time, once that it's doing that, is totally part of the operation. And it's only alleged to be killed or suicided or whatever. But the reason why they always want one individual, it's hardly ever like 3 or 4, but one, is because then by law, it's not a conspiracy. A conspiracy is when 2 or more people are conspiring to make criminal acts against other people. And if he's alone, no conspiracy. And then if he's crazy, no motive, so you don't even have to look into that. And if he's then dead as well, then it's thank you and goodbye. And the same if he's Allah, then people don't to even consider that there's any reason that he's a Muslim and fanatic, and the only thing he wants to do is kill the rest of us. But when you look into these operations, it's actually not what is happening.
So when they have these type of false flags, and we were talking about the patsies, are the police on the ground, are those real police and medical individuals assisting in this whole operation? Or are they actors or part of the whole false flag?
That is a very, very good question, and sometimes very difficult to answer as well, because it depends on the magnitude of the operation, I believe. In smaller operations, yes, for sure. the ambulance drivers, or the people in uniform. Just because they have a uniform on does not mean that they're a soldier, a police officer, a SWAT team member, or an ambulance driver. It just shows that somebody's running around in one of these uniforms, apparently doing what he's supposed to do. When it comes to bigger operations, you will see like the inner core, the inner parameters will be the core element that is carrying this whole thing out. And then they're using ordinary, honest, decent people, police officers, militaries, and so on, to protect the outer parameters, not understanding what it is they're actually protecting. They're just there to block off the streets, keep people away, and so on, thinking that something actually happened. So it's a tricky one to answer, and it's always the big question: why are nobody coming forward? In the police force, in the military, and so on. But more and more people are actually doing that. So it's just that on the inside of these forces, like the police force and so on, there's a lot of fear at this time, because there's a lot of movement forward, a very powerful movement where the people in power are trying to turn the police into like a paramilitary unit, where police officers, that's why they look like Robocops nowadays as well. They're trying to get us to think that it's normal that a police officer come driving down in a tank or something like that down the street. They want us to get used to this feeling of martial law as part of their agenda towards the New World Order. So many people in both the military, SWAT team, and police, and so on, are becoming more and more fearful of speaking out, because they feel this pressure and they don't know who they can trust, because everybody is in it. And also in many different areas, there's quite a lot of corruption. So you can totally destroy your career if you become too outspoken, or if you start asking too many questions, and so on. So I have people contacting me sort of anonymously almost, but from police, from military, and so on, very concerned about how to get out of this thing, because what they signed up to is not what they're now part of.
We also have the corporate media that, films it and reports on it. Are they kept back? Are they part of the whole entire false flag operation? How do they fit into this?
To be able to understand what's going on, I would say that what we're seeing nowadays on a very large extent are not so-called terror attacks. They are media events. They are filmed like a film set. It's almost like a Coca-Cola commercial, but here it's like terror that is the product that they're trying to sell. And so what they do is the whole setup will be like a film set, and they use what they call a drill, a security drill, which they will announce on TV, radio, in whatever location where they're going to do it. And the reason why they go out and publicly tell us about it is because they need us to back off and leave space for them to get on with their stuff. They need to be able to close off streets. They need to set the whole thing up, prepare with crisis actors, explosives, smoke bombs, you name it, directors, casting, no, not casting, but catering, and so on. And also to rehearse the whole thing several times. And many times during these drills, that is also where the footage is taken, where all these professional photos that is then pumped out in the international media is taken. And a lot of the so-called CCTV footage, if that works, I mean, it's more or less never ever works, but if there's any kind of CCTV footage, that is very often from the drill. And then also the live footage that we see sometimes is also filmed during the drill. Then the day or two or three later, when the real thing is said to happen, then media is being fed with this pre-filmed footage saying this is live now. So without having to control international media, even though nowadays the New World Order, the power structure behind them controls a major part of mainstream media, through key people in key positions, but without having to manipulate so that people on a street level, sort of like in the news studios and so on, understand that they're being manipulated and used. These feeds, these film and photo feeds, are just being streamed into the studio, saying this is what's going on, and so they believe it there as well. But you will see that very, very, very often that the lighting, the time of day, you know, where the sun is and the shadows doesn't match up at all. It's like it's said maybe that it happened right outside a restaurant, like this latest one in London. I mean, there were hundreds of people in these different restaurants on the pavements outside these restaurants and so on. But when you see the so-called CCTV footage that we're being showed, it's totally empty everywhere. And you will also see the timeline doesn't fit in at all. The official story doesn't match up at all once you go on location and start measuring the whole thing up. I've been on location to more or less all of the locations here in Europe and some in the States as well, where these things have been carried out. And after all of these years, I tell you, I have not encountered one single terrorist the way we are being told that they look. I have not encountered one single Muslim terrorist. What I have encountered are inside state-sponsored terror attacks carried out with professionals, soldiers of fortune, people from the Gladio Network, the Kraft International, these type of very brutal contractors that are carrying these things out on by order. I mean, they get paid well for them and they carry them out.
So are these false flags, are they orchestrated by the intelligence community? I mean, is there a company that sets all this up? Is it just the different countries that are working with each other to set these events up?
It's different from case to case, but what I've been able to, I believe, is to I think that I'm starting to identifying the head of the octopus in the operational part of this whole thing. And you asking about the intelligence agencies and so on. It's also very important to understand that what on a street level looks totally separate, like the CIA, MI6, Mossad, and so on, the higher up you come in the power pyramid, the higher up you come, the more they work together, the more they come from the same power structure. So they're not separate and they work together all the time. So it's a mistake to say that, oh, the CIA did that, or Mossad did that, or MI6 did that. They're there all the time. And they're working together with the US Army and with NATO and so on, and with Gladio, this hidden ghost army that is in all the different NATO countries. So the company or the structure that I believe that I'm starting to see clearer and clearer is on an operational level. This is not where the orders come from, okay? I believe that the center is a company called crisis-solutions.com. crisis-solutions.com. They work together with other similar companies because they're entangled into each other. I believe one of them is a company called NC4. Another one is called Bell Pottinger. And there's also Visor Consultants and other companies involved in this crisis simulation business that is just massive money at the moment, because they're basing all of these things on fake terror. That's the thing. After all of these years, I'm still looking for a real terror attack, a real thing that is carried out by so-called terrorists and not by people looking nice in nice suits and bodyguards and nice cars, coming to press conferences afterwards, standing up saying, we need to stand united in the face of terror. Our nation will not bend down, because these are the real killers. These are the ones that are doing it to us. So it's a fantastic way to, after these things are being carried out, you will see them step forward out of the dark. They come in front of these cameras and microphones, and you start identifying the different players in this whole thing.
I was going to ask you, I just started to think of something when you said most of this is filmed ahead of time. They take the footage from the drills. Because today, everyone has a phone. They have a camera phone. And especially in the UK, there are CCTVs all over the place. And every time these things happen, we should see a flood of people where they're taking pictures, they're videoing, and they're recording everything that's happening. But we really don't see any of that. Have you encountered that we really don't see as much as we should be seeing?
That is standard procedure. I mean, if you take something like this Stockholm truck attack recently, where a truck is said to have driven down the most popular pedestrian street in central Stockholm, killing a lot of people. In Sweden, I mean, they are the gadget people in the world. All of them have like iPhones and all of these. They hardly look up. Everybody's staring at one. There's not one footage of the truck moving. There's not one photo taken of the truck. You have at the Ariana Grande concert in Manchester recently, where they said the bomb went off, there were 21,000 people there, fans. I would say at least 15,000 would have some kind of a cell or mobile phone on them with cameras. Not one footage of the explosion itself. Not one photo taken by any of them. On the London Bridge attack, which I predicted 1 month before it happened on international radio, pointing out exactly where it was going to happen, there were like a whole long line of buses, double-decker buses, that would have carried hundreds of people, all of them with cell phones, mobile phones, with cameras. Where's all the footage? Where's all the CCTV footage? Where is it? It is standard. You will not see it. What you will see is totally blurry images of the perpetrator. That, by the way, I don't know if you were a Muslim terrorist or if I were, I would sort of like maybe cut off the beard before I do something like that. I would leave my ID at home or my passport, maybe color my hair so that I would blend in. That's the way to do it. But here they look super Muslim all the time. And always totally blurry images. You cannot make anything out of it. Then you have video footage of the victims, and you will see the cameras always pointed downwards, so you will see a lot of feet and legs and backs, but very rarely you will see a face, and very low quality also, very poor quality. And also it will just go up to someone that is lying there, apparently hurt, and there will be people gathered around, so you can't see the face of the individual that is hurt, you can't see the face of the people helping, and so on. And then they just go to the next one, go to the next one, go to the next one. So you can't really see anything. And once again, 1 or 2 videos per attack. Then there will be super footage of the police. Everything they do will be super sharp images, professional photographers. And these photographers, also very important to find out, are more or less always connected somehow to the major news agencies or government, most of the time both. You will also see lots of product placement, where in these super professional photos, there will be products placed right in the center of many of these things. So you will see people are lying all over the place, being hurt, and then half the image is a McDonald's, the logo. Instead of a photographer that knew what he was doing, he would just take one step to the right and take photos of what's actually happening. Here, half of the image is the logo of McDonald's. Or on the London bombing bus, where there was 4 subway stations and subway trains blown up and 1 bus. On the side of the bus, there was a big banner where there was an explosion, and in the middle of the explosion, a Coca-Cola bottle. Not a word, no nothing. So that these images were pumped out all over the world. Now, the truck in Stockholm, there was a massive big beer on it where it says climate smart cold beer, and it happened on a Friday afternoon. And you've got Nike shoes everywhere in the hundreds around these attacks. And when ISIS is there, sponsored by Toyota, I challenge you, you find me one photo of ISIS which is a claimed boogeyman, or it's actually their creation totally. You see one photo of ISIS and there's a vehicle in that photo, I bet you it's a Toyota. And so I think at least what we should do is boycott Toyota as a starter, and say, or start phoning them and say, listen, we're apparently up against the worst threat the world has ever seen in the shape of ISIS or ISIL or Daesh. They keep changing the name as well for us to keep a more fearful approach to the whole thing, and say, listen, they are really killing a lot of innocent people here, so could you please stop supplying them with vehicles? I mean, that's the least you can ask for.
These product promotion things that you're talking about, why do they do this? I mean, is this really the corporations, or are they really trying to push these certain products? I mean, what's the message there?
The message is they are making money out of everything. Death and destruction in the name of the game. They are making billions of these wars on innocent countries and so on. And they can't help themselves from trying to make money of these things as well. And if you speak to any kind of sales, marketing agencies or people in the psychology business, they know that if you are vulnerable, emotionally vulnerable, that is whatever is put in front of you will have a greater impact on you than if you're in balance and like stable. So they freak us out, and then boom, they put a Coca-Cola bottle in front of us or something. So you can see it often. It's like where there's blood, you look at the blood, and right behind it or beside it, there's like a bag with a Nike logo. And these are always super sharp images.
I was going to just ask you, you mentioned before that they had their IDs, and that just popped into my head that I've noticed every single time, even with the World Trade Center, the IDs are always there. Doesn't matter if it's in Paris or in New York, they always find the ID of the patsy. Now, what terrorist carries an ID? I mean, does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, if you want to point them out right away, so there will be no discussion. That's why they're there. But often these are even phantom identities. They're not even real people, these people that they're pointing at, or these individuals. But it's like you say 9/11 there. I mean, that was one of the most famous passports ever. You have the two biggest skyscrapers in the world that are totally dustified. They are turned into dust. There's not a single file cabinet, chair, telephone, fax machine, everything is dustified. They go down in dust, except for one passport. So you have to ask yourself, that's pretty amazing. And also, why did he even bring a passport? It wasn't an international flight, so why even bring it? But this is the way they do it all the time. It's like, it's just, like at the Charlie Hebdo shooting, there was, I'm sure you've seen this footage, there's this black Citroën C3 where two terrorists are jumping out and they run up. There's this police officer rolling around on the pavement. They say that they shoot him in the head with a Kalashnikov, run back into the car and takes off. Okay. By the way, this police officer, he's doing fine. He's a Mossad agent. He lives in Buenos Aires. He was paid $666,000, interesting amount, and told to stay away for some 6 months, then a little plastic surgery, and welcome back into the game. So you look at the car that they jump out of. That is a Citroën C3 from 2014 with chrome side mirrors and extra light in the front. The car that was abandoned, where they found the ID of these two brothers, was a Citroën C3 from 2013 with black side mirrors and no extra light in the front. Not even the same vehicle. But this is how they set it up, and stage these things. It is like I call them media events, because that is what they are, because if you're on location, it doesn't match up at all. The evidence doesn't match up at all often. So It's a no-brainer. Many times, absolute no-brainer.
You said that you were able to predict one of the false flags. Have you done this because they use certain dates that you've known, like certain clues, and you knew they were going to do something for a certain reason? How did you know that something was coming up?
I believe it was in the end of 2013 or something like that, where I became aware of, through inside info, but also after looking for so many years at these things, that there was a very specific pattern to the whole thing. And there was an insider that told me that the people behind these operations are extremely aware of the law of karma. What you do will come back to you. And the way they see it is that if they tell us what they're up to and we do not react, then the bad karma is on our shoulders, not theirs, the attackers. And actually, when you look at everything from old kids' stories and so on, where the wolf comes and knocks on the door and it's up to the small little piglets to open the door or not, or you got the speed cameras where they have to tell you that the camera is here to be able to do that. It is almost like in the universe that is sort of like the evil and the good, that the evil has to show his intention. And then if we do not do anything about it, boom, then we can only blame ourselves. So even though I think it's a very twisted way of seeing it, and I totally believe that all of this horrific mayhem that they cause in the world will hit back to them big time. So, but what they do is they leave clues every time they carry out one of these operations. They leave clues for the next upcoming event. And so once I understood that, wow, is this really true? I started looking for it, and I became almost obsessed trying to find these clues. And over the years, I've become quite good at it, because it's almost like learning a new language. Like in the beginning, you don't get the grammar, the pronunciation is really difficult and so on. But once you start getting the hang of it, you start saying, okay, now I get it. And then you will also see the type of clues they leave in the evidence. So this, in combination also with that they're very, very, single-minded or not a lot of creative thinking around these things, I would say. They need, or they use, the same dates again and again and again, and they use and also the same targets again and again. So I can, if it's okay with you, I'll just point out the dates and the targets that will be hit from now on and onwards, or hopefully we're coming to a point where they will stop this madness, because more and more of us are becoming aware of it. So it's the old problem, reaction, solution. So in the States, that's where the mass shootings are, because they want the weapons to be the problems. That's it. Not that people are mentally ill and start shooting other people, so let's get some more shrinks in there. No, that's not the solution. Get rid of the weapons. So we don't have mass shootings in Europe hardly, because there's no weapons here among the population. So mass shootings in the US. In Europe instead, if you remember a few years ago, there was what was called the Arab Spring in Northern Africa, and so many Arab countries where there was revolutions made through social media. Actually, it was Facebook and stuff, where it was the whole thing was coordinated, and there was a series of revolutions that were successfully pulled through. Then a similar thing happened in the Ukraine, the Orange Revolution. It was called the Green one in North Africa. But what has come forward now is that it was the same forces, the same intelligence agency, the CIA, MI6, Mossad, that were part of building up these revolutions and indirectly aiming them and getting rid of the people in power positions in these countries, so that they could replace them with their own puppets. So I believe what we're seeing in Europe now is what I call the Euro Spring, where these countries cannot be destabilized with a revolution, because we're just too well off and too lazy and too comfortable and so on. So a revolution is not the way to destroy these nations. They need to be attacked with so-called terrorism. That's the way to destabilize them. And you will see that it's exactly the same countries being hit again and again and again. So in Europe, it would be Belgium, Germany, Holland, UK, France, Denmark, Sweden, sometimes Norway, not very often, sometimes Finland, not very often, Turkey, and a few times Spain and Italy, but not very often. And then from time to time, they go and just do a random one in Algeria or Tunisia just to spice it up, to make us sort of distracted a little bit. But these countries are the ones where it's just circling around. And you will see that the attacks happens in the exact same police district every time. So it's police district 11 in Paris. It's the Norrmalms police district in Stockholm. Same. Okay. And when it's not these countries, then it's Canada or Australia. These are the ones there's a few in Asia, but these ones I'm not sure how they're connected. So what they do is the targets are either some kind of location building with some kind of national identity, something of a touristic value that would hit emotionally, because what they're aiming at is to hit and get as many people emotionally involved, because that is the whole thing, to get the emotional impact through, so that we will accept whatever their solution is to the problem every single time. The solution every single time that these things happen will be the same. More and more militarized police, more and more security, more and more CCTV cameras, more and more airport security scanners, you name it, and more attacks on innocent countries out of logistic value, gold, oil, weapons, drugs, pedophile trafficking, organ trafficking. These are normally the reasons why these wars are carried out. But for us to accept those wars. So it will either be a building like, if it's in the US, well, they used the Twin Towers already, so it's the Statue of Liberty or Times Square. These type, now they use them already. Then in Europe, you will have the Eiffel Tower, Acropolis, Venice, the Colosseum, Big Ben, what else have we got? But these are mostly, and they've used most of them already. So if not that, then they aim at communication centers like train stations, airports, but also means of transport like trains, ferries, planes, and now what they've used lately, the last, so it's almost a year now, are truck attacks or car attacks. And the reason for that is because they're trying to push us into what they call smart cities, where these cities will be totally in their control, totally digitalized, totally controlled, and with driverless vehicles, so-called autonomous vehicles, autonomous trucks and cars. So now what they're trying to do is make the trucks the problem, reaction, solution, so that we will see the trucks as the problem that we need to be afraid of because they're so dangerous for us. So the solution will be driverless trucks, or cars. So the solution will be driverless cars. And this is also where, if you will see, wherever they're doing these things now, there will be a lot of photos of these so-called bollards that are there, because they're in the background, they're in the center of these images all the time, there for our protection. But what they actually are there is to build more and more of this prison around us for our protection. But that is the idea. Bollards, very important in this whole thing. So you will also have that when something like this happened, maybe there will be like 42 alleged victims. You will have that maybe out of 42, there will be like 28 nationalities, which is absolutely incredible when it's like, if you look in a normal population, you would never gather that many people on the same spot of so many different nationalities. But that is to involve as many nations as possibly, once again, emotionally, because For instance, if you're from Finland and somebody from Somalia dies, they couldn't really care. But if it's a Finnish guy, oh my God, that is horrible. Or American or Irish, they care about the Irish. The Swedish cares about the Swedes, and so on. So that's how they involve as many people as possible. Also, the attacker nowadays is very often of dual citizenship, just to get 2 more countries involved as well. So after all of these years, what I believe happened was that sometimes after 9/11, where they were having too much problems with especially mothers of dead victims, they came up with the idea, why don't we create a small little mobile unit that can be transported internationally in army planes from NATO base to NATO base or American Air Force base to Air Force base. A small little unit that consists of directors, crisis actors, amputee actors, experts on explosives, smoke bombs, makeup, catering, also marketing agencies that comes up with slogans like "Je suis Charlie," or also supply the masses after these things happen with thousands of flowers, thousands of candles, or posters, the ones, the black and white, where you saw them in the thousands, these printed thing where it says "Je suis Charlie." I mean, "Je suis Charlie," I am Charlie. That's not something you just come up with. That is a marketing slogan, and that is how they did it, and this is how they do it. So this small unit also consists of, there would be so-called bouncers, which are there to make sure that nobody gets too close to this group of crisis actors and people involved. So if they come and start getting second thoughts, they will be stopped. Also bodyguards that will do the same thing. And the people involved will all have to sign these confidentiality agreements, meaning that if they even breathe anything about what they're involved in, they can get sued from here to the moon, or worse. I've been speaking to Chip Tatum, a CIA whistleblower who in his career was involved in false flags. And he said to control a unit like that, very, very easy. You pay them well. If that is not enough, you just take one of them, beat them up in front of the rest of the group, or kill one of them, or kill one of their dogs or their grandmother and stuff like that, and then normally have a very chilling effect on the rest of the group. So this is why I would suggest that this is why we start seeing the same people in different locations, the same, like there was one Swedish police officer that was just recently thanked by the Swedish Prime Minister, Sten Löfven, who's a Bilderberg member. He is also seen at the Brussels airport attack a year ago, but as a flight attendant. There's also a woman there at the Brussels airport attack. There's this famous photo where she's sitting on a bench together with another woman. They're all covered with dust and blood and so on. She's making a phone call. She, I believe, is one of the people that filmed the thing in Stockholm at the recent Stockholm attack. And they just circulate. It's the same people where you see them being revolving, sort of. So, for instance, if something is carried out in London, they would use people from other countries. If it's in Sweden, they would do everything except Swedes. So they use them like this. Then they're flown to these different military bases and transported in buses, 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on how big the operation is, on location where this drill is prepared. And then these buses are also used to block off streets, just to, in traffic, they just stop, and block that lane, and people behind them think, oh, it's a car queue. No, they're being blocked. And also to do so that people can't see what's going on. Often these big buses are parked so that you can't really see what's going on behind them on purpose. You will also see that all of these victims afterwards, they're walking around in these golden or silver heat blankets. They are not transported away in ambulances. They're transported away in the same buses as they came with. And on location, very often also you will see white big trucks or smaller trucks that are so-called grip trucks. that is just like on a film set. They've got lighting, electricity, makeup facilities, dressing rooms, all of these things inside of them. But so when you look at the locations, you will start seeing, oh, it's the same vehicles again and again and again. And I call them the global tour of terror. It is the same, and they're using the same theme, everything, the same story being repeated again and again.
These false flag units, how many people are normally in this type of unit? Is it like 100 people, 50 people? Is it much more than that?
Very good question again. And if you look at, there's some really crap, low-budget operations sometimes where there's just a small little unit or a handful of people. But then you got massive ones like Sandy Hook, or you got the London Bridge attack. The Westminster Bridge attack, where it's a whole different ball game. And I believe that they are using anything from about 150 people up to like 1,500 when they're on the real big ones. And so people say, but how is that possible? I mean, how can you do that? My question to them are, how many people do you know work in the CIA, at the NSA, MI6, MI5? How many, the Swedish secret police, how many in the secret intelligence agencies and so on? How many people do you know that are working for them? And most of us have no idea, even though we know that they're in the thousands and thousands. So these people can also be used on location because they are loyal to the cause. You also got people in the military that can just be ordered and they will follow order and believe in what they're doing. So it is a tricky one. And I think what is essential in these operations is that they're totally compartmentalized. Very, very few people know the whole picture. More or less everyone else involved are just given a task. You do that, you go from that point to that point, go from that point to that point, nothing else, no insight to what they're doing, but they've signed these confidentiality agreements, they got well paid and threatened. If you say anything, you're dead meat, so...
Ole, are you, when you're looking at everything right now, are you looking at another event coming up? Have you pinpointed anything else where you're saying, okay, this fits, we know the date, we know pretty much the location of where the next one's going to be. Do you have anything where you think something else is going to happen?
If I start describing the type of clues that I find, if for someone who have not, who doesn't know about these things, it might sound very superficial and come on, that's just too far-fetched. But the thing is that there were clues in the Manchester thing that was pointing towards the London Bridge. There were clues in the London Bridge ones that I found, but I couldn't decipher it. I couldn't understand what was going on. And these clues were leading to this fire today. And I feel really bad that I didn't manage to understand the message, but it was pointing to that one. I'm just so bombarded with all of these things because it's on a daily basis now. So I haven't really seen any specific ones. I do believe, though, that there was one planned or is planned for the 22nd of July at the Olympia Stadium in München, where Robbie Williams is going to play. But my intention is to spread it out before this happens, and so that they will have to cancel if such a thing was planned. Otherwise than that, they very often use the anniversary of these things, so they do it again and again on the same days. And especially on the 22nd of different months, the 22nd is just so repeating itself. So we have the Pulse mass shooting in Florida. That the anniversary is coming up from that one, absolute staged event. You also have the mass shooting in Norway on the 22nd of July. That is when Robbie Williams is going to play. But it was also when the mass shooting in München last year was at the Olympia Mall, which is very close to the Olympia Stadium. And the Olympia Stadium where he was going to play is where they carried out in 1972 another false flag where it said that the Israeli Olympic team was killed by Palestinian terrorists. So at the moment, I really think that I hope that the forces behind these operations are getting very scared and scattered because so many people are waking up to what's going on, and they don't have that many, many tools against us, that many weapons. They've got the problem reaction solution, they got false flag operations, but it's the same theme all the time. We're being attacked by a boogeyman, and then the solution will be more and more police, more and more militarized, blah, 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 all of this. And the other one they got is divide and conquer. They try to point so that we will fear each other and see each other as enemies instead of looking at them. And then the last one is this diversion. So every time, for instance, the Bilderberg meeting is coming up, which was now around the 1st of June, for the fourth time in Chantilly, Virginia, just a stone throw away from the White House, just a stone throw away from the CIA, and just a stone throw away from where the governor, they said there was a governor shot there today. I do not believe these things now. So just 1 week before the Bilderberg meeting, more or less every single year on the 22nd of May, there is another false flag to divert the attention away so that we, the normal people, media that is not totally controlled, will look in that direction. And I gave a talk once, and in the audience afterwards, there was this guy that came up to me, and he said, I'm working as an illusionist, like a magician. And he said, what you're describing how they work, that's exactly how a magician works, how to distract your attention away from what's actually going on and how to divert and so on, so that people don't understand what's going on. So the good news is that instead of living in a world filled with terrorists that are totally determined to blow all of us up and have us for breakfast, the good news is that the group, the so-called elite, that's their own name for themselves, I have other names that is not very pleasant, are in the thousands. They are only in the thousands. We, the normal, beautiful, caring, compassionate people, are in the billions. They are, when you look at it in a comparison way, they are like a grain of sand on a beach. That is how few they are when you compare it. So it's an absolute joke, really, that we even have this problem.
True.
At the same time, they are getting desperate because I think the fog now is lifting and more people are starting to see clearly what is happening, and they have nowhere to go. So they're getting desperate. And when people are desperate, that is not a good place to be, because that's when they do stupid things as well. So my intention is to approach this whole thing with peace, compassion, forgiveness, in a way that we can lift this world, transcend this problem to the next level. Because if we go out there and brutally slaughter them, I mean, they deserve it. They've done horrific things to the human race. But if we do that, we are just doing the same as they are. And when you look at so-called revolutions, listen to the word revolution, it just repeats itself. When people do these kind of violent revolutions, within a few years, the people who did it are even worse than the ones that were there before. So we have to do it in a different way. And that is where I try to approach the people in the elite and say, I understand that you have problems sleeping at night, that you are shitting yourself, that you are panicking, because where to go when normal people understand what you've been up to for all of these years? Oh my God. There is a way, though, to calm some of these very aggressive feelings, though, and that is to share, for instance, some of these trillions of dollars that you've been stealing for so many years. I mean, that has a calming effect. To spread out the riches to where it belongs instead of in the hands of the very, very few that don't need it anyway. That is one. Also to give back inventions, the incredible invention. I believe there's around 6,000 incredible inventions that have been suppressed by the same force that could do extremely beneficial things for humankind. And so I think that is another way to also calm these things down and say, listen, and also have some balls, stand up and say, I take full responsibility for what I've been doing. Step forward, become a whistleblower, and share your knowledge with us, what you have been up to, because that helps as well for us to understand what's going on, for us to be able to stop it, and also in the healing process, because it's first when you take full responsibility that real healing can occur. But it's not, it has to become granted from the victim's point of view, not from the one who have done it. So it takes a lot of courage, but there's no way around it, because these people who have done these awful, awful, awful things, they can't hide from their own conscience. It will eat them from the inside. Their souls are tainted. They cannot get away from it. The only way is to redeem themselves by joining the rest of us. So I say happy days. Confusing days, but happy days.
Ole, thank you very much for being on the X22 Report Spotlight. Once again, how can people see all your work?
I tell you, we actually launched my new website today, this very day. It's called lightonconspiracies.com, lightonconspiracies.com. I'm just in the process of starting my own podcast that is also called Light on Conspiracies, where my intention is to interview hundreds of people all over the world, many of them who have not had a voice before, victims from this very brutal machine that is just chewing normal individuals to pieces. But also experts in many different areas, spiritual leaders and so on. So I'm really looking forward to it because I'm going to learn so much. And also I've got, if people want to support what I'm trying to do, I've got donation page, I've got Patreon, I've got a newsletter, my membership area and so on, because I'm sort of like a one-man band. I'm not being paid by anyone. At the same time, more and more people are joining up around me. So I'm gathering like a small little team of incredible people that are understanding that we're all in the same boat. If we don't stop this, if we let them get away with what they intend to do with us, we are screwed big time. So it's a very dark future if we don't do anything about it. So I say, good time to wake up, smell the coffee, and get going. Because it's not enough just to like something on Facebook or something like. You need to understand, even though it's painful to wake up to these things, very painful, I totally agree. You have to unlearn a lot of the things that you thought were real, also painful. At the same time, this is the opportunity that we've never had such an opportunity before, I believe. So I think amazing times. And the thing is, do not let yourself get scared. It is only through fear that they can control us. This is so important. It is only through fear. And fear is always for something in the future. If you want to be depressed, go backwards. If you want to get scared, look forward. But in the here and now, let go of both if you can. And anytime something horrific happens or you're told that something horrific happens, ask yourself, who benefits from me believing this? Who benefits? And also see it being played out in front of your face on the screen. Problem, reaction, solution. A victim or an eyewitness is being interviewed by a reporter, both in the operation. The reporter will ask, so what happened? The eyewitness would say, oh, it was horrible. I saw people getting slaughtered, chopped to pieces, train, blah, blah, blah. Everything to get us in the emotional mode. That's where they want to. And then, because nowadays our concentration span is so short, the reporter needs to give us the solution right away. So you just wait for it. Problem, reaction, solution. Dead people everywhere. Oh my God, that's awful. Boom, here comes the solution. And so the reporter will step forward and say, well, that means that we need, and there it comes. So, for instance, after the Charlie Hebdo happened, while the whole process was, operation was ongoing, the reporter said, well, that means that we need more airport security. The Charlie Hebdo incident had nothing to do with foreigners or airports. When the mass shootings took place in Norway on Utøya, the chief of the secret police in Norway, she said, well, this would never have happened had the population been microchipped. What the hell was that? But that's how they do it. Problem, reaction, solution. So every time now something happens, ask yourself, who benefits? This fire today, oh my God, it's poor, oh, horrible, horrible. Due to that fire, now they say, oh, we have to delay the Brexit whole thing. And Theresa May, her union with the Irish Parliament and so on, we have to delay that. Who benefits from the fire? And so on. So it's all the time the old Roman cui bono, the Latin word, who benefits. So don't buy into fear. Don't buy into fear. We live in a beautiful, beautiful world. We just need to transcend these bullies.
Ole, once again, thank you very much for being on the X22 Report Spotlight. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining me.
My absolute pleasure and honor.
Hi, this is Dave Hodges of the Common Sense Show, and we're the show that's freeing America, one enslaved mind at a time, because you can't dodge the Hodge. America is undergoing a deep state Tet offensive. For those of you that know your Vietnam and 1960s history, you already know where I'm going with this. For those of you who are younger or maybe not quite so sure, let me explain. In 1968, Lyndon Johnson, one of the greatest liars to ever occupy the Oval Office, he told all of us that we were winning the Vietnam War and everything would be over very soon. Well, nothing could have been further from the truth. So during the Tet lunar holiday, we agreed to a ceasefire. So did the Viet Cong, so did the North Vietnamese regulars, and we thought it'd be 3 days of peace. Instead, it was 3 days of hell. The North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong, to show their wherewithal, attacked every single capital in every single province on the same day. They even occupied the embassy in Saigon, the capital city of South Vietnam. At great expense of men and material, we expelled the attacks. But what was exposed was Lyndon Johnson's lying of this Tet offensive showed that they were nowhere near being defeated. Now, let's take the Tet offensive concept just in operation only. The Tet offensive was designed to break the morale of the American people and the support for the war. It pretty much did that. And from that point on, the war was pretty unpopular and grew more unpopular with each year that passed. Now, how does this apply to us today? Well, let's see. On June 14th, we had 3 shootings. The most notable, but not to anyone who suffered a loss, would have been the congressional shooting, which coincidentally, Scalise was sponsoring a bill that would have cracked down on child sex trafficking. Isn't that interesting? And he's the man who is in critical condition. And of course, you had the attack in San Francisco on the UPS, which killed 4 people, and then Travis Air Force Base. And then today, Fort Carson's under lockdown because of a shooting. Also in Colorado, we want to talk about pure coincidence. 140 hospitals on an outbreak alert. Outbreak meaning chemical biological attack. We're beginning to see the deep state Tet Offensive. Why? Because when you have members of Congress introducing legislation to go after your child sex trafficking, the game is over. The independent media has done their job. We have drawn the attention of Jeff Sessions, Representative Scalise, and a whole bunch of other people in the government who've had enough. They have children too. They're sick of this. But the deep state is fighting back. And my question to all of you, do you have the stomach to weather the storm? Do you have the courage to stand your ground? Because this is what it's going to take. A lot of people think we're going to go right into full-fledged civil war. We're already in one ideologically and philosophically. I'm not so sure we're really close to all-out shooting. I think it could be close. I don't know how many of these more sniper incidences we're going to have until this escalates into full-blown, widespread violence. It will eventually. But this is the beginning of the deep state Tet Offensive. Are you ready? Listen to my list again. Food, water, gold, medicine, guns, ammunition. You're going to need to defend yourself. You're going to need to feed yourself and water yourself. And your doctor is not going to be showing up for work when they can't get there without meeting a hail of sniper bullets. Food, water, guns, gold, ammo, and medicine. We can help you with the food. Numana.com/Hodges, promo code Hodges NOV5 to take 5% off. And as you know, Numana is the very best in storable food. It's all over the net. It's all over everywhere. We can help you with the food. I can direct you in other ways. If you go to places like Ready-Made Resources, you get a lot of prepping supplies, but all hell is ready to break loose. I just can't predict the time frame, but we're already seeing a deep state Tet Offensive. Well, that's it for the Common Sense Show. Thank you for joining us. If you're a first-time visitor, please subscribe. Everybody else, please give us a thumbs up. We really appreciate it when you do that, and we'll see you back here again next time.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 1309A, and today's date is June 18th, 2017, and the title of the episode is The Economic System is Ripping Itself Apart and Will Lead to a Cataclysmic Event. Now, before I get started, I just want to make 2 announcements. The first announcement, those fathers who are celebrating Father's Day, happy Father's Day to you. The second announcement is that I uploaded an interview with Ole Dammegard. He does a lot of research into false flags. We talk about how false flags are originated, how these special units, how they fly around the world, and they use these units to create these events, and he breaks it all down. So if you want to listen to him, go over to the YouTube channel X22 Report Spotlight, or you can come over to the x22report.com site, scroll down a little bit, look over to your right-hand side. You'll see the video there. You can play it right on the site, or you can go to newssentinel.com. Same thing, scroll down a little bit, look over to your right-hand side. You can play the video there. For those people that are on Steemit, all you need to do is go over to steemit.com/@X22Report. It will bring you right to the interview, and you can watch it on Steemit. Let's get into the economic collapse financial news. Now, we are continually getting more economic information that this economy is completely ripping itself apart. And we talked about Illinois and how they're having a lot of problems. Last week, we reported that Illinois, a state which now faces around $15 billion in backlog bills, struggles over the next 2 weeks to somehow come up with its first budget in 3 years around June 30th, and faces an imminent rating downgrade to junk, the first ever in U.S. state history. Now, what is happening right now is that the state transportation department, they had to stop all road work by July 1st if Illinois enters into its third consecutive fiscal year without a budget. So that's going to completely come to an end. State workers now, they've continued to receive pay because of court orders, but school districts, colleges, and medical and social services providers are under increasing strain. And if something doesn't happen, well, this whole thing is going to completely fall apart. And they are in crisis mode. This is not a false alarm. They have around a $15 billion funds backlog. And we could see right now that they're in big, big trouble. Now, very interestingly, we've been talking about how all this wealth is being flowed into the wealthiest individuals. And the gulf between the world's wealthy elite, those 18 million households worldwide with more than 1 million in assets, well, the gap is widening now. And according to a new study by Boston Consulting Group via Bloomberg, the households with a total headcount of roughly 70 million people, or about 1% of the world's population, control over 45% of the 166 trillion in wealth. By 2021, they will control more than half of the wealth in the world. And this means the rest of the world, well, they are receiving less and less and less. And we can see right now that this is continually happening. And this is all part of the central bankers' plan to have two groups, the wealthy and the poor, the serfs. And this is what they've been trying to establish all along, because we could see right now that everything that's happening around the country, around the world, they're putting countries further and further into debt. There's more austerity, and it's getting harder and harder for people. I mean, think about this. According to the Federal Reserve's latest survey of household economics and decision-making, a quarter of American adults, well, they can't pay all their monthly bills. 44% have less than $400 in cash on hand just in case of an emergency. This tells you something. And what is happening now is we can see that this economy that we're in, not just here in the United States, but around the world, it is ripping itself apart. And we are approaching a period of time where it's going to be a complete disaster. Now, we're starting to see the corporate media come out there, and they're starting to tell us that we're heading towards problems in the economy. And this is coming out of Business Insider. And they have had two articles right now. Actually, there's quite a bit more, but here are the two important articles that I'm seeing, and I'm starting to see a lot of the corporate financial networks come out and say, yeah, things aren't that great. Things are breaking down. And it looks like this is the beginning of the buildup to let us know that things are starting to fall apart. The first one is that the U.S. economy looks like the period before the tech bubble. And they're saying that there are 4 economic indicators that show remarkable similarities to 1999. The other one is, which we mentioned before, is about the yield curve. And they're saying a predictor with a perfect track record on the American economy is moving closer to signaling a recession. Now, think about what they're saying, because all along in the last 8 years, they've been telling us that the economy is improving, that we have very low unemployment, everything looks great, whatever the Fed did is fantastic, and now they're backtracking saying that we have problems. Looks like there's bubbles forming. It looks like we're approaching a recession. Looks like these indicators are signaling a recession. They're already letting us know what is going to happen. This is what they are doing because we know that the Fed right now, they are raising the rates not because it's going to help the economy, not because they're going to make the economy better. They're doing it to bring down the economy. And we can see that people are very nervous about this. And this is why people are flooding into cryptocurrencies. Think about it. When you're not receiving interest on your savings, when the stock market looks like it's a scary place to put your money, and you start to realize that it's the central banks that have been buying up a lot of the stocks, it's the central banks that have been pushing the mouse button to keep the stock market up, people look for something else. Now, they know that gold and silver are manipulated, but people are still purchasing the physical gold and silver because they know eventually when this whole thing breaks, gold and silver, well, they're going to increase rapidly. And they're going to show that, yes, this is real money and this paper fiat system is fake money. People are looking at cryptocurrencies around the world, not just here in the United States, to basically take their funds and get some type of interest on their money. Because right now, across the globe, what do you have? You have negative interest rates. You have countries around the world, central banks around the world, trying to control the paper assets. So people are saying, you know something? I can make some money in cryptocurrencies right now. Forget about the stock market. And what people are doing, they're taking their funds and they're putting it into cryptocurrencies and they're making some money. They take some money off of it. And this is exactly what is happening because they realize that everything the central banks have done, that they need a place where they can make some money. So people are running to all different areas. Now, again, the central banks, they do not like this. And those individuals that are controlled by the central banks, this is why they're coming out with this type of regulation to stop those individuals taking their paper money and putting it into cryptocurrency. So we can see that people around the world, they're looking for safe havens and they're moving away from the central bank currency system. And we see that the Federal Reserve, well, are intertwined with the deep state. They are raising the interest rates like they've done in the past. And we have to remember the biggest immediate impact of the rate rises, well, it will slow housing. It will slow construction. And it will crash them. We saw this back in 2008. They were raising the rates in 2006, 2007, and boom, it brought housing to its knees. What are we seeing today? We are seeing the same exact thing. So when this hits, and we're already getting the warnings from the corporate media, it is going to be a complete disaster. We are going to see cataclysmic events all over the place. And people are going to be shocked. They're not going to understand what's going on. And people are going to be very worried. Now, we saw a bail-in in Spain, Banco Popular. And right now, the ECB is suggesting that under certain circumstances, it might be wiser to save a bank than to resolve it. And the ECB is coming out and saying, listen, yes, it might be the time to use the bail-in documentation that they have created to save these banks. And they're saying that taxpayers should be called upon not only to save the banks, but also to make whole all holders of the bank's subordinate debt. I mean, think about what they're saying right now. They understand the system's coming down. They use the bail-in documents for Banco Popular. And now they're out there saying that the taxpayers, well, they should flip the bill for the rest of the banks. And those people that have their deposits, those people who are stockholders, those people who have investments within the bank, well, we're going to use your funds to save these banks. It's better to save them using your money than to let them fall. And like I said, they've created these bail-in documents for a reason, because they're going to use them And that period of time is coming up right now. We can see it. It's unfolding right in front of our eyes. So what do we have happening right now? The economy is completely ripping itself apart. The economy is no way strong. The corporate media is already signaling and letting us know that, we might be heading into a recession. Now, we knew we were heading into a recession a very long time ago. Actually, we are in a recession. From all the economic indicators that we've been looking at shows us that we're in this deep recession right now. Yes, they can hide it with all the food stamps. They can hide it with all the different entitlement programs. They can hide it with everything they have. But the reality is, and you can see it in the housing market, you can see it in the retail market, it is all falling apart. And what they're doing right now is they're getting everything prepared and ready. They're getting ready for this cataclysmic event. And there's going to be event after event after event where things start to fall apart rapidly. They implement the bail-in documents. Banks are shut down, and they'll call it a bank holiday. Most likely this will happen on a Friday. And everyone is going to be shocked. They're not going to understand what's happening. And this is why every single person needs to be prepared and ready, because you will not be able to run to the bank and get your funds out. Actually, your funds are going to completely disappear. Already with the bail-ins, the paper currency, we're going to see hyperinflation. And it's going to be a complete disaster. And this is why you need the food. This is why you need the water. This is why you need a weapon to protect yourself. This is why you need gold and silver. You need cash on hand, because you will use that in the beginning, because people will not know anything else. They'll just say, all right, give me the cash. And you might go to the store or someplace else and they might say, okay, a loaf of bread is now $25. You might come back tomorrow. It might be $35. So what's going to happen over time is that cash, well, it's going to devalue, and there'll become a point where you won't even use the cash anymore. You'll probably end up bartering before you even touch gold and silver. Actually, I won't even touch gold and silver, because I don't even think we'll get to that point until the new system is brought online. I think we'll end up bartering before we even touch gold and silver. So we can see right now, we are definitely heading down this path. The corporate media right now is already out there. And like I said, they were going to let us know when things are going to get really, really bad. And we can see already, they're already letting us know. Because listen, all you need to do is open your eyes. You can see what's happening in the economy if you look closely enough. Just like those individuals back in 2006, 2007 that look at the subprime securities, and they actually looked inside of them and said, well, wait a minute. How could these possibly be rated AAA when there's people in there defaulting? This makes no sense. So they knew what was going on. We know what's going on. And that's why we have been getting prepared and ready. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Hi, I'm Greg Hunter. Welcome to USAWatchdog.com. I had Cliff High on from Half Past Human a few weeks ago, and he, months ago, said that Bitcoin was going to go way up in price. Sure enough, he was right. He's made many good predictions with his predictive linguistics at halfpasthuman.com. And I've had a lot of people that also say, hey, what about the downside? What is the downside to Bitcoin? And I thought, good point. upside, downside. You really have to even this out. And the best person that I could think of to come on is Warren Pollock. Warren Pollock, thanks for joining us today. A little bit more of extension of your resume, your deep Wall Street experience. You're a geopolitical and financial analyst. You've been in a lot of business ventures, including business ventures early on with Bitcoin. Could you tell us about the up and downside of Bitcoin?
Well, first, I'd like to say I like Cliff High. I mean, he likes Buckminster Fuller, and I think that he may not be incorrect. I think Bitcoin has a lot of room to move upwards, and in worst case, it could go to zero. So that's something called a risk-reward curve. So with Bitcoin, the risk, you could only lose what money you have in it, but the reward, there's a tremendous amount of reward potential if you could time your entry and exit from Bitcoin properly. So I have to agree with Cliff. That being said, I mean, there's some severe limitations to the way that Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies have been architected, and they're not described, they're not really what people say they are. First of all, Bitcoin and these other cryptocurrencies are not currencies. And most importantly, they're not efficient ways to have transactional exchanges between people. They just don't work the same way that the credit card network does or check writing does. In fact, the speed with which Bitcoin can clear a transaction is downright pathetic. And we're talking, you and I were talking offline, and I did actually some experimentation, and I was able to obtain Bitcoin transaction at about 6.9 transactions per second. That's what I evaluated the network capacity to be. So Bitcoin can turn over, let's say, between 5 and 7 times a second. So all the users of Bitcoin are vying for that tiny amount of transactional capacity. But right now in the United States, you take your MasterCard, you swipe it, and up to 50,000 people can transact concurrently with a credit card per second. So there's a tremendous lack of horsepower in Bitcoin, and that's because of the way that it's architected. It's not architected to scale, and it is a total Rube Goldberg machine of things that have to happen for a transaction to clear. And that's one major point which no one seems to understand.
And there's a lot of downsides. I mean, you're saying that it's really not money. You're saying that the transaction speed is poor.
It's even poor compared to ACH,
which is the check writing thing.
Check writing. So it's close.
How fast can the check system per second run compared to Bitcoin?
Well, the check system doesn't have to run interactively, so it could run in the background. So you could send your check into your bank, and then it can sit around for a day. But even still, it can transact 70 to 100 times faster than a Bitcoin transaction.
And just so people know, being we're talking about speed, we've had some kind of a speed problem here, and I think what you have to say is so important that it's a little jerky, but we can't fix it. It has something to do with Skype or speed or whatever, but I just wanted to disclose that. So, and I wanted to move on to the legal aspects. I mean, now we're hearing that Congress, I think Senator Grassley, is considering to make all Bitcoin past $10,000 worth of value disclosed. You have to fill out a form, and the penalties, and it hasn't passed yet, are onerous. Do you think that? Tell me about this move to make Bitcoin not so anonymous.
Well, Bitcoin has captured the imagination of a lot of people that want to put money into it, but it's in turn captured the imagination of our politicians, and they have vivid imaginations. So they'll see problems where there's no problem. They'll see their ability to capture money with something that is an emerging technology. It is a database technology. It's not a currency. And they'll see a way to garner headlines. So just like foreign bank accounts, if you have a foreign bank account, I think it's more than $10,000 abroad, you better fill out that form with the Department of Treasury at the end of the year, informing the government that you have assets abroad, or else you'll be subject to tremendous penalties. And Bitcoin will fall into the similar kind of net. I mean, it's a fait accompli. In fact, right now, if you wanted to open up, let's say, an account on an exchange, it would be a Spanish Inquisition in terms of the information that you'd have to provide them. And that was one of the early selling points of Bitcoin, was this idea that it would be anonymous. And that was sort of disproven because the blockchain is accessible to anyone that cares to look at it. Then it was a medium of exchange. And based on its transactional capacity, the amount of transactions it can handle, well, it handled those transactions poorly when a few people were interested in Bitcoin. And now it handles them even worse now that a lot of people are interested in it. And some people can't even get confirms of their transactions because the whole architecture is a Rube Goldberg machine. It relies on lots of processing power, which is going to locate itself, or has located itself, in a place where labor is very cheap, regulation is very thin, and speculation is very great, and that's China. So, and electricity is also subsidized by the government, which is China. So you have a lot of people, developing ideas for coins, and I use the word coin loosely, that are going to address a lot of these scalability issues of Bitcoin, or they're going to address a way to pay for the computational power it takes to clear a transaction. And they're going to have, let's say, Ethereum is going to have gas, which is just a way, sort of a tax to incentivize people that want to dedicate the processing power to clear a transaction or to manage a database. And I think, at least with Ethereum, the use case is a little bit better than Bitcoin because it recognizes in some way that Bitcoin or Ethereum or cryptocurrency is not a currency at all. It's just simply a database. It's similar to the database, distributed database of, let's say, Napster, which was Sean Parker, Facebook's claim to fame. So
not Facebook, Napster. Napster's Sean Parker, right?
I believe it was. Yeah, I think it was also instrumental in bringing venture capital to Facebook.
Okay. All right. Good. So is Bitcoin really a store of value, or is it just a speculation?
I think it's a speculation with a high reward potential and an equally high risk. And what's so confusing to a lot of people is that they will say, okay, it's an exchange media. That's perhaps an element of what makes up money. It's how money is defined. Store value is another one of these elements of what defines money. You look at a dollar bill, and it won't lose, at least for the moment, all of its purchasing power overnight. So it's a store of value. It's also, people look at it, and it has a universal a way for people to identify it. They can say, my labor is worth $1, my good is worth $1. It has that kind of fungibility. It's highly recognized. It's highly accepted. So there are a lot of elements that make up what we consider to be money. And money can be anything from seashells to dollar bills to money which is printed by individual banks, which is the way that it used to work in the United States. And Bitcoin is confusing a lot of people because it actually does have some of the elements of money. It just doesn't have them all at once, which means it's not useful as money. And what people are struggling with that are in the Bitcoin community really struggle with is providing people that are not in the Bitcoin community with a use case. In other words, they have a hard time describing why Bitcoin would be useful for the average day American. And if you think about it, people in China use cell phones ubiquitously to buy everything from in vending machines to do transactions to exchange money. I mean, that's something that operates cell phone exchange of value is in fact faster. It has better transactional speed than Bitcoin, and it's ubiquitously used, just not here in the United States, because here it's being reserved for Apple Pay or a large corporation or for crony capitalism. In China, you have more latitude to do things in the electronic environment and also in the real world environment.
So let me just a couple of questions. Yes or no? Is Bitcoin anonymous?
No.
Is Bitcoin transactional functionally? Can it function as a transaction medium like Visa or your checks?
No, it's not even 1/50,000th it's not even 1/10,000th of the capacity of MasterCard and 1/100th the capacity of your check writing.
And could you be considered a criminal for using Bitcoin?
Yes, you could. And more so, really what's more important than prosecuting you as a criminal is really gathering information on you for further or future use should it be convenient. So you make yourself a target. Not so much if you have a little bit of it, but the threshold will be set pretty low eventually, and that's $10,000. In fact, there are other negative technical things about it, which is that a lot of these exchanges, because Bitcoin is so dysfunctional in terms of being a medium of exchange, it has a low transactional speed. You'll transfer money to, let's say, an exchange in Bitcoin. I shouldn't even say money. You'll transfer Bitcoin or a crypto key over to an exchange, and they'll have to wait for it to clear. And then they'll maintain internal records as it's exchanged between the primary and all of these secondary currencies or keys, of some of which have no volume of trading whatsoever, and some of which have exhausted their transactional capacity.
And I wanted to just kind of get into the geopolitical. Now we've talked about Bitcoin. I'll finish up by this. Would you be a buyer of Bitcoin? Some people just say, maybe I should get in on Bitcoin. And I said, just buy some silver, buy some gold. It's just less hassle for you, and less of a problem. Wouldn't that be the simplest thing to do? Just buy some silver and gold if you're worried about a calamity and hyperinflation. That's what people are worried about.
Well, you shouldn't buy something just because it goes up, but it could be, for many people, an effective strategy to buy something that only goes up. And the doors to getting into Bitcoin are wide open. You could probably transfer money to Bitcoin as long as you're going to wait for the transaction to clear to one of these exchanges. But besides the fact it has a very poor throughput, it may not have an exit at a later.
In other words, if everybody wants to get in now and the door is wide, like a barn door, but when everybody wants to get out, it says, oh, yeah, you got to get through this little bitty hole here, this little narrow window. But the door to get in is like a hangar door. But to get out, when you're talking about transaction speed, is very slow. And if everybody runs for the door, you may not be able to get out ever.
And all the doors are in China. They're sitting in some sweatshop with a bunch of people that live in the sweatshop, monitoring a bunch of cheap machines, potentially running bootlegged software, which is then subject intentionally to viruses and to exploits, which are inventoried by the NSA, and which could be shut down in an instant simply by turning off the port or the communication protocol in a router between China and the U.S., or it could be shut off in a day by fiat here in the United States by shutting off the communication. You call up Verizon, I don't want Bitcoin to be transacted. Bang, it's over. But notice that the cryptocurrencies have captured the imagination not only of the small investor, but also of the institutional investor, for the reason I would say that Bill Gross states, that it is very easy for people to try to make money with money, but it's very hard and becoming more difficult to make money by doing something in the real world.
In other words, mining coal or gold or silver, yeah, or drilling for oil, or manufacturing car parts or bearings, or making something in the real world is what you're saying.
Yeah, making something and then having access to the markets. I mean, this retail apocalypse speaks to that. You can come up with a great patent but you have to go through the gatekeepers in order to sell something. So the gatekeepers are not only big companies like Amazon that don't care about making money, they just care about capturing the entire market. So the state of doing things in the real world, it's very, very, very difficult to do things in the real world, and it's easier to do things in the financial world. Thus, everything in our economy has become financialized,
which is dangerous.
Which is very dangerous because the financial world depends on a foundation point of real world infrastructure, real world technology. And I think, for example, this idea of getting rid of paper money is absolutely ludicrous, because paper money is safeguards the integrity of your society. By having paper money, it functions whether your cell phones function or not. It functions whether or not the servers in China are functioning. It functions whether or not your bank is functioning, assuming you have an inventory of them. And we could see what happened in India when they removed the equivalent of their $20 bill. I think it was a $7 equivalent and a $15 equivalent, if I'm not mistaken. But all hell breaks loose because they had really a lot of transactions using money, physical money, and all of a sudden now it has to be electronic. And the velocity of their economy just came grinding to a halt, and the redundancy of their economy ground to a halt. And in terms of finance and making money on money, we should be reducing complexity where possible, not increasing it. And
Bitcoin is complexity.
It is unnecessary complexity. Unnecessary complexity. And it's totally, it's not even efficient complexity, because, in order to have a transaction, you have to incentivize a miner to actually clear that transaction, with many transactions going not only into delay of minutes, hours, or days, but some not even clearing.
And with this new legislation they're talking about in Congress, you can look it up, Charles Grassley, Bitcoin legislation. It's actually asset forfeiture. They're trying to get even more if you're traveling, whatever, if you have money units more than $10,000, which is already the law, incidentally. You can't have more than $10,000 on you without filling out a form. But they're adding Bitcoin to this whole thing. You're saying that Bitcoin is going to be painting the proverbial target on your back.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think that we talked about last time I spoke with you, get small. So why would you want to make yourself a large target by having a large amount of something which won't be able to travel underneath the radar? I mean, certainly someone like Blythe Masters could go and sponsor a virtual coin and get away with it, because she could defend herself. She could enlist the help of all her friends in Washington, and she could sneak it she could sneak it over the radar. There's no reason for her to hide. But the idea of Bitcoin, one of the allures of Bitcoin was it could be used for illicit activity. It could be used to get around the Federal Reserve. And we know what happened to the guy that had the NorFed coin. He was a counterfeiter all of a sudden, even though his coin looked nothing like a U.S. dollar. And he wasn't, he hit the radar. So in a time when you should be getting small, Bitcoin could potentially make you look large. And I believe there's Mr. Shrem, tried to exchange Bitcoin in the open, in person, and that made him a target and money transmitter. And then they have, New York State, which is now a sovereign unto itself, just the same way that California is. And, they could do whatever they like and have BitLicense or even regulate it further to block its implementation in favor of the large players. And again, the large players are involved in finance because that's what they do. They're not very good at building factories, getting their hands dirty, doing things like engineering, building out infrastructure. They're just good at drawing down on a game that's rigged in insurance and healthcare and education, and just steal money as they go along.
And let's move on to the geopolitical. I want to wrap this up. I know it's a little herky-jerky, folks, but this is really great stuff. Great education here. Great analysis from you, Warren Pollock. We've had everything from China wanting to cut a treaty with China And same thing with, New York State, which they can't do by law. States can't enter into treaties unless they're their own country. Maybe they think they are. We've also had this very violent, attack of congressmen in Washington by some nutjob Bernie Sanders supporter, and this vitriol going on. And the president, now they want to try to kick him out of office for some phony trumped up, and he's tweeting all last week about how total witch hunt. Now they want to do obstruction of justice, which absolutely didn't happen. What in the heck is going on here in America in your big picture, 20,000 feet view?
Well, I'd agree with Ann Barnhart, who says that this is one big wrestling match. And I actually used to eat dinner occasionally, coincidentally, with Lou Albino, or Captain Lou Albino. He used to go to a restaurant I used to go to, and he would have his own personality, and then be a wrestler in this sort of fake type of environment. And that's an observation which Ann Barnhart has made. Technically, I think Trump has been neutered. His lawyer, his personal lawyer, does know how to deal with the politics at hand. In fact, he took Mr. Comey, and he was able to eviscerate him and actually make Comey a target. But you notice in our last talk, we also talked about obstruction of justice. Not that it's credible. It's probably just as incredible as this Russia nonsense, but it is a great amount of entertainment. It's a great amount of propaganda. It provides a great smoke screen, and it basically allows the looting to go on another day. The more that Trump could be neutered, the more that there is business as usual. And Trump never anticipated, I don't think, that he would even win. And he certainly has no idea, and he's helpful in his own destruction, frankly, by using Twitter and social media. As for the American public, the fellow that shot a congressman is just about as delusional as all of the other people in the country that have been and believe the systemic propaganda that just reeks all over our news media, right and left, all over our newspapers. And if you look at the major news outlets, even the Huffington Post is eliminating so-called journalists, and they're going to have basically one guy in the room making stuff up in the next few weeks. So people can believe whatever they want to believe. But what you can't do is you can't gather the objective facts that you need to make a proper analysis or a proper decision or a proper view, get a proper view of what the real landscape is politically, economically, or socially. And I think our Bitcoin discussion pretty much speaks to that, is that when you listen to some insiders on Bitcoin, Max Kaiser has had a few good guests. There was a woman that is forming a coin called Dash Coin. These people will tell you the limitations of the technology that they're exploring. But the average guy putting money into them has no idea of the limitations. All they see is lots of upside, limited downside, and they're not incorrect.
Do you think we're headed towards what could upset the apple cart? Could war in the Middle East upset the apple cart? Although they're trying to cordon that off and trying to have peace. Could war in the South China Sea? Could war with North Korea, who's missile happy, firing? Could that all be excuse for war? I mean, could the whole thing come grinding down?
Well, we talk about war, but you see a lot of trends which are concurrent. They're occurring at the same time. I mean, you mentioned the fact that New York State, and you mentioned the fact that California wants to be its own nation, and it has the government and the deficit of a nation. And if it was its own nation, then it could actually issue its own currency, and it could print money as needed. So what's sort of amazing to me is, let's say 10 years back, I always imagined that the libertarian red states of the United States would want to spin off. Never did I imagine that the ultra socialistic and delusional blue states would want to spin off as a matter of economic necessity. And what the blue states have managed to do, and I can say that in New York, is New York has its own federal government. It's just as dysfunctional as the federal government. It's twice or 10 times as corrupt as the federal government, and on a per capita basis, it's probably 10 times the size of the U.S. government. So why do you need two federal governments? Why do you need a federal government that you have to deal with because it constrains you from stealing from your populace? So it's very interesting how that's going to play out. So certainly Trump has tried to turn back immigration, and immigration was a trend which was eventually going to move the United States to the old map of the U.S. and Mexico. You have Bitcoin, which trying to turn the clock back on currency the same way Glass-Steagall did. It's bring back the age of the bearer bond, which was something made illegal because of abuse. And confidentiality and the fact it was anonymity. You have also, Bitcoin rolling back the idea that it's recreating the idea that banks can create their own currency, which is something that U.S. banks used to do routinely. And then you have the geopolitical trends. You have Turkey and the U.S. coming against each other, something I predicted a long time ago. You have China potentially using North Korea to its great advantage, as opposed to trying to invade something over the South China Sea. You have Trump so reliant on the Republicans and the neocons that he's adopted their policies in regard to Saudi Arabia. So instead of moving towards Iran, which makes sense, he's moving towards the nexus of terrorism, which is Saudi Arabia. And I think that will eventually reverse. But the biggest trend that I see is a real detachment from reality, a real detachment from the physical world. And I think Cliff High occasionally speaks to Buckminster Fuller. So Buckminster Fuller was grounded in the physical world, understanding it, becoming more efficient in its use. And we're concentrated now on things which are esoteric. And the esoteric world we live in, the financial world we live in, the informational world we live in, is really a large delusion. And you could even pick whatever flavor of delusion that you like. But I think the key for us is to realize that, that the information we're given, the ideas we're given, the investment opportunities that we're given are not what they seem to be. And I think whether or not I like Bitcoin as a technology, because that's the way that I see it. I see it as a database technology. It should be irrelevant to what you do. I mean, you need to gather what information you want and then try to make an informed decision. And try to get what I've tried to do, at least in geopolitical analysis, is do that so I know where the world is going. But the financial analysis is grim because it's so disconnected from the real world.
Do you think the whole thing, because it's so disconnected, the economy with all these big money managers warning, danger, warning, I mean, every single one of them has been out with a severe, I don't care who it is, Jeff Gundlach or Paul Singer or Bill Gross or Jim Rogers, or they're all forecasting horrible crashes, horrible financial events coming our way, and sooner than later is what my idea is, the way I perceive it. What do you think about all these warnings from all these big people that invest money?
Well, I think Jim Rogers says that himself numerous times, every time he speaks, in fact, that he's perhaps one of the worst timers. So these things are incredibly difficult to time. But in a way, the more that information is distorted, the worse off we are. The less that we have a foundation in truth, in fact, the more vulnerable we are. And I wish all these brilliant minds, such as Jeff Gundlach and all the people working in hedge funds as mathematicians, were actually allowed to do something in the real world. And also, there's so many opportunities for fixing things. I mean, you might see Walmart, restraining trade. Carl Denninger speaks to monopolies in healthcare. Amazon is a retailer. How come they don't need to make any money, but they could put brick and mortar retail out of business? How come people can't start mom and pop shops anymore? How come people can't get access to the marketplace unless they scale an idea, such as blitzscaling, which is something they teach in Stanford University now.
But do you think that because of all this, do you think that do you think that these guys are just warning for the grins and giggles of it, or do you think they're warning because they see some dark financial implosion coming?
Well, I think they're looking at risk-reward curves, which is something we started to talk about. I mean, they look at the bonds, and the reward is minimal, and the risk is high. And they look at stocks, the reward potential is minimal, and the risk is high. If you hold cash, the reward potential is zero, and it has implied risk. So all of these things, there used to be something called fundamental analysis, and now there are funds like Vanguard where you don't need to do fundamental analysis. You just buy everything. And by buying everything, there's been a concentration of money into enterprises and ideas that are malinvestments. The FANG stocks. And in China, okay, they built out the physical world pretty well because we allowed them to do that, because it juiced our economy through labor arbitrage. And now they're having a debt apocalypse over there, which is something that I anticipated. I was a little bit early in that. So all of these things are sort of coming out at the same time, and it's coming out slowly. For us as individuals, many of us, it's not, as a guest of yours, Catherine Austin Fitz, describes, a slow burn. For us as individuals, either the society and the economy is working for us, or it doesn't work for us very quickly. You lose your health insurance, you get sick, you're bankrupted. You go to college, and I know some 30-year-olds that are still going to college, and I attended a graduation of kids for nutrition, an internship that they had to pay for, $10,000 after a bachelor's degree. And some of these kids had 2-3 bachelor's degrees that they couldn't earn a living with. And student debt just aligned up to the gills. So as individuals, this breakdown crisis is either going to work for you and continue to work for you, or it won't. For people that are monopolizing the landscape, who are setting the rules in this crony capitalistic system, well, it always works for them. They don't need to have businesses that make money. They can have, I thought I saw on Zero Hedge an article about Tesla where they described the fact that, people only are making per employee like 7 or 8 cars a year per employee. Yeah. In the old days, they used to make, tons of cars per person. So the rules of normalcy don't apply. Things don't need to make sense. Until
they do. Until it crashes and you are hit in the face with, wow, how am I going to get food? How am I going to get water? How am I going to make a living? What am I going to do for a job? Then the virtual world becomes a big pie in the face from the real world that says, oh yeah, you still have to eat, you still have to work, you still have to make a living. But you're telling me that will only be suspended for a certain amount of time, which is what the crash is going to be. The crash is really going to be a wake-up call to the real world. Is that not?
But this happens on an individual basis. And I talked about this to the late Charlie McGrath, who I have to give a shout out to, who died young because he fought in an Iraqi, in one of our endeavors in Iraq. He had lung problems as a result. But Charlie and I sort of coined the term unperson or non-person. And if you think about it, the value of a congressman getting shot is a lot higher than a building in the UK full of welfare recipients burning down, where babies are being thrown out the window. And that's the way our society now views information. I read an article in the Daily News, and I was eating my lunch in a diner, and I was like, couldn't read it anymore, because as you are dissecting the lines, you realize what sheer and utter propaganda this was, line by line.
Oh yeah, the mainstream media has turned into total propaganda. I got to say that.
But most people believe it. Just like our delusional shooter. I mean, people will believe anything, and it's very hard. It's very hard not to believe what is pervasively around you. That's the way that we as human beings work. We see something, we read something. I'll accept it on face value. To drill down on something that is overly complex like Bitcoin is very difficult for most people. And You shouldn't really have to. I mean, it's like a car. You turn the key in the car goes on. You don't need to know how the car works. That's what happens in a complex society. You depend on lots of people. You don't need to know how the details work.
Do you think that, last thing, you're handicapped this, do you think they get Trump, do you think they kick him out of office, or do you think they just, because I don't think they got anything on him. The Russia thing went nowhere, it's ridiculous. Now they're going to try to do obstruction of justice with Mueller and all of his cronies, the Clinton cronies that he's hired, the donators, and also James Comey, who leaked the memo, who started this investigation with his buddy, former FBI Director Mueller. Do you think they get Trump, or do you think they just neuter him? What do you think happens with that?
Well, it was not Trump that really was able to turn the political tide on Comey. It was his lawyer, who's a very smart guy. But it's advantageous for Trump really to be there as president.
Yeah, I like him too. I like him. I think he's the best thing we got.
No, I'm not saying that. I think that he's generating so much noise by being a target for Republicans and Democrats alike that it really provides a smokescreen for the corruption and the crime to continue. So for him early on, he could have tried to set the political tone by going after a few big fish. He failed to do that and became prey. And now that he's prey, he has entertainment value. And since he's entertainment value, they'll just torture him to death. And, he made the mistake of being cooperative with the Republicans. He's cooperative. He was cooperative on healthcare. He's cooperative on Saudi Arabia, where they're looking to sell arms to juice the vested interests in Congress and in the defense industrial complex with a counterparty that doesn't have the money, that's buying off its own people. And that was the sponsor of terrorism. So he's devoid of overview. He's totally reactive. He has enemies in every corner. And he's a great entertainer. And that's what he's doing, providing entertainment. And he could provide entertainment to the left, who has such little respect for the office of the president that you have an entertainer, chopping the head off of Trump. You have a play in New York City where they're stabbing knives into his back. And you have, the justification for the blue states to go in their own directions and have their own federal government. You have a smokescreen for the criminal congressmen in the Republican Party to do whatever they want. And then you have a smokescreen for the criminal Democratic congressmen and senators to do whatever they want. You have Amazon that's free to dominate sales of everything. You have the medical industrial complex that is unchecked. You have jet fighters that don't work. You have McCain and all these other people that could be warmongers. So, Trump is great for the moment. The more distraction he provides, the merrier. But he won't be. I don't think he'll be able to recover. I might be wrong. The price of Trump is going down, while the price of Bitcoin will most likely go up.
And with that, we will leave you. Warren Pollock, thanks for joining us today on USAWatchdog.com. No notes, no website, nothing to sell. Just thanks for coming on USAWatchdog.com and giving us a thumbnail of what's going on. Thank you very much, sir.
Great to be here, Greg.
Welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 1309B, and today's date is June 18th, 2017, and the title of the episode is, Are These the Only Options the Elite Have Left? If so, it won't end well. Now, before I get started, I just want to make two announcements. The first announcement, those fathers who are celebrating Father's Day, happy Father's Day to you. The second announcement is that I uploaded an interview with Ole Dammegard. He does a lot of research into false flags. We talk about how false flags are originated, how these special units, how they fly around the world, and they use these units to create these events, and he breaks it all down. So if you want to listen to him, go over to the YouTube channel X22 Report Spotlight, or you can come over to the x22report.com site, scroll down a little bit, look over to your right-hand side. You'll see the video there. You can play it right on the site, or you can go to newssentinel.com. Same thing, scroll down a little bit, look over to your right-hand side. You can play the video there. For those people that are on Steemit, all you need to do is go over to steemit.com/@X22Report. It will bring you right to the interview, and you can watch it on Steemit. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, we know the deep state, they've been trying to provoke Russia any way they possibly can, and it looks like Representative Joe Kennedy introduced a bill to fight back against Russian meddling that will establish a national Russian threat response center. Now, this bill is designed to amend the National Security Act of 1947, which would be dedicated to Russian and under the auspices of the DNI. It will commingle officers from the State Department, HLS, Treasury, the CIA, and the Pentagon. Now, the center, it will be responsible for synchronizing and analyzing information pertaining to Russia from across the intelligence community, diplomatic channels, and law enforcement agency. And using its broad view across the U.S. government, the center will develop policy recommendations and identify gaps in the current collection and collation of intelligence pertaining to Russia. Now, this bill is being brought up because they want a way to stop what happened with the 2016 election, where they're saying that Russia came in and they hacked the election system and they made Donald Trump win. Now, we can see right now, shouldn't we have proof first? Shouldn't we have the evidence to show that this is exactly what happened before we start creating these bills, before we start creating these centers? But it looks like they don't care about evidence. They only care about pushing the propaganda. And right now, we have not seen any evidence of anything, Russian collusion, Russian hacking. Anything that they've been talking about has all been propaganda. If they had the evidence and the intelligence agencies had the evidence, and I know they keep saying it's classified, you can't see it, but we're telling you it's true, so you have to believe us. If they truly had the evidence, they would prove it to the American people. They would show it. And guess what? They can't. That's why they hide behind everything about it's classified. We can't show you. You just have to believe us. Well, you know what? We're done believing in what you say. We need proof, and they can't do it. We see the U.S. Congress is trying to find out whether a former operative of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency was engaged in the Montenegro failed coup attempt that took place on October 16, 2016. And we can see that right now we know that the CIA, the intelligence organizations, they go into each one of these countries and they have regime change. Now, right before this happened, where they were saying that Russia plotted the coup attempt and they were blaming it all on Russia, very interestingly, former CIA officer Joseph Assad visited Montenegro a few days prior to the failed coup attempt. And of course, right away, they blamed it on Russia. Now, if it was successful, they would say it was a natural uprising, people didn't want the leader, and this is why we had regime change. But since it failed, they had to switch it around. But what's very interesting is that this CIA officer was there a few days before everything happened. And of course, as we know, the CIA, the other intelligence agencies, they are always involved. And I'm saying MI6, Mossad, and many other intelligence agencies, they're always working together, grouped together, working to have regime change in many of these countries. We see out in Iraq, the Iraqi government forces have regained control of the Al-Walid checkpoint on the border with Syria. And this checkpoint is located near the Syrian border crossing the Al-Tanf, which serves as a base for U.S.-backed opposition militants. This is where they bring in everything right near Jordan also. And they call it the Syrian, Iraqi, Jordanian triangle. And we can see right now the deep state, they're trying to maintain control there. Iraq, Syria, Russia, basically they're trying to take control of their border. Now, what's very interesting, Iraq wants to take control of the border. Syria wants to take control of their border, but the deep state is there trying to maintain control of those two countries' borders. The question is, why is the United States, the deep state, even there? I mean, if these two countries are trying to control their border and take it away from the United States, why is the United States fighting them? Because their objective is not to get the Islamic State. Their objective is not to have peace in the region. Their objective is to get Syria, is to get Assad, and they have not stopped. We see the Russian Defense Ministry, they're saying they have eliminated 180 terrorists. They've stopped the attacks in Deir ez-Zor, and warplanes, well, they've been hitting a lot of the terrorists, pushing them back. And we see right now they're going after the last remaining oil convoys, and they're hunting them down. They are destroying them. And we can see that it's only a matter of time before the entire terrorist group, the Islamic State, completely falls in Iraq and Syria. And the whole thing is completely falling apart. And this is why the deep state, the elite, this is why they only have a few options left. Think about what they have left here. One, create this incredible event that masks everything and brings us into a war, or assassinate Trump and put in a puppet leader, have a coup in the United States and put in a different leader. That's what they're trying to do right now. So they only have a few options left. And if they try to push these options, it doesn't end well for the people. Yes, it works out great for them, but we have to see, because we have two sides fighting each other right now. They're battling it out right now, and they're trying to gain hold of the entire system. Now, as the Islamic State is continually being destroyed by Russia, Syria, and Iran, we see that the Islamic State, they are assassinating key individuals within the organization. And we have to remember, these are paid mercenaries. This wasn't a natural uprising. These are paid mercenaries, terrorists that the United States, Israel, UK, and the coalition forces created. They fund them, they support them, and now we can see in certain areas where things are really falling apart, they're getting rid of certain individuals that might squeal. It's basically a mop-up operation right now. We see the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, they're going to be discussing efforts to resolve international conflicts in the Middle East. And they're meeting in Beijing on June 19th, and we'll have to see what comes out of that. But what's very interesting is that Europol is warning about the Islamic State, saying that they are ready to carry out attacks in the West. They have no shortage of volunteers. And basically, this is a scare tactic. And what they're trying to do, and this might lead into the main event. Now, if you listen to Ole Dammegard, which I did the Spotlight interview with, he breaks it down on how these false flags are carried out. He looks at very specific things. He's been researching it for a very long time. And you can see how most of these false flags are hoaxes, and you can see how they are carried out. And he really breaks it down and shows you how it is done. And he was even able to predict some of them from past events. But we can see right now that this is a scare tactic, and this is their last-ditch effort, because their last-ditch effort is not going to be a small event of a little gun shooting or a small event of a bomb going off or a flash bang type of thing to make it look like a bomb. Their last attempt is going to be huge, almost like the World Trade Center type of an attempt. And they're going to have to do this in multiple locations. And this will be the biggest event that they've ever pulled off. And remember, this is not coming from the Islamic State. This is coming from the inside workings of different governments and different organizations, different intelligence agencies, all coordinating with each other to create these things. And this is what we need to be worried about. And it's a race against time right now because we can see that things are rapidly falling apart all at once. We see the economy, the corporate media is already signaling that, yes, the economy is coming down. And they know this. They also realize that Trump now is getting the upper hand on the situation around the globe. It might not seem it in some instances, and other instances, it does look like that he's calming the situation down in North Korea. He's trying to gain hold of what is going on in the Middle East. He's hands off on Libya. There's a new strategy being formulated with Afghanistan, and they already put out the announcement that, hey, we have no authorization to attack Syrian forces, Iranian forces, or Russian forces, and that came from Tillerson. So we see right now there's a huge battle going on right now, and things are going to really get hectic as we move forward. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
This is a Fox News alert, breaking news out of London. Top of the hour now. Here is what we know. At least one person is dead. A van slamming into a crowd of people near a mosque in northern London. It happened at 12:20 a.m. local time, as we mentioned. One person has been killed. Several others have been injured. Their conditions are unknown at this time.
And one person has been arrested, but no other information about that suspect has been released. But we are hearing from witnesses, at least one man telling our British sister station Sky News that one suspect jumped from the van with a knife, stabbing another person, and he was held by worshipers until police arrived. That witness also saying 3 suspects were in the van at the time, and it appeared the van veered to intentionally hit bystanders. Again, that information coming from witnesses at the scene and has not been confirmed by police. We do know that the incident happened as worshipers were leaving the Finsbury Park Mosque on Seven Sisters Road in northern London. According to the Muslim Council, the collision happened right nearby the mosque outside of the Muslim Welfare House. The council says that the van actually ran over what was likely hundreds of worshipers leaving after midnight Ramadan prayers. It also added that their prayers are, of course, with those victims. Prime Minister Theresa May's office says she has been told about the crash and describes it as a terrible incident. She also said, quote, "All my thoughts are with those who have been injured, their loved ones, and the emergency services on the scene." The London Ambulance Service says the injured have been taken to area hospitals. Now, it's unclear if this is a terror-related incident, but of course, authorities in London are continuing to investigate a possible cause. The Finsbury Park Mosque was associated with extremist ideology for several years after the 9/11 attacks, but was shut down and reorganized. It has not been associated with radical views for more than a decade now.
Before today's incidents, Britain's terror alert had actually been raised to severe. Now, that means that an attack is highly likely, and indeed, it happened, as we see here. The alert was raised after recent events, including the similar attack on the London Bridge 3 weeks ago when a van plowed into pedestrians there. The suspects in that attack went on to stab several bystanders at an area close to the bridge known for its restaurants. 8 people in all were killed in that attack. Several others were injured. 3 Muslim extremists who carried out the London Bridge attack were eventually killed by Metropolitan Police.
Before it all happened, many visitors to Yellowstone were blissfully unaware that it was volcanic. After all, where was the cone-shaped volcano, like Mount St. Helens or Vesuvius? They didn't realize that they were actually standing on top of it, that beneath their feet was one of the largest volcanoes in the world. The truth is, we were only just beginning to understand the workings of the park ourselves.
I like it raw.
Raw. Ooh, baby, I like it raw.
Ooh, baby, I like it raw.
The vast reservoir of red-hot molten rock that lies just a few kilometers beneath where you're sitting now. The sleeping dragon that powers all of the geysers and hot springs, mud spots and steam vents that draw people here in their millions every year.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Get some coffee, everybody. Calm down in Yellowstone. Yellowstone. Yes, and Montana. They were hit with a very strong jolt, a powerful 4.5 magnitude earthquake recorded in Yellowstone National Park in the evening last night, but it's been followed by several earthquakes, including a 2.7 all the way to 3.1. Here's the whole thing. It's very shallow, very, very shallow. Let me give you an update now what's been going on. If you guys remember, 2 days ago, I noticed that there was a 3.7 or so earthquake in Yellowstone there in Montana. And I said, I don't like it. I don't like it. And there was a couple more smaller aftershocks. I kept saying, I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't let this super volcano open up and awake.
The first sign of trouble will be increasing seismic activity. The ground would rise as pressure from the molten rock begins to grow.
There would be a lot of ground deformation, and then if it was moving up slowly enough, we would actually start seeing large changes in the geyser basins.
Yellowstone in northwest Wyoming, land of geysers, mountains, and lakes, is also sitting atop a super volcano. And it just took what scientists describe as a deep breath, causing miles of ground to rise dramatically. So what does this mean? Well, joining us right now is Michio Kaku. He is a physics professor at the City University of New York and the author of the upcoming book, Physics of the Future. Thanks so much for joining us.
Glad to be on.
So the last time this happened was 640,000 years ago. We're due?
We are due. Forget Yogi Bear. Okay, forget Old Faithful. It's sitting on top of a sleeping giant. Now, if you're sleeping next to an 800-pound gorilla, you monitor every burp, every snore of this gigantic gorilla, because when it blows, it could destroy the United States as we know it.
This is a pretty scary prospect. I want to just show people what we're talking about here when we talk about this super volcano, and we have a little thing to show you, a map with some of the details. So that's where it is. It's beneath Yellowstone. It's been there, as we know. I guess this has erupted 3 times in 2.1 million years. But what they're worried about is the fact that they say that the ground has started to swell in levels that they have not seen before, 10 inches in some places in the past year. What does that tell us?
It tells us that there is activity in this supervolcano, which erupts roughly every 600 million years. And the last eruption was 640 million years ago.
Oh, 640 million or 1,000?
1,000 years ago. I'm sorry, you're right.
Because then we had some more time.
Then we have some more time, right. But that's what's making us very nervous, because the cycle time corresponds to the present day era. So every single burp, murmur of this gigantic potential supervolcano, including the rise of the sea level, has to be watched very carefully.
All right, so when we talk about this, and we have pictures pictures of Mount St. Helen erupting back in 1980. Let's just show this right now. You say that an explosion with this supervolcano under Yellowstone, and there we're seeing the Mount St. Helens, would be 1,000 times bigger than this. What type of damage are we talking about here?
We're talking about immediate damage out to 100 miles from the site. That is total devastation, basically wiping out everything in sight. However, the real damage goes out to 500 miles if you include volcanic ash, poisonous gases, death of wildlife and vegetation, and that's a ring about 1,000 miles across. That's the heart line of America.
It would pretty much wipe out Earth as we know it?
It would wipe out the United States as we know it. And again, we don't want to panic anybody. It could happen tomorrow, or it could happen 100,000 years from now. It's black magic trying to predict exactly when it's going to blow, but we do know one thing. One day, it will blow.
So you say that something on this scale is what wiped out the dinosaurs?
65 million years ago, another supervolcano coincided with this meteor that hit Mexico, and we think it was a double whammy that knocked out the dinosaurs. So it's something that we take very seriously, but again, the cycle time is measured on the scale of hundreds of thousands of years.
Would there be anything we could do to prepare or to get people out? I mean, how much of a warning might we get with this eruption?
All you can do is run. You don't get much warning. What happened is the ground starts to rise, more and more earthquakes take place, more ash and volcanic gases start to be unleashed. That's about the only warning we get, because we do not have a good way to predict volcanic eruptions.
Are we getting a better way to do it, or are we just at the mercy of Mother Nature?
We're still clueless. We're still monitoring it very carefully, looking for the warning signs. That's why this sudden rise in the Earth, even though it's not immediately dangerous, is being looked at very carefully, because we have no experience with supervolcanoes. We've seen Mount St. Helens, we've seen Krakatoa, but a supervolcano erupting in our lifetime, we have no understanding of the scope of that thing. We just see the evidence of previous eruptions.
It's amazing. So you say it could be tomorrow, it could be in 100,000 years, but it's under there.
It's there, and it will happen. At one point, it will destroy North America as we know it.
What you gonna do about it, Yogi?
I am gonna get out of this park.
Here's what's happened in the last 24 hours, all right? There's been several quakes, some of them 4.6 in Indonesia, 4.5 in Fiji. We understand these areas, 4.6 the Philippines, 4.5 Papua New Guinea, 4.2 in Chile, 4.5. This is when it happened. Yellowstone last night, around 6:48 p.m. Mountain Time. Here we go. A 4.5 jolt in Yellowstone National Park, followed by a 2.7. And remember, this 4.5 earthquake that hit Yellowstone in Montana was only 9.4 kilometers deep, followed by a 2.7, then another 2.6, then a 3.1. All of these earthquakes taking place within about a 3-minute period. Then the Philippines had a 4.9, and then here goes Yellowstone, 2.9. And then Arkansas, Harrison, Arkansas then must have felt the jolt, because then Harrison, Arkansas had a quake of 2.9. Then Washington State, over just not too far from the Yellowstone area, had a 3.6. Then we kept going and kept studying what was going on. Alaska had a couple quakes. We had a 4.2 in El Salvador, and a 2.9 in Ferndale, California, 3.3 in Ferndale, California, a 4.3 in Argentina, a 4.7 in Papua New Guinea. Alaska had a couple more quakes of 3.6 and 2.7, and then it happened again. Yellowstone, powerful 2.8, again very shallow. Alaska with a 2.9, Chile with a 4.4, and then Yellowstone just a few minutes ago a 2.7. So we continue to see these quakes. They're not slowing down, folks. Yellowstone National Park, Montana, Yellowstone, Montana is where this quake epicenter is, and the aftershocks continue. And remember, we're dealing here with a super volcano with the potential of an eruption. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if, and scientists say when it goes, and who knows, that could be what, 100 years from now, 100 days from now, no guarantees on this thing, but it is a massive super volcano that is so large that it would literally destroy the northwest portion of the United States and part of southwestern Canada. That would just be from the initial eruption and the shock waves and the fire and the brimstone, the smoke and the ash would really send the United States and Canada into a dark winter for about 3 years. Vegetation would start dying. You have to understand, we're talking about a cataclysmic, apocalyptic, nearly extinction of this side of the hemisphere.
The lava would shatter the Earth's surface with an explosion 10 times larger than Mount St. Helens. A hurricane of hot gases would spread out in all directions as the ash cloud reaches 80,000 feet into the air. Already larger than anything man has experienced, this would be just the beginning of a Yellowstone super eruption. Within days, a second enormous eruption would begin, then another. Soon, a ring of monstrous explosions 50 miles wide would be spewing molten rock and burning gases across the landscape.
Certainly within 100 miles of Yellowstone, there wouldn't be much that was not destroyed.
So this is not nothing to play with. And if you're having a 4.5 earthquake followed by a lot of aftershocks right there, you got to watch it. And I said this 2 days ago. Now, I'm not a seismologist. I'm not a meteorologist. I'm not a climatologist. I'm not a cosmetologist. I'm not an ophthalmologist or even a cardiologist. But I am I've been watching what's going on. I'll say, a country preacher in the cornfields of Indiana. I can just tell you, I know what the Bible says. From eschatology is concerned, these are the types of events that the Bible spoke of. Great earthquakes.
We don't know how long it's going to just sit there before it decides to go off.
If sometime in the future it were to erupt, as it has before, the Yellowstone volcano would overwhelm everything within 100 miles and disrupt lives across the globe for years.
Breaking news out of Yellowstone. 5 earthquakes in the last hour. The largest being a 4.5. All right, let's see if I can find it. Here's the event. 7 miles east-southeast of Grayling, Montana, 9.4 kilometers deep. There were others associated with this swarm, a 2.9, 2.8, 3.1, a 2.7, and then the initial 4.5. Looking at the seismograms right here in West Yellowstone. Let's go right to it. There it is. That's the 4.5. Those are probably the aftershocks, the 2.9. I think there was a 3. I'm sure they were felt all over the entire park. Some more of them there. Where's this one at? Holmes Hill. Let's go way over here and see what we got. Parker Peak. Absolutely. Hawks Rest. Wow. That's busy. Red Rock Ranch. Pitchstone. Yeah, it was felt all over the entire park, I'm sure, easily. So anyway, small swarm at Yellowstone, largest being a 4.5, and that's been within the last hour. And I'm sure there'll be more to come. Yellowstone's been very busy here recently.
What I didn't know was that then NASA has been flying the Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy. They've been doing flyovers, mysterious flyovers, the Yellowstone area. And now we're hearing more information. Then we had the earthquake last night of 4.5, several aftershocks, which I've already discussed in my video earlier this morning. We will be talking about this afternoon. It is that critical. Now, let me just share with you 4.5 earthquake, 5 aftershocks, this larger than 2.5, have hit Yellowstone today on this June 16th. They're reporting it, while NASA is flying the world's largest airborne observatory over the supervolcano. So we're not playing. We tell you, is this thing waking up? I brought this up 2 days ago, even before the quake, even before the flyovers. Just because I've been watching earthquakes now every day for over 7 years and reporting where every 188th day we had a major quake that hit exactly on the 188th day, 7 times. That was back in 2012 and 13 and so on. So look, we know what we're talking about here, that there is something going on up in Yellowstone. Matter of fact, is the Yellowstone volcano awakening? Well, the mysterious flyovers by the SOFIA over Yellowstone. Currently, NASA puts their stratospheric observatory for infrared astronomy. The world's largest, most sensitive airborne observatory every day in the air. And if NASA puts this in the air, it's important, folks. They don't do this every day. And when they do, the bird of prey doesn't go hunting unless there's something to hunt. They're watching something. You can bet on that. And that's the truth. Matter of fact, this is it has a 8.2 foot diameter infrared telescope. Makes it possible to make scientific observations that are impossible for even the largest and highest of Earth-based telescopes to see. Already 4 days during the sunrise and sunset, NASA has been monitoring the sun, but yesterday they turned their lenses toward Yellowstone National Park. Remember, the massive lake of molten carbon, the size of Mexico. What? That is, are you seriously telling me that's the size of this thing? It is, and it's under Yellowstone. That's why I tell you, if this thing was to erupt, literally erupt, it is cataclysmic for the Western Hemisphere. There would be people survive, but it would be post-apocalyptic. And they would be wandering around. This is not, so when you read the Bible talks about great earthquakes on the planet, tremendous famines, disease, plagues, pestilences of a biblical proportion, chaos, confusion, sorrows, great pain. A supervolcano eruption would cause just that. Death would be beyond comprehension. So what I'm trying to share with you is if somebody's watching, if you're saved, you have none of the fear. So we're talking here, wrath of God. If you're not saved, this is the volatility of this world you live in. Very volatile, very dangerous. Perilous times, even, Paul said.
A supervolcano waking up in the USA. A supervolcano, which in case of eruption will blow all of North America and doom about half of the world to slow death, is starting to wake up. Can't we do anything about it? First, let's decide on what is a supervolcano. It's nothing like a regular volcano, a cone-shaped formation with a vent. It's more of a huge depression with the eruption area covering a few thousand square kilometers. For instance, a supervolcanic eruption on the Indonesian island of Sumatra caused 6 years of sulfuric acid rains. Add to this the dust clouds blocking the sun for quite a while, and you will get a picture very similar to nuclear winter. The supervolcano left no more than 10,000 people on the entire planet. Nowadays, there's also a threat of volcano eruption. There is a supervolcano in Yellowstone National Park, USA, at the height of 2,500 meters. Until recently, it has been considered dormant. On the outside, Yellowstone National Park is covered with a picturesque landscape. Well, on the inside, it is a vast valley filled with molten magma. For thousands of years, magma has been filling huge underground reservoirs, melting rock, becoming so thick that volcanic gases causing eruptions in regular volcanoes can't escape. Thereby, upward pressure from gigantic subsurface molten magma bodies make the surface of the Earth begin to swell. That lasts for hundreds of thousands of years until the swelling explodes. According to scientific data, the period between supervolcanic eruptions constitutes around 600,000 years. Based on that, we are bound to witness the next cataclysm. Originally, researchers scheduled it for 2075, but in summer 2003, strange things began to happen in Yellowstone National Park. The ground temperature rose to the boiling point. There appeared fissures releasing hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide, volcanic gases contained in magma. These factors led scientists to believe that magma had escaped from its chamber and is reaching the surface at the speed that has increased by several times. Due to that, the time the volcano was believed to erupt was changed by almost 50 years. While magma is at the depth of 10 kilometers from the mouth of the supervolcano, it's too early to worry. But as soon as it rises to 2 to 3 kilometers, we'll have serious grounds for concern. And we do have grounds for concern. 2003, Norris Geyser Basin is closed for tourists due to increased volcano activity and high water temperature. 2006, the land in the park is found to be rising 10 centimeters per year. 4th of March 2014, the White House ordered the U.S. Geological Agency to restrict access to the information on earthquakes and gas emissions. March 2014, bisons and elks abandoned the park. April 2014, the water temperature in the lakes rose above 20 degrees Celsius. According to scientists, in case of explosion, the picture will be more dramatic than that of apocalypse. It will start with the land in Yellowstone National Park abruptly going up and overheating. And when the immense pressure bursts, caldera, the resulting mouth will erupt thousands of cubic meters of lava that will resemble a column of fire. The explosion will be accompanied by massive earthquake and disastrous lava flows spreading at the speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour. The eruption will last several days. However, people and animals will primarily die not from ash and lava, but from suffocation and poisoning by sulfuretted hydrogen. By this time, the air throughout western regions of the USA will be poisoned so much that humans will last no longer than 5 to 7 minutes. Researchers do not challenge the fact that Yellowstone Giant will trigger the eruption of hundreds of regular volcanoes worldwide. Furthermore, the eruption of volcanoes situated on the ocean bed will generate numerous tsunamis, which will flood coastal areas and all island countries. What will follow can be described as volcanic winter. The U.S. President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology has come to the conclusion that it will be impossible to rescue the entire population. A few months' time before the explosion, we'll see the evacuation of major scientists, military servicemen, high-tech experts, and billionaires. Millionaires are very unlikely to escape due to insufficient space on the Ark. Even now, there are millionaires who are getting rid of their property and moving to the Eastern Hemisphere. Such an Ark will presumably be the African country Liberia. That's where the passengers of the Ark will try to hole up for several years in an underground bunker. So, when will the supervolcano erupt? Nobody knows for sure, but that will be quite a sight.
Are you serious? It's getting very serious. Give your life to Jesus Christ, okay? Start walking in the peace. Start walking in the power. Start walking in the blessing and the love of God. Lay your head on your pillow at night and know that you're in the arms of Jesus and that, everything's going to work out. He's coming. He is coming. And it's way sooner than you can ever imagine.
For reasons of security and therefore insecurity, cometh the hour, cometh the mothership that is Ark Midnight, streaking out of the dark of the deep range and into the light of the deep strange. I am John B. Wells on the bridge. Welcome aboard, Ark Riders and Caravanners. This is going to be an amazing evening as we make our way to the midnight hour here in the great state of Texas, which is sizzling worse than Oak Lawn ever thought of sizzling. Or even the Castro district. Don't drop your keys. Yes, you can tell the attitude is there, because that's what it's all about, isn't it? Attitude. So how about this stuff? We got an amazing announcement to make. I think the Caravanners and everybody else are going to be really delighted to hear it. We have several offers, good stuff, inexpensive stuff, in some cases comes pretty close to free stuff. As we begin episode 52 of Ark Midnight. Tip of the hat to Miss B for getting this whole thing orchestrated. I can tell you that if it were not orchestrated, this would not be happening. My position was, they're not going to let me on the radio again. Besides, I've got Caravan. No, they will. Watch and see. So I say in advance, like I used to say in the old days, if I suddenly drop off the scope, just come to caravantomidnight.com. You'll find me. Tuesday through Thursday, I am privileged to host this program. 759 programs in archive right now waiting for you. Fantastic guests. Absolutely fantastic. And we broach some subjects that, I'm serious when I say, others do not. Now, there are some activists out there in, for example, YouTube land that are doing some very, very good work. Unfortunately, in YouTube land, you also find a lot of people who are not doing good work. What they are doing is distributing, well, falsehood, disinformatia, all that stuff. It's not good. Etobazumnia. Sorry, I waxed Russian because, well, the Russians influence everything. So I'll tell you what, let's just run down a couple of little news things for you that you might find of interest. Did you hear about this mysterious ship crashing off Japan? A U.S. naval vessel has crashed into a transport ship, and 7 U.S. sailors are now missing. This is not good. Not good at all. So we're praying that they're floating out there and they're all right and they're going to be recovered. It's absolutely amazing what people in the service are going through now. You talk about politics. I've always said, no business can be free from... Uh-oh, I've got a message coming from over there. What is it? Will you tell me? Oh, wow. Missed it by 1? Are you kidding me? Oh, I can't believe we made it this far. Chief of the boat has just told me we're at 760 on the programs. But anyway, yeah, fantastic. Okay, 759, 760. Who counts over 7? Oh, you do, right. No, it's all about politics, isn't it? I mean, and inside the services, they deal with politics as much as somebody who's in the, I don't know, any department at the local Walmart or whatever, that they're dealing with politics there. It's everywhere. And I say again, I've said it a few times, if you look up the word politics in the Oxford Universal Dictionary, I have the 1979 version of it. You need your readers and your Sherlock Holmes looking glass before you can read anything on it, because it's like 0.1 font. Under the definition of politics, it goes on for 3 columns of tiny print. And it's not a very nice word. It really isn't. More on that later. Now, the whole jihadi thing has calmed down just a little bit, but on Caravan to Midnight, we say things like, why isn't anybody looking into that huge line of brand new Toyota Tundra trucks? And it's my understanding these are not for export. This is a product, this is a truck for USA only. Who made those trucks? Well, Toyota did. Well, where did they make them? The answer that I received is San Antonio, Texas. We say things on Caravan to Midnight like ISIS is USIS. And then there's that whole email scandal. Hillary Clinton and her private email account. Well, it wasn't a private email account. It was a private email server. So, deep into the politics we go, but we don't have to go too deep. Let me just ask one question. I'm not going to make a statement. I'm going to make a question. In 2015 and 2016, prior to the election, when all this alleged Russian hacking is going on and all these terrible things are going on that are threatening our national security, who was in charge? Was it Mr. Trump? Don't think so. Who was in charge? Who was the former Secretary of State? Now, who was in charge at that time? What were the affiliations of her Huma? And why was her half a sex case at least husband, Anthony Weiner, why would that person have access to this stuff? So when you hear the left, which is destroying itself, the left is literally eating itself. Ted Nugent has decided he's going to back off on his harsh rhetoric. Ted, you're mellowing with age. Don't do that. Don't mellow. You can be mellow when you check out of here. It's not the vitriol from the right that caused the shooting at the charity baseball game practice session. And by the way, that guy can't shoot worth a damn. I'm sorry he hit anybody, but seriously, fired 50 rounds, fired between 60 and 100 rounds. Really? And hit one person. That's not very good shooting. That's like straight out of the Three Stooges. Really is. So, was it the vitriol from the right that caused all of this? No. I don't think so. What do you think? Because in the end, it doesn't really matter that much what I think. What matters is what you think. What matters is your critical thinking skills, being sharp. What matters is whether your eyes are up, always, as we like to say at Caravan. Our program, Caravan to Midnight, is supported entirely by the members of Caravan to Midnight. Now, we have some subscriptions to offer. For example, the newsletter comes out 4 times a year. Joe Meyer puts it out 4 times a year. Joseph Meyer, straightmoneyanalysis.com. And he charges a little over $250 for this. We have a deal going right now. You join Caravan for a year and you get the March report, the June report, and the report that'll come out at the end of September for $80. You can't beat it with a stick. I said on the program, you can't beat it with your Ray Donovan edition baseball bat. You can't beat it. So back to the member part. A member is a family member, not a subscriber. The Caravanners are members, not subscribers, and we invite you to join our family. 760 programs in archive right now. There is something in there, literally. There is something. There is much, but I'm going to keep it. I'm going to err on the side of conservatism and say there's something at Caravan to Midnight for everybody. But the fact of the matter is there's a lot for anybody and everybody at Caravan to Midnight. And so, tires are kicked, fires are lit. So in the words of Waingro, as depicted by Kevin Gage in the old 1995 movie Heat, we have to get it on, man. And lady, we just have to get it on. Stand by.
You're listening to Art Midnight with John B. Wells. Now, here is John B.
All right. It's really good to be with you on Saturday nights. I'm telling you, there is no other place I would rather be than behind this mic at the undisclosable location and talk to you and share with you. I want to give a little shout out here right now. I really do. You know, we have handed our progeny a big job. And I see that these millennials, there's a line between the realists and the ones who are just not gonna go along with the status quo. As Mr. Ghost once remarked, who's in his late 20s, I think your generation got set up big time. He said this to me, and I said, oh yeah. But I'll tell you, who got set up even bigger was my parents' generation. My dear mother could not imagine that the news media would say anything that was the least bit inaccurate or willfully false. Couldn't imagine such a thing. In the 80s, I'm saying, I'm inside the apparatus, and I assure you that they will. I don't know yet who they're taking their orders from, but I suspect it's the people above the owners of these various corporations. And then as the years have gone by, we see that 6 corporations own virtually everything. And so everything, magazines, newspapers, the ones which remain, movies, records, television, radio, 6 corporations. For example, Time Warner owns CNN. Did you know that? And if you did, what do you think about that? It's kind of strange, isn't it? Time Warner. So anyway, we have delivered unto our progeny, those who will follow us, a real mess to clean up, but I think that they are more than up to the task of doing so. And so I want to welcome a new ARC writer, 14-year-old Taylor. Welcome aboard, and thank you very much. I'll try to keep in mind, 14. Unbelievable. I mean, spectacular. And so, Taylor gets it, and is going to get more. And Taylor will be able to tell others in her demographic, in her age group, what's really going on. Just remember, when you try and awaken people to something that is so completely foreign and alien to their otherwise rational thinking, you can't throw the whole deck of cards out there. You just give them a card, let them look at that for a minute, then toss out another card, and another, and another, until the whole deck is laid out in front of them. But don't just toss out the whole deck. They'll flip, and they'll withdraw. So just a word to the wise. By the way, the VIP tickets have sold out at for the Red Pill Expo. That is going to be a very, very interesting and quite unique experience. G. Edward Griffin put this thing on. He wrote, he's written many books, but the one he's most known for is The Creature from Jekyll Island, about effectively the takeover of the banking system by a few people back in 1913. The Federal Reserve System was put into place, and Woodrow Wilson said, I have inadvertently destroyed my country. But you know what's interesting? I keep using this little analogy over and over and over again, but I get no further, in getting any answers as to how do you solve, for example, the financial situation. Well, if you go to your Bible and you read the part that says the money is the love of money is the root of all evil, not money, but the love of it. So now, Jack and Jill get married, and they each have $1, and they have a little baby. And the baby looks up at them and says, well, where's my $1? So Jack and Jill look at each other, and they look at the baby, and they each tear off a little piece of their $1, and they give it to the baby. Then they have another baby, and on and on and on and on. So if in 1913, the population of this country was so much less than it is now, if you have 350 million people approximately, I used that figure a couple of years ago, more than that now, and now you're hearing people say it. Nobody wants to be first, but everybody wants to be next, right? 350 million people using the dollar. Well, how are we going to tear off a little piece of our dollars and give them a little bit of our money? Simple. You print it. Then what? What'll make us the most money the quickest? Production? Well, no, not really. We built too much stuff already. I know. Warfare. And so you see, we get involved in these undeclared conflicts over and over and over again. First it was Vietnam. That went on from 1964, April. Lyndon Johnson comes on television to say, we're going to send our boys over there. And they lit that fuse with the thing called the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which was a false flag. Meaning, they didn't do anything to us, we did something to them and made it look like they did something to us. 6 months, barely 6 months. barely 6 months after the assassination of John Kennedy, really more like 5, because he was assassinated at the end of November. And November was almost over. So 5.5 months later, here we go into Vietnam, stay there from 64 to 75. Then in March 2003, we decided to go to the Middle East. And we're still there. It's 2017, still there. And our boys and some women are being lost over there. They're being maimed. They're being murdered. Warfare is nothing but legalized murder. And you send your brightest and your best looking uniforms, your best looking gear, your most fancy weapons and all that, and you just slaughter the hell out of each other. If anybody can tell me that that's right, please step up to the mic and tell me that that's absolutely right. Now, I repeat, in undeclared conflict, warfare is sometimes necessary for one civilization to not be annihilated by another. Which is why I keep up with this thing called Jihad Watch. And when you read things from Jihad Watch, remember the big deal George W. Bush made about we're not at war with Islam? Well, I got some news for you. Islam is at war with us. Islam is at war with us. Here's a few headlines. Ramadan in Israel, Islamic jihadist murder female border police officer. She's a pretty girl. She is a beautiful girl. And she's dead now. And guns weren't enough. They decided they need to use some knives too. Next story, London's Muslim mayor, that would be Sadiq Khan, refuses to cancel pro-jihad terror anti-Israel demonstration. Yep, for many years this march has been rife with anti-Semitism and the fulsome support of a terrorist organization, Hezbollah. I am sure I do not need to remind anyone that Hezbollah is currently massacring Syrian civilians on behalf of President Assad and is funded by Iran, one of the major supporters of global jihad. President Assad. Now, here's the other part. As common sense is so uncommon, and normal has become abnormal, and abnormal has become normal. And our mainstream media spins things any way they like. MSM, Ministry of Smoke and Mirrors. Do we really believe that Assad is murdering his own citizens? Well, he's a doctor. I know there was a Dr. Mengele. He was a pretty rough cat. But as Hezbollah is a proscribed terrorist organization, it makes no distinction between its armed and political wing, yet its supporters will be allowed to march through London streets unhindered, said Mr. Bloom. This is extremely disappointing and challenges the mayor's commitment to rid the streets of London of extremism. Well, he won't even refer to it as Islamic extremism. He won't. But what about President Assad? Do we really believe he's murdering his own people? Or do we just rely on the Ministry of Smoke and Mirrors to tell us so? What is it that they want? They, with the capital T, H, E, and Y. They, what is it they want? Well, they want the resources. They want the control. And so that's just the way it goes. Now, I'm delighted to report that Mr. Chuck Hoppus is going to pay us a visit because he has a special deal for caravanners to be, and also caravanners themselves, as well as the Ark Midnight Riders. And then, just a little bit past 10 o'clock tonight, local time here in Dallas, Texas, we're going to have an astounding announcement that I think you're going to really, really enjoy hearing. This is going to be massive. So, hold on for that. Don't go anywhere. And if you do, take us with you, okay? And we'll take you with us. I'm John B. Wells, and this is Ark Midnight. Stand by for more. That's Chase and Status. And the name of that tune is Blind Faith. And that's how we fly, with blind faith. We're about to be joined by Charles H. Coppice, founder and president of IDP Consulting Group. He's got a special little offer for you. We want to talk to him for a minute. He's an independent precious metals and consulting firm owner that assists clients with pension fund rollovers and commercial storage and physical delivery of precious metals. He's got a business background in sales and marketing for almost 40 years. He's been a licensed security broker and a featured guest on national radio programs and currently host of The Reckoning Hour, a monthly podcast covering current affairs and economics. So enjoy the tunes for a moment. We'll do a little break and then we'll get on with Chuck Coppice. This is Arc Midnight. Experts agree that America's water infrastructure is deteriorating. Threats include aging infrastructure, ruptured pipes and sinkholes, as well as chemical, pharmaceutical, and sewage-saturated water sources. You need a critical contamination barrier in place for your family. You need the Big Berkey system. It removes viruses, bacteria, pesticides, PFCs, pharmaceuticals, organic chemicals, heavy metals, foul taste and odors, even radiologicals for just pennies per gallon. Use the portable Big Berkey water purifier at home while traveling, camping, at sporting events, and during an emergency. Because it not only purifies treated water, the powerful Big Berkey system can purify raw, untreated water from sources like lakes, ponds, rivers, and streams. And the Big Berkey system needs no electricity, plumbing, or water pressure, so you can take it anywhere. Get your Big Berkey C2M special by ordering online at berkeywater.com/C2M or call 877-857-PURE.
The question is, do you really want to know? If you do, join the Caravan to Midnight at caravantomidnight.com. Now, more Arc Midnight with John B. Wells.
Thank you very much, my invisible friend. Talking about Charles H. Chuck Coppice. You know, here's the thing. There are a lot of people out there looking at what's going on with the looming financial crisis. It's been the proverbial can has been kicked down the proverbial road, and it's a proverbial spin is what it is. But I have to tell you, as author of America's Financial Reckoning Day, he provides an intriguing background in monetary history and macroeconomics and geopolitics that is prophetically shaping our world today. He provides helpful advice for contrarian investors and for the baby boomers. There's a few of them out there. I'm one of them. This is by way of a pretty serious wake-up call that domestic and foreign issues are converging to script the perfect financial storm. And that would include unsustainable sovereign debt, unfunded liabilities, derivatives exposure on a spectacular level that can lead to an eventual currency collapse, certainly bond defaults, certainly hyperinflation. And with all of that come what? Threats to our civil liberties. So without further ado, here he is. Charles, I call him Chuck, Coppice. Welcome, Chuck. Good to have you with us.
Hey, JB. Good to be with you. Great to be on your weekend show, and always glad to be a regular over there on Caravan to Midnight. So,
well, you are a regular, and I'll tell you, you bring a lot to the party. You put on a spectacular presentation just this past week, and it was amazing. It was so well organized, a slide after slide after slide, which is why, you know, Chuck, it would have been a lot easier to just done audio only. You know, people still call Caravan to Midnight a radio show, and that's fine. I get it. Right. But because a lot of them are listening on their various devices and all of that. But when you can see the material that, for example, you provided, it's a really enriching experience. And a lot of people sent email to us saying, wow, that was really off the charts. That was cool. So anyway.
I enjoy that. That's a unique venue that you have, commercial free, and I kind of exploit the medium, because if you can present things, I said you remember 80% of what you see and only 20% of what you hear. So I like to make a little impact by doing that, and it takes me about 5 weeks to put it together, seriously. So really enjoy sharing that with your folks, and wish we could do it here. But that's episode 757, by the way, if they want to check that out over there.
757, yeah, that's exactly right, yeah. Well, you know, you're keeping up with the numbers better than I did. I had to be reminded that we took out episode 760 and got that thing posted. So I can't believe we're gonna hit 1,000 shows here before too long. And people say, did you ever think that you would do like 700 and some odd programs? It's like, I didn't really think about it. I can tell you that I wanted to do 750 programs, but it's really cool. And you know, with that venue being able to talk with you like that, it's like, Chuck, What is the meaning of life? Hold on a minute, we've got to take a break. You know, just you're about to give us the answer, so we don't do that on Caravan. So it's kind of helpful.
Okay, well, feel free to interrupt me here tonight. You know, once I get on a roll, you know how it is.
Yeah, I do. And we just let you roll with it. I just sit back and go, okay, this is going to numb your mind. But the good thing about listening to a presentation by a man like Chuck Coppice is that you can just go, wait a minute, let me hit pause. Wait, let me think about that for a second. Okay, I've got it. Let me proceed and listen to more. And it's so very cool. So anyway.
Hey, you know, you mentioned G. Edward Griffin.
Yeah.
Grand old gentleman, I don't know, 80 years old.
Is he really?
I don't know. He's still going strong. Well, he's so healthy. You know, he knows so much about health, and wonderful man. The Creature from Jekyll Island. I think it's in its 30th reprint or something. It's a classic, and great job. And I used a lot of his material in part one of my book to explain monetary history and establish what is money and everything right from the beginning, and especially the Fed, the Federal Reserve, which we've had a little over 100 years, and it's done tremendous damage. It's just basically a cartel, like a banana cartel, oil cartel, on behalf of the banksters. And it's something that would never square with the U.S. Constitution. This is what monetary scholar Edwin Vieira called it would never pass the supremacy test before the Supreme Court, because you can't square a central bank like this with the U.S. Constitution. And our founding fathers absolutely hated central banking. They knew all about it from the Bank of England, which basically in 1694, by the time they were taxing the colonies to support the war bonds and to be an empire like the British Empire, that was the prime reason for taxing the colonies, and it was all the invention of central banking. In fact, in Griffin's book, he shows throughout history, as soon as the central bank was created there, others started to copy it, and wars broke out exponentially. You know, war is good business. War is a racket by, what's that guy's name?
Smedley Butler, two-time Medal of Honor winner.
War is a racket, and you combine that with central banking. I mean, Griffin calls it the Rothschild formula: create something that needs massive expenditures, and then monetize the debt, and do it at interest, and enrich the banksters, and all of that and everything. So anyway, he's done terrific work. I cover that in part one of my book, and so on. But right now, we've had the Fed taking some baby steps with the interest rates. That's the drama we all have to wait for. You know. Hold your breath. What is Grandma Yellen going to say? And so they raise this tiny little rate, and they want to take the training wheels off the economy, and they're raising into weakness. This is the only central bank that's trying to do this. No other central bank's doing this. They're going to be forced to go the other way. In fact, they're even talking negative rates and so on. And it was William White. He was a former BIS economist at Bank of International Settlements, and he said that all the major central banks are stoking asset bubbles deliberately to put off the day of reckoning. We're in a world that is dangerously unhitched, unanchored. He said later, we are out of bullets, or as Stockman says, we have no dry powder left. The Keynesians, this is their only answer, is just to print money. And like you said, it's the love of money is the root of all evil, but money is the answer to everything. That's what the Bible says, Ecclesiastes 10:19. I think they need to put that verse over the Eccles building in the Federal Reserve.
There's a problem. Quick, throw money at it.
That's their answer.
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Every time, and we want it. We want it that way. You know, we look increasingly to the central planners, the genius. 12 people meeting in secret 8 times a year to set interest rates. Free markets should set interest rates, not a private meeting front running this thing, especially not 100 months of zero. But you know, this is a train wreck coming, and that's why I titled my book America's Reckoning Day. And the term reckoning, it means to settle. If you look it up, it's a settling between assets and liabilities. And John, as you know, we're on an unsustainable path to the fiscal cliff, the debt ceilings, monetary collapse, everything. You know, our fiscal monetary problems are more structural than a normal business cycle. We're 10 years long into this. We haven't had a recession in 10 years. Normally they're like 5 years, boom, bust, and so on. So we really, really postponed this thing, and now 85, 90% of our annual budget is mandatory spending. I'm talking, you know, Medicare, Social Security, defense, interest. In fact, this year's, I believe, deficit will be $400 billion, and that is about the size of the defense budget or by itself, the Medicare budget. So we're almost saying, well, we got to take care of all the other, people here in America, or we got to be the world's policeman, and we got to go into debt to do it. And on top of that, we should have more health care, right?
Yeah.
It's a great idea.
Sure. Absolutely.
Do more. And that's why I say we have an institutionalized welfare and a warfare state. And now we're stuck with structural unemployment. I think it's really cruel that we talk about a robust economy when you have 100 million people out of the labor force. I don't even know how they get away with that. Well, I'm going to cover that in my next newsletter about the new normal, financial bubbles, and so on. But we've outsourced our jobs. You and I are baby boomers, and we are not very well prepared for this. People are feeling that anxiety, and that's why I believe people really showed up for Donald Trump. That's always how people tend to vote, their wallet and so on. But he was addressing things we really wanted to hear. Unfortunately, I think he's about 20 years and $20 trillion too late. And $20 trillion is not just our national debt. It would be like having a mortgage. It's $20 trillion. That's the principal. We owe the interest. We owe, in fact, $6 trillion to foreigners at coupon rate plus interest. We don't owe this debt to ourselves.
There's only one way to do it, Chuck. But I got to... Well, you got me wanting to have about, 5 thoughts come out at once, so I'll try and control myself here.
All right.
But it's like this. I think Donald Trump, he's an alpha male. He's successful. He has everything that non-hackers would be jealous of. He really does. These other ones on the left, they try and grovel and make it, I'm messed up just like you are. And, I know you're not. I know you're a little sleazy, but that's okay. We're sleazy too. We can understand each other. We can get along. I don't think Mr. Trump is not the kind of person who is going to recognize failure as an option, merely a nagging possibility that keeps him on point. And if it comes right down to it, they'll be so upset. But I'm going to make a prediction. Somebody, and I got a feeling it's going to be Mr. Trump, because so far all these attacks on him, he's just played these idiots beautifully and just let them self-destruct. And it's over with. There's nothing there. There's nothing there to see. I mean, I could go on and on about even getting Robert Mueller to do he's got all these Democrat affiliations. He got lawyers with him that have Democrat affiliations. And so when finally there's nothing there, it's like, okay, just like Ferguson, Missouri, you had Holder down there with the entire Justice Department trying to make a big deal out of it, and they couldn't even convene a grand jury to come up with an indictment. That's exactly what's going to happen here. Somebody is going to say, we're going to have to just forget about the interest. We'll deal with the principle, but the interest, you're just going to have to eat it. And it may hurt, but you know what? Everything that you do is a little bit messy. Everything. Cooking, extrapolated from there. Everything that your life revolves around, you're going to get a little bit messy. And so, if some people have to taste a little pain in furtherance of salvaging the global financial system, I'm thinking maybe we ought to take a little pain and just get it over with. Now, let me ask you this. You referenced G. Edgar Griffin's book, but I want to talk about your book for a minute. Now, you have offered, and it's on the Caravan to Midnight page. You got to scroll down a little bit, folks, because it's you go to caravantomidnight.com. Do not use any numbers. Do not leave any letters out of the word midnight, just the words, caravantomidnight.com. Scroll down on the right. You're going to see that Chuck has a deal for you. You get his book, America's Financial Reckoning Day. You get a 2-hour DVD, and you get a special report. Can you give them a hint as to what is in the, because everybody likes a surprise, but what are they going to see in the DVD, just in the broad strokes, not too much detail?
Well, it's pretty easy. It was a presentation. I did a PowerPoint presentation at Calvary Baptist Church down in Tempe, Arizona, and it's 2 hours long. We did have a break in between. It's 180 slides, you know me, and I put a lot of animation in it and stuff, so it's kind of fun. It tells the story again, from beginning to end, and in that setting. So that's what that is. And then the report is a 20-page report on the petrodollar warfare and collapse of U.S. dollar imperialism. Those are actually downloadable on my site, but I send that out for people as well, and it kind of highlights the petrodollar, the Saudi Arabia, the whole Nixon era, the military-industrial complex. It's pretty complex. Remember Eisenhower's warning about be on guard with the military-industrial complex.
Oh, yeah.
He said that in 1961. And that's what Smedley Butler was warning about, what later he said, I guess. And so we have this, America wants to be the global policeman. We cannot continue this. You know, the Roman Empire collapsed because it had too many garrisons. It had too many, in fact, it was just because of that, trying to be maintaining empire. And remember, I mentioned Joseph Tainer's study on the collapse of complex society. There's less and less marginal return for the investment you're making in your country. We have spent $10 trillion since 2008.
Oh, is that all?
The marginal return.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've reached, I think we long ago reached the point of diminishing returns, which is exactly why we have the staggering debt that we have now.
We do. And it's, Ludwig von Mises said this. He said, there's no means of avoiding the final collapse of a boom brought on by a credit expansion. The alternative is only whether the crisis should come sooner or later, and a total catastrophe of the currency system involved. And I do develop this theme in my book, The Challenge to the Reserve Currency Status of the U.S. dollar, which was established in 1944. And, of course, Nixon in 1971 later closed the gold window, defaulted on the Bretton Woods Agreement. And so now the world is floundering towards a very disorderly, reckless monetary reset and a reckoning date. It's going to, because America has the most debt and the most to lose as the 60% of currency reserves in the world and a huge bond market. What if that goes no bid? What if people don't want the dollars so much anymore? What if that exorbitant privilege is taken away quickly? That's what the French called it in 1971. So under pressure, that's what happened, and we've been floating ever since. 46 years on a total fiat currency, total faith and confidence in the genius of central planners. Like Japan, 25-year deflation, buying 80% of their bonds, half their equities. I mean, what else are they going to monetize? The Fed has taken in school loans, car loans, and less than AA bonds and everything else, mortgage-backed securities. And now they think they can unwind that and everything. Again, this is just so much experimentation. We have never in the history of the world seen anything like this. And, there's complacency right now. The VIX index is at a 20-year low or something. People, there's not daily volatility. There's nothing shakes them. Could be nuclear bombs coming out of North Korea. Could be, existential risk, counterparty risk anywhere. And everybody they're complacent. And this always precedes a major crash in the marketplace.
Chuck, that's interesting that you say that, because people, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I have to. It's like people who are listening to this broadcast right now are going, I'm not interested in any of this stuff. I don't care about derivatives. I don't care. Tell them why they should care. What could happen to the guy on the street as a result of not knowing more than he does now, he or she, he and she?
Well, in the capital markets, look at all of 401k, look at all the pension funds leveraged out, state pension funds going broke, Illinois in a couple of weeks. They're all fully exposed to these capital markets. The bond market is the end of a 40-year super cycle. So these can have broadside effects on people's investments, pensions, confidence, of course, and everything else. What happens when the dollar collapses? This is kind of what Rickards' latest book, The Road to Ruin. There's going to be a tremendous credit freezing up. The world runs on credit. And there's going to be bank bail-ins. There's going to be currency exchange controls. You can expect to see that. And probably exchange rates to a new dollar of some kind. They're going to have to force a Bretton II emergency kind of meeting and put something together. And I think that's precisely where things are moving, especially as they adopted the special drawing right, which we've talked about before, through the IMF, the special drawing rights. I think that's going to be pushed into place, moved into place for a reserve settlement currency. They'll take, there's 5 currencies in the basket, and they'll just calibrate the dollar down and, in my opinion, raise the euro up. I think the euro is in better shape than the U.S. structurally, fiscally. They have no trade deficits. They have half the debt, half the unemployment. Things we hear more about that, and it's dysfunctional because one size won't fit all. And from an intriguing perspective, and probably what makes my book rather unique, is that I develop a prophetic matrix where I think how this is going to unfold, based on prophecies in the book of Daniel, chapter 2, and so on, about the rise of Europe. eventually coming out of the old Roman Empire, as Daniel depicted in that prophecy. And I mean, that's just intriguing, and it's precisely pretty much what we see underway over there. And of course, America's decline, we're going to have to take a much lesser role. The new normal is the middle class is almost being wiped out.
Mm-hmm. I've been hearing this for a while. So your book, you actually offer some solutions, but I must ask you for the benefit of our listeners, is this pretty easy to understand? I mean, once they get into it, it's not like sitting through like a 5-hour lecture that you really are not interested in this subject. I mean, these are solutions that you are going to suggest to them by way of making the inevitable a little easier on them. That's what I take from what you're saying.
Yeah,
yes?
Yeah. They can go to my website, chuckhoppus.com, COPPES, and look at some of the book reviews, and I have sample chapters, things like that. I've talked about reform that's been proposed for Social Security, for monetary reform, like G. Edward Griffin has done in his book, using more of a silver standard, getting rid of the Federal Reserve notes and creating U.S. notes through the Treasury, and get the cartel out of this whole thing. Panama doesn't even have a central bank. Nations don't need central banks. I mean, this is the conspiracy. This is not conspiracy theory. It's history.
It's just so that you can move money around with anybody knowing what you're doing, really, isn't it?
What do you mean, the banks?
These central banks that work with each other. Isn't this just a way of orchestrating things behind the scenes? It's almost like those gangsters that went out to Vegas in the 70s. It was great because all their bosses were in New York and nobody knew what they were doing out there. Isn't this sort of the reverse thing? Nobody knows what the bosses are doing now. The soldiers don't know what the bosses are doing.
They're front-running every market. They're intervening in every LIBOR, everything, whether it's aluminum, gold, silver. They've been suppressing gold and silver since the London gold pool, and now the futures exchanges at Crimex and everything else. I mean, that's the nature of my business, is helping people get into real money. There's your, chapter 8 in my book is 40 pages. It's probably worth the price of the book, just on many contrarian strategies and so on, contingency plan that people could do. But they can see that as well at my business website, IDP Consulting Group. There's several links there on that related to that, as well as precious metals and things. And I can assist people doing that. I can assist them with precious metals IRA. I'd get the heck out of their, if they can move their qualified plans, 401, especially IRAs, consider transferring that into pure gold and silver. It's easy to do, low penalties, fees. I've been doing it for 25 years, so be glad to assist people. Also, they should get my free monthly newsletter, because time goes fast here on radio.
It does.
And if they want to see more, or if they send me an email, or if they sign up, they can sign up name and email there on either of my website. The next newsletter is going to be out the next week, 24th. And I'll send them the latest one if they respond that way. So
that's fantastic. Now look, your book, the 2-hour DVD, and the special report are available, ARC writers and caravanners, for $19.95. And there's no shipping, postage, or handling on that. It's $19.95, and you get Chuck's book, you get the 2-hour DVD, and you get a special report. It's a good deal. You should take it. Yeah.
Yes, indeed, and it supports Caravan to Midnight. I turn that over to you guys mostly. So, anyway, it's always great to be on your program, and we'll have to do this again sometime.
Well, we will, Chuck. God bless you, and thank you for what you're doing.
You bet. Take care, my friend.
You too. Listen, everybody, go to caravantomidnight.com. caravantomidnight.com. No numbers, no missing letters, no NITE, and order Chuck's book, a 2-hour DVD, and a special report for $19.95, and it'll be right out to you. An astounding announcement is coming up right after the top of the hour news and a few spots and a choice piece of music, and you're going to like it a lot. I'm John Wells, and I'll be back. This is Arc Midnight. Oh, yeah. Where else are you going to hear the chains blasting out over the public airwaves? I mean, who does that? We do. This is Arc Midnight, and we got the electromagnetines and the supplemental electromagnetrons rocking and rolling. I am absolutely delighted to titillate you with an announcement that is coming up. Here's the thing: caravanners know this, and I'm not like just. What was it that the bartender said in Cosner's Wyatt Earp about the sheriff, the county marshal there, he said, oh, he's so happy when he was waiting for Josephine Marks to show up. He goes, he'd just lick himself all over if he could. Well, I'm not doing that, but I'm telling you, I'm delighted to tell you this. We get email all the time, and we get snail mail all the time to the effect that joining Caravan to Midnight is the best thing that people ever did. They tell us that all the time. People have come to faith. People have come to the awakening of what's really happening to them out there, and has been happening for a long time. And I like to say it's a cutesy thing, I suppose, but when I say the caravan is getting longer and stronger, it is. This program, caravantomidnight.com, is expanding to a spectacular level. It really is. And on the other side of this break, I'm going to give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. And a while ago, I said, this is John Wells. It's like, that just rolls off better. If you say, I'm John B. Wells, well, who's George Scott without the C, right? We got a John Wells out in L.A. that's a big-time producer. He did The West Wing, Lord only knows what else. And we got another John Wells that does radio work in Dallas. So I got to be John B., or it's just not me, man. As Bob Dylan said, I'm just me. Okay, so that's why I do it. All right, so let's take that break right now. And then we're going to come back, and I'm going to hit you with an announcement that I'm absolutely delighted to issue. Stand by for that. Magnificent music in the background. A sense of majesty, excellence, things to come, good things, wonderful things to savor and enjoy, to be entertained by, to be held within. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Trust me.
An arc of rational thought traveling through the void of vacuous content and opinion. Arc Midnight with John B. Wells. Once again, here is John B.
Yes, that's exactly as my invisible friend just stated. Well, you know what? Here's the thing. On Monday, I'm going to go in and do this thing. And when it's over with, if things go the way they normally do when you do these things, somebody's going to look at me and say, what happened to you? And I'm going to say the same thing that Mickey Donovan said after he ran into Sully. And Sully, like, bludgeoned him senseless practically. Mickey said, I ran into an old friend. And that's exactly what I'm probably going to look like. So somebody's going to have to cover me. But the thing is, can't just be covered just because of some medical thing that you got to go do. No, this seems to be inadequate in some way. And so, are you ready? Are you set? Dr. David Janda is going to join the lineup of hosts on Caravan to Midnight and will be not only doing his 2 programs during the course of the Monday through Friday week, but he is also going to cover me. And after tonight, the next time you'll be hearing me is on Arc Midnight next Saturday night, because I'm going to go to the Red Pill Expo, and Dr. Janda is going to control the mothership while I am away. Dr. David Janda, welcome to Caravan to Midnight. You are... I'm so excited, Zach. There is no chart. The little scribble ink thing has gone off of the chart. I'm so excited to have you as part of the lineup to Caravan. It's just fantastic. Welcome to Arc Midnight. Let me let you say something.
Well, thank you very much, John. And I am honored and humbled and blessed that I've had another opportunity to be on Arc Midnight with you and with your audience, and also to become a part of the Caravan to Midnight wonderful family and platform. I am beyond words, and it's very honored, and my pledge to the listeners of Arc Midnight tonight, and also of Caravan to Midnight, that my goal is to provide, just as you have done for years, guests and information the bought-off, lamestream, fake media will never touch or provide.
That's just about as good as it's going to get ever on this planet. I'm telling you, this is just. I'm just so happy that you agreed to do it. I really am. It's fabulous.
Well, and that's mutual, John. You know, you are, I'm pretty stingy with my compliments. You are truly an icon in the world of communication, and you've helped hundreds of millions of individuals, awaken them, provided them information that will make them safer and healthier and protect them from a globalist syndicate that is intent on stripping everyone worldwide, other than the few elites, of of their freedom and their liberty and what little finances people have been able to accumulate because of the same globalists.
Yeah, we could add to that list their individuality, their status as an actual individual, and they'll rob them of their faith, even if they can, which is why it was so controversial, and it just annoyed the left so much when Mr. Trump said, in America, we worship God. We don't worship government. And I just thought, wow, did he really say that? That's amazing, And,
well, and John, I know some people think this is an overstatement, but, as we've discussed before, I started doing healthcare policy work under the direction of Ronald Reagan back in 1988, and it continued intermittently under Bush 1, Bush 2, Clinton, although they never listened to what I had to say. Of course, nothing under Obama, but my experience, John, is that, and what Ronald Reagan actually taught me very early in my tenure with him was that, the right-left axis is purely theater. It's purely fake. It's meant to put all of us unwashed, if you will, at each other's throats to divide and conquer for the globalists. They work a different axis. They don't work the right-left axis. They work the up and down axis, up being freedom and down being oppression. Their goal is to strip as much freedom and liberty of every citizen worldwide, not just in our country, worldwide. That's their goal. And Trump's statement about we worship God, well, one of the things I came to realize very early on is this entity that now that we're doing more battle with them more in the open, if you will, people have caught on because of folks, leaders like yourself, that have come forward and had the courage to bring whistleblowers and insiders that were willing to talk and to bring your analysis forward that, look, there is this sinister entity. These folks, John, my experience is they worship a different God. They don't worship the God you and I and our listeners worship. They worship a different God, and they're evil folks. I mean, they are truly evil. And I think people, before we can ever defeat them and truly gain more of our freedoms back, you have to identify your enemy. And unfortunately, the lamestream fake media is part of this sinister octopus that is on a 24/7 basis trying to strip folks of their freedom and liberty. And the fake media's goal is to keep this deception going and to, if you will, hide what the globalists are truly after.
That was wonderfully stated. It really was, and I'm not schmoozing you either. That was really a good shot, right at the waterline. It's absolutely amazing. And how can you expect? I mean, people they just want to live their lives pretty much. They don't want to make a life of activism or anything like that. But the thing is it's just like war, as was written by I want to say it was Sun Tzu, maybe it was Musashi, but. You may not be interested in war, but war is very, very interested in you. And it's the same thing. It's like you're going to be affected by whoever has the most activism. And if the left overwhelms the right, then those are the rules you're going to live under. If the right, which still stands for individual liberty, individuality, personal assessment, and personal responsibility in acquiring prosperity, making prosperity, doing something for the world, leaving it in a little bit better condition than it was when you got here. Well, you're going to live under those rules too. So the time is now to pick a side. What side of the line are you on? And understand that your vote counts and your activism counts as well. And I'm not talking about necessarily walking around with a sign and yelling through a megaphone. That's not going to do anything. Showing up at the Bilderberg meeting and just prancing around out there in bikini underwear or whatever and yelling through a megaphone. That's not going to change anything those people are doing. No. What's going to change what they're doing is when you continue to expose who they are and specifically what they do, who they are connected to, and what the effect is on the people about whom they care nothing.
And it's imperative that every one of our listeners network this information. You see, John, you put it all on the line. I try to put it all on the line.
You do.
But our efforts really are minimized if our listeners don't step up and start networking this information. For example, every one of our listeners should try to set a goal every week that they're going to talk to several of their family members, several of their workers, several of their neighbors, several of their church members, friends, to try to get a bit more knowledgeable on what's really going on. And that's the wonderful aspect. There are many wonderful aspects, but that's the wonderful aspect of what you do with Heart Midnight, and it's a wonderful aspect of what you do with Caravan to Midnight. And every listener should be trying to network this information and encourage their friends, families, neighbors, coworkers to open their eyes to what's really going on. And you have made that very easy for people. And that's through the Caravan to Midnight site. I mean, the podcasts are all there, the video casts are all there, the written information is there. John, you and your staff have done a wonderful job of creating this platform of which folks can blast off, if you will, to regain their freedom and liberty. But they have to be active participants, because the way the globalists win and the way our children are cheated from the freedom and liberty that we had growing up is if our listeners remain silent, if they remain dormant, and they don't network the information and all the hard work you and your staff have done. And what I've tried to do through Operation Freedom, my Sunday show, and DaveJanda.com, our website, if they don't utilize those resources, then the chances of us winning this battle are very small. So people, it's not a spectator sport. It maybe in the past it was, but that's some of the reasons why we've gotten in this mess. People have to become active. And you're right, John, this doesn't mean that they're having a blowhorn or outside Bilderberg meeting. It means that they are networking this information to their loved ones, their friends, their families, their coworkers. And they don't have to pontificate. They can just say, hey, look, there's these great websites, caravantomidnight.com, DaveJanda.com. Go to a YouTube channel for Caravan to Midnight. Go to Operation Freedom's YouTube channel. Listen to what these guys have to say. And John, you've been doing this for a long time. I started my radio show back in October 2010, and I'm sure you and I have had the same response initially when we started this journey. When I bring whistleblowers forward that I've known for 20 years in the government, when I've been doing consulting work, and people say, well, Dave, this information you're presenting, I actually believe it, because the sources you bring forward are very truthful and they reputable, but gosh, it just seems like conspiracy theory.
It was so much fun to talk to my cousin who's out in Arizona. And he said, and I called him up out of nowhere and talked. He goes, you know what? One of the guys that plays in my band said, no way. He's your cousin? He was talking about me. And he goes, yeah. And my cousin said, he said, you've been talking about this stuff all the way back to the 80s. And he goes, I thought you were just crazy as hell. He goes, but it was all true. And I said, yeah, stick with me, kid. You'll learn something, okay?
Well, and not only learn something, John, but this is the point we're in, because the globalists are getting desperate. Their plan for their new world order is falling apart at the seams, and they're getting desperate. They're panicked, and this is why you're seeing the attacks against Trump that are so vitriolic and so hysterical. Is because this is not a sign of them having the upper hand. These are signs of a cornered rat, and a rat that's losing the battle. Mm-hmm. And this is very. I mean, this is the time. This is the time for people to step up, and because the globalists are petrified. They are petrified of what you do and maybe a little bit of what I do because it empowers people. See, what you do and what I try to do is give people back their lives by educating and empowering them and taking on, if you will, the man being the globalist syndicate. And John, I believe they are losing, and I believe that's why we're seeing the reaction we're seeing, if you will, whether it's in Washington or in Wall Street or wherever it might be.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. I've used and it's funny that you should say a cornered rat, because I've used I said they are struggling like a yellow rat that somebody has smacked and stunned with a shoe and tossed into the toilet. And this thing is struggling, it is scratching, it will bite you, it will attack you, but the water's swirling and it's going away. And it wasn't interesting, you know, that ridiculous Julius Caesar rendition they did up in, they're doing up in New York.
Yeah, Shakespeare in the Park.
Yeah, and Time Warner supports this. We're not going to drop our sponsorship of it. It's like, oh, really? Yeah, that's really cute. But somebody stormed the stage. Somebody got themselves arrested by somebody yelled, "Goebbels would be proud." And it's like, you bunch of Nazis and stuff like that, making a simulation of President Trump being assassinated, Julius Caesar style. I mean, seriously, how moronically sub-juvenile is that? And it's right in there with Kathy Griffin and the severed head. I mean, I'll just I will just destroy myself by demonstrating my vitriolic and complete my all-inness in opposing this president. But you know what? They never get around to saying what exactly it is they oppose. Somebody just recently said, well, he thinks all Mexicans are rapists and murderers. He never said any such a thing. He said illegals are coming across the border. Among them are criminals. Some of them are hardcore criminals. Some of them are rapists. Some of them are murderers. He never said all Mexicans are rapists and murderers, but these people get away with saying that stuff over the public airwaves, and nobody does a thing about it.
Except people like you and me.
That's right.
And John, what we do is we hold the globalist scum feet to the fire of truth.
And there's nothing they can do about it. And don't be confused, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Janda is covering me next week following this little surgery thing coming up on Monday. But he is with us now permanently. He is going to do, you're going to do your program on Monday and also Thursday, as well as your own radio show that you do on Sundays. So no, a couple of people were confused. It's like, no, Dr. Janda is joining the crew. He has joined. He is a member of the crew. You got me now? All right. Dr. David, hold on just a second. Let's do a break and come back and talk some more, shall we?
We shall.
All right. It is written, let it be done. This is Arc Midnight. Thanks for being with us. Stand by.
An arc of rational thought traveling through the void of vacuous content and opinion. Arc Midnight with John B. Wells. Once again, here is John B.
You remember that old Beatles song, 8 Days a Week? Well, listen, let me explain something to you, because there's so much information coming at some people. They're going, what is going on here? Dr. Janda is going to cover me Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I will be at the Red Pill Expo. Okay? Now, the following week, after he does his program, which he's been doing for years, Operation Freedom, get it? He's a surgeon, Operation Freedom. Yeah. All right, he does that on Sunday. Well, Caravan to Midnight is normally dark on Monday, but it won't be anymore because Dr. Janda is going to do a program on Monday. Then I'll be back doing Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Oh, and Dr. Janda is going to do a program on Thursday too. And then I'll do the Friday show. And then I'll do Arc Midnight on Saturday. And then Dr. Janda will do Operation Freedom on Sunday over his own channel, comes out of Michigan. So we're talking 8 days a week here. Even though there are only 7, you'll think there are 8 days a week, because there will be 8 programs a week if you include Dr. Janda's radio program that he's been doing since 2010. So, you get me now? Now, Caravan to Midnight is a 7-day 7 program per week operation. And that's where we come up on this. Now, are we clear now? Yeah, it's good, don't you think? Absolutely it is. Okay, we're going to take our little thing here, and then we're going to come right back and talk with Dr. Janda some more. So stand by. This is the one and only Arc Midnight, and it is the one and only. We have Wax Taylor, we have Allison Chains, and we have Dr. David Janda, who has joined the crew, and I think it's fantastic. So please stand by. Did I say that already? Stand by.
It's not a programming glitch, nor some science you don't understand. It's Arc Midnight with John B. Wells.
Yeah. All right. If you go to caravantomidnight.com, you scroll down on the right, you'll see Dr. Janda's book, The Awakening of a Surgeon, A Life of Prevention, Health, and Hope. Let me ask you something. Dr. Janda, and I like to call you Dr. Janda because, I know I can call you David, and I do when we're just talking, but look, you earned it. I mean, you are, in my opinion, you are a true doctor who follows the Hippocratic Oath. Number 1, do no harm. And when you were deep into the apparatus as a doctor and surgeon, you got on this thing about, well, I mean, how hard is this? All of these procedures that people are having to undergo, and their health they're hanging somewhere between health and disease, and there's no focus on prevention. Though all the focus is on cure, or however temporary it might be. What was the? I don't think this can be overstated, and I don't think it hurts to repeat it at all. What was the aha moment when you went, look, I've had it with this, there's something wrong here, and it led you to write this book and to start your program on Sundays? And by the way, be sure and tell everybody where they can hear it. I'm sure they can hear it online.
Yeah, Operation Freedom can be streamed. It's a live show every 2 to 5 Eastern p.m. on Wham Talk 1600. And the easiest way to stream it is if they go to my website, davejanda.com, D-A-V-E, Janda, J-A-N-D-A.com. There's a listen live, and it feeds right into Wham Talk 1600 based in Ann Arbor, Michigan. My show's on live, as I said, every Sunday from 2 to 5 Eastern. And they're welcome. They can call in if they have questions. But we have outstanding guests in the John B. Wells category. We do a lot of analysis of what's really happening behind the curtain. And folks are always, as I said, welcome to call in and become a part of the show, listen to the show, network the show. But my aha moment, actually, John, in medicine, while I was at the University of Michigan in my residency, I was working on developing operations, research that would help people that had sustained an injury. But I actually also started to focus on prevention. And it actually came early in my career. I had been assigned to be in charge of all trauma that came into the University of Michigan in the month of August, my first year there. And you were taking care of a lot of folks with falls and with motorcycle injuries and injuries from motor vehicle crashes and the like. But the preponderance of folks coming in were coming in with sports-related injuries. And the fallacy was that these little sports injuries were all little events and they didn't have long-term ramifications. Well, some of them were very severe and actually gave folks lifelong impairment. And I asked the simple question at the time. I went to my superiors and I said, okay, well, we're going to take really good care of these people and get them turned around, but why don't we try to prevent these injuries from occurring? Because many of them appear to be preventable. And John, these are some of the best folks in the world at treating folks that are injured. They kind of looked at me like I was from Mars. Like, you want a what?
Right.
I said, why? And really that background in prevention of thinking things through on a prevention standpoint, I actually attribute back to my mom and dad, who actually taught me to think more analytically and to look at the causes of why things were happening. My mom was a history teacher. My dad was a civil engineer. And they almost taught me at an early age how to reverse engineer situations, to look back and to see how they could be modified so that maybe the ramifications weren't so negative. And I just asked some very simple questions. And luckily there were a couple professors at the University of Michigan that said, well, Dave, what kind of well, why don't you go look at that? Why don't you go look at that prevention side? And I started looking at the prevention side of the equation, in addition to working on operations that would help people, so more of the reactive, waiting for the injury to occur for an individual and then taking care of them. And we're very good in the medical profession of taking care of folks after they've been injured, but we're really lousy at prevention. And I could give, John, I could give you and your our listeners a lot of diplomatic answers of why we're not good at prevention. But the bottom line is there's no money in it. There's no money in prevention, which is why prevention is not emphasized in medical schools or internships or residencies or fellowship programs. It's because the money is not there to support prevention. So it's all on the treatment side. So I was at a crossroads. Was I going to focus all my research activities on developing other operations to help people, or was I going to focus on prevention? And then something actually very terrible happened in our family. My wife and I at the time had one child and a baby daughter, red hair. She was at the time 11 months old. She got very, very ill. Her bone marrow stopped functioning. The concern was that she either had cancer of her bone marrow or she had a very bad viral situation that had destroyed her bone marrow, both being bad, but the worst obviously being cancer. And she got worse and worse to the point where she lost consciousness at the Children's Hospital at the University of Michigan. All my friends were doing everything they could to take care of her, reactive, trying to institute cures. Nothing was working, and she was getting worse and could no longer communicate with us. And my friends came to my wife and I at that point and said, we don't know and we don't believe Allison will make it. And at that point, I did what thousands of parents do every day in children's hospitals around our country and around the world. And I picked her up out of her crib. I held her in my arms. The only person in the room was my dad. And I said a prayer. And as I said this prayer, something happened that had never occurred in my life before. I heard a voice. And the voice said, establish an institute, focus on prevention. And I opened my eyes, I looked at my dad, and I said, it wasn't my dad's voice that I had heard. I said, did you say something? And he looked at me and he said, no, but whatever you heard, follow it.
Really? That's amazing.
And I closed my eyes and I finished the prayer and I asked God to take my life and not my daughter's. And I opened my and I finished the prayer, and within a couple minutes of that, she opened her eyes and started to speak again.
And that's just the way Father works. When you show him, you show him something. You show him your color, and you show him your sincerity. And you don't have to pray for the same thing every night. He hears you the first time. He's got it. He's God, okay?
Right.
And when you say what you did, I don't have to tell you this, David, Dr. Janda, I mean, but you told him right there. You expressed your sincerity and your belief in him when you offered your own life for the life of your daughter. And he heard you and he goes, "That's my boy right there. Let me just show you something." And he did. And you know, may I just say, praise God.
Yeah, praise God. Absolutely, John. And you know, it's interesting. My same friends that were trying to treat her and get her better that wasn't working, that same day came back and go, "What happened?" Right? Now, hey, here, look at something now. Now, this is, and I said, I prayed that God would take my life and not hers. And they looked at me and they go, "And you heard a voice?" I go, "Yeah, and it's never happened before, but yeah." And John, they looked at me and they said, "You know, Dave, we lock people up who hear voices." And I looked at them and I said, not this voice. And it's very interesting, John. Many people in the field of medicine believe they're all-knowing, all-powerful, that when a life is saved, it's all their doing.
Oh, sure.
And I found, being involved in taking care of folks for 32 years, that we really, as physicians, are pawns. And yes, we can lend help and support to people, but you really have to be oblivious to the fact, and when you take care of people that are critically ill, that there is a much higher power in charge. And some people will come into the emergency room that have little injuries or small situations that don't seem to be life-threatening and will pass. There are other folks that come in with catastrophic injuries where you think, oh, there's no way this person can make it. And they do. And it's very interesting because the folks that continue to take care of folks in medicine, I believe the vast majority of folks realize this, but there's still this contingent that they believe that they're the one calling the shot. You know, one of my operating room nurses used to love to tell this joke when we were in the operating room. And she'd say, you know, what's the difference between God and doctors? And her answer was, you know, God never pretends he's a doctor. Right? And that's also true. You know, physicians put it all on the line. I mean, in many respects, when you're taking care of folks that have communicable diseases, one of which, let's say, is AIDS, you know, you're operating on a patient with AIDS, you're putting your life on the line by taking care of those folks. And I think a lot of times folks don't really realize that docs and nurses and therapists are on a daily basis putting their lives on the line to take care of people. But we also have to realize as providers that we truly are pawns in the situation and that there is a much higher power at work and making a difference in people's lives. So that's why I entitled my book The Awakening of a Surgeon. It was an awakening on many fronts. The power of prevention, an awakening. And I have to say, John, prior to this, I would consider myself a religious individual, but not someone who, if you will, carried my religion on my sleeve.
Yeah, I can relate to that one.
That's right. And it's very interesting because when folks, and it's the first chapter of my book when I talk about what happened to Allison and what happened in that room at Mott Children's Hospital when she was 11 months of age. There are some folks that thank me for relating my awakening. There are some folks, John, though, that say to me, you don't really believe that happened. I go, I was there. It happened. You might not believe it, but it happened. And so many people over the years have said, so right after that event happened, and I was told, establish an institute focused on preventive. John, I had no idea how to set up an institute. But I just started doing it, and it was truly divine intervention, because when I started this endeavor of prevention and starting the Institute for Preventative Sports Medicine, people said, "Oh, Dave, you're not gonna publish any studies. You're not gonna make a difference. You're not gonna get an advisory board. You're not gonna get a board of directors." Well, we developed a great board of directors. We had former professional Olympic athletes willingly, for free, came on as our advisors on the advisory board. Over time, John, we've published over 40 peer-reviewed published articles in prevention that have had enormous ramifications in preventing pain and suffering and disability. And there were all these naysayers that said, you can't do this, you can't do this. And that's the big message my book tries to deliver to people, in that don't buy into the negativity in life. Don't buy into the people that say, no, you can't do that. There's a much higher power involved in our lives that allow us to succeed, to do the right thing to help people. And over time, John, I got a lot of grief and we've discussed this, but of people and entities and industries like the insurance industry and some folks in the sports industry that tried to block our information from coming out and helping people.
And why would they do a thing like that?
Well, their common denominator to the people who opposed us and entities that opposed us and corporations that opposed us was one and only one thing: money. That they saw our efforts in prevention costing them a portion of their bottom line, and that's why they opposed us. John, the Institute has been around since, I formed it July 28th, 1989, the day this event occurred at Mott Children's Hospital in Ann Arbor, Michigan, at the University of Michigan Hospitals. So the Institute's been around since 1989. So now we're talking 28 years. And I donate all my time to the Institute, roughly about 20 hours a week. I've done that over 28 years, every year, every week for 28 years. I just do that to follow through on the mission that I was placed on July 28, 1989. And I thought and I was very naive at the beginning. I thought, okay, well, you have this track record, just one of our studies, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, according to them, based on their analysis of our work and our published studies, would prevent 1.7 million people from being injured every year just in the United States and save $2 billion in healthcare costs. Every year, we spend $1,000 on that series of study once, and it's led to 1.7 million people every year from being injured and $2 billion being spent in healthcare. And I actually thought, corporations are just going to step up and support the Institute. It's a nonprofit entity, and one of the big supporters is probably be the insurance industry. I mean, this is how I thought in 1989. And to this date, John, we've never gotten one penny from the insurance industry. But I did get a visit from a very high-level insurance agency or corporation executive who, a number of years ago, called and said, I want to talk to you. And I'm thinking, oh, good. Finally, the insurance industry got it. They realized the power of what we do in helping people. And I was sitting at a table, and he walked in the room, and a guy was from New York, and he looks at me, and he goes, Janda, let me tell you why we despise you and why we'll do everything in our power to undermine you. I kind of look at the guy like, what? He goes, you cost us money in the insurance industry, and that's why we're going to try to undermine everything you do. I looked at him, I go, whoa, look at what the feds have said. We spent $1,000 once, and it saves 1.7 million people from going to the doctor in the hospital, or it saves $2 billion in healthcare costs. We should be your poster boys for this stuff, for helping. He looked at it, and he goes, you are a poster boy. You're Jesse James. You're wanted dead or alive. He said, let me tell you, son, how the insurance industry works. And he goes, doctors are financial morons, but let me make this easy for you. He goes, let's say the cost of insuring you is $1,000. He goes, you've put out all these 10-point prevention checklists of what every community can do to become safer and healthier. And he goes, our actuaries looked at that, and they ran it through, and they actually found that if every community did that, the cost of insuring folks wouldn't be $1,000, but $100. I go, well, okay, so what we're saying adds up. Yeah, he goes, well, let me tell you something how we get paid. He goes, the feds make it so that roughly we can make 7% profit. He goes, if 7% of 1,000 is what? I go, 70. He goes, 7% of 100 is what? I go, 7. He goes, you see, son, you cost us money. The higher costs go, the bigger cut of the pie we get. And that's why we'll never support you. And I looked at him and I said, that business model doesn't hold up over time, because the system can't afford prices and costs continuing to go up. And he looked at me and he goes, "You and I will be dead and buried before people realize that." Walked out of the room.
Mm-hmm. So there's no money in prevention of disease.
Right.
No money in a law-abiding public. And no money in peace. So, ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself a question one more time. Who is it that runs this planet? I got a good one for you here. The long and the short of it is simply this. This comes from Time magazine, a bastion of accuracy and truth, but yoga and meditation can change your genes. Inflammation can temporarily boost the immune system and be protective against infection and injury, the authors write in a paper. But in today's society in which stress is primarily psychological, the body's inflammatory response can become chronic and impair both physical and mental health. So meditation, according to the study, can actually change your DNA. What do you reckon prayer could do? Ask Dr. Janda. He'll tell you. This is Arc Midnight. We shall return. Stand by. It is with a heavy heart I must report to you now, Westwood 1 has confirmed that the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer USS Fitzgerald has lost 7 sailors in a freak collision between that destroyer and a cargo container ship. My dad, I've got Navy in my blood, didn't serve in the Navy, but my father served on the USS Maryland and in submarines. He was at Pearl Harbor. And the man we call Chief here at Caravan to Midnight and Dark Midnight is over 2 decades as a Chief Petty Officer in the United States Navy. So I'd just like to give him a minute on the air, if you don't mind. Come on, Chief.
Thank you very much, John. You know, it takes a lot to suffer and to sacrifice what those 7 men went through. If you think about what was going on, they got hit by a Filipino merchant vessel that was probably shouldn't have happened, but it did. So with that being said, those guys gave their life for their ship.
Yes.
That's the reason why they're in port right now. And the crew of probably 400, maybe just a little under 400, are able to walk away from that accident because they sealed those valves and everything that had to be done to keep that ship afloat.
Well, there are people crying somewhere. Hearts are breaking somewhere. But that's why we should always remember, we are all brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. We are all brothers and sisters. That's why we shed tears for people we don't know.
And with that, these 7 guys or gals, we don't know just yet, paid the ultimate sacrifice. And if you don't mind, John, I've got to go ahead and play something for them.
Wish you would. Thank you. May God rest and keep the souls of those departed sailors. Thank you more than we can ever express, but those are the words. Thank you for your service.
You're listening to Arc Midnight with John B. Wells. Now, here is John B.
Well, it's a somber evening now. Didn't see that one coming at all. And apparently the sailors who were lost were all on board the ship. As Chief said, this should not have happened. I'm pretty sure the destroyer didn't run into the container ship. I'm pretty sure the container ship ran into the destroyer. The Navy knows what they're doing. You know, he wants to say something else. Go ahead, Chief.
You know, last night when I was driving home from here and I was with my wife and I was telling her, hey, you know, there's 7 people missing. And she goes, well, where are they? And I was like, they're probably stuck in that ship. They're probably trying to shore up something. They probably drowned or something like that, or were crushed.
Yeah, they were trying to save the ship, that's for sure.
It's just unfortunate that something like that happened, and I hate to see some shipmates go down like that.
Yeah, I know you do. Yep, everybody feels it. Well, just to, there's stuff that's just out of your control. You know, that's it. Take our hands out of control. Wow. I didn't know I was going to hear this news while that song was playing. But, you know, there's so much of this life that's beyond our control. But there are some things that are within our control. Allow me to change gears. Are there any zoo heads out there in listener land? Remember the old zoo, KZEW-FM, 98 FM, the Rock and Roll Zoo? Anybody out there that remembers this? You know, I got a report that somebody that I used to put noogies on his arm by request. I think he's a masochist, actually. In fact, I did it so hard one time when Sally Francis, the news girl, was in there when I was doing the 2 to 6 afternoon drive shift, which, by the way, achieved a record share, beating even the legendary Rhodey and LaBella in the Morning, and I can prove it because I went to TM Productions and I photocopied the book. I had to throw John Rhodey out of the studio because he tried to convince me that a few tenths of a point. I said, this is a 23.8 share, men 18 to 49. You have a 23.2. Yeah, but that's really higher. I said, no, not really. In fact, because you got a 2-man show there, you need to split those numbers with LaBella, which takes you down to a little over a 10. And yet I got a report that there was some zoo chat going on the sister station of KLIF, through which this broadcast is coming. Chief's at the studio. I am elsewhere, but through the miracle of electronics, anything is possible. I can be down there by the ice wall of the flat Earth down in Antarctica. That's the bong noise. And this guy actually said, when he was asked, well, who was doing afternoons back during the zoo's heyday? Do you know what Reiner said? It was fluid in those days. Hey, Reiner, here's a heads up. It wasn't fluid, and you know it. And by the way, whenever he refers to the demigod, well, he's talking about me. Reiner decided that my name should be the demigod of pagan rock. Of course, this is the same zoo crew that did not understand, starting with Mike, why when John Lennon was assassinated in New York City, and that was an assassination, that wasn't a straight-up murder, that was an assassination, I was so distraught. I actually I tried to drink some Jack Daniels straight out of the bottle. I could barely do it, but I had to have a drink when that news came on. I was sitting next in the living room of my friend Humphreys, and I was distraught. I couldn't help it, and I was a real hard backside in those days. I was still distraught, and I tore up a black T-shirt the next day. I wrote "Lennon was murdered" across the back windshield of my black Trans Am. Miss him. Across the back in soap. And I wrapped this black armband around. I went there. And I ran into Mike Reiner when I went on to my air shift. And he said, what are you wearing that for? And I said, if you have to ask that question, you have no business working for the zoo. By the way, there's a work in progress right now that you're going to hear all about later on that tells you everything about what happened at the Rock and Roll Zoo. Everything. So be on the lookout for that because it's almost finished. And it wouldn't matter if everybody involved in that outfit got started their writing right now. You're not going to make it. It'll be out soon, and I'll let you know the name of it and how you can get it very soon. I think it'll be well worth reading. So I'll tell you what, we are talking and talking and talking, and Dr. Janda is waiting and waiting and waiting. So why don't we get back on the line with him right now, okay? I'm sorry about that, David. we got carried away between
no, you know what? My thoughts and prayers are as well with the families and those lost at sea, and thanks to Chief for his service. And we were talking about prevention earlier, John, and an event like this, to me, seems that it could have been preventable, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in this day and age of the technology we have, how did a merchant marine ship get that close to a U.S. destroyer?
That's a real good question.
Destroyer, right?
Yeah.
To the point where it caused such damage that 7 Patriots lost their life. There's something, John, and I know. Some people are going to say this is conspiracy. There's something we're not being told here.
There's a lot of things. There are a lot of things that we're not being told here, and I alluded to it at the beginning of the program with the bad marksmanship of that guy up there at the ballpark. Are you thinking that Rodrigo Duterte took a poke at the U.S.? I mean,
John, remember the SS Liberty?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And we were told when that happened, right, that, I mean, we weren't given the true facts that later came out of what happened to Liberty. And I'm just wondering what happened here that a destroyer took on such damage that 7 Americans lost their lives. Because this is, and Chief is an expert. I'm not at naval operations, but to me, this story is not adding up.
I think you're right. I think it goes beyond there's never time to do it right the first time, but there's always time to do it over. I think it goes beyond that little axiom. I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do now. I didn't 5 minutes ago, but now that you've mentioned, Dr. Dave, this is why you are already such an asset to Caravan to Midnight, because the way you think, you think like a surgeon. You think like, what could have led up to this result? Hence your focus on prevention. What could we have done so that this would not have happened? Why did this happen? Go ahead.
Right. I mean, I cannot believe that we don't have the technology to know that a merchant marine ship is that close that it's going to inflict some kind of huge damage on one of our destroyers. I mean, not a small ship. This is a destroyer.
Yeah.
So you know, and earlier today, I saw a report that there's a potential military coup in the making of Duarte. So I don't know. There's just too many pieces to this puzzle that to me is not making sense. And you mentioned the other event with Scalise, right?
Yes.
Now look. I believe that potential, and I know people are going to say this is conspiracy theory, but I don't know if you saw the demographics of the shooting. So my background is as an analytical chemist. That was one of my degrees in college, in addition to my double majoring in economics. But again, I was taught to reverse engineer situations. That's how I made my bones, if you will, in the prevention world in medicine. So look at the Scalise. The gunman was on the third base side, just, if you will, north of the dugout.
Yeah.
There was Scalise was playing second base. There were multiple people, as I understand it from the sources I have in Washington, closer to the gunman, the left fielder, the third baseman, the shortstop, that didn't get hit. Why was Scalise the one? I mean, there were four victims, I believe, including the gunman. But somebody was shot in the chest. It's my understanding. Someone in the but why was Scalise the most serious? I mean, to me, when the third baseman, the shortstop, the left fielder could have been picked off in a second, Scalise is the one who had the most injuries.
Do we know what weapon was used in this attack?
Well, I've seen actually a couple weapons mentioned.
Oh, a couple of weapons.
No, one. I mean, some people said initially it was an AR-15, and then somebody said that some other type of long gun, and so when the story changed, and not that it changes a little bit, it makes one wonder. But here's the interesting thing. On May 25th, Scalise, and I watched the video on YouTube, put a video out about human trafficking, i.e. pedophilia.
Yes.
And reportedly, Scalise was kind of leading the charge about human trafficking legislation and the push within Congress. And Trump has been pushing this, as has Sessions. And now the guy who's pushing this in Congress the hardest is the guy who gets hit.
Down, and not in the chest either, but down by the hip, as if it were to be a grievously wounding shot. Even though all these rounds supposedly went off and all of this, it's like, so if it was an AR-15, I would suspect it was something with a high-capacity magazine, or you're going to be doing a lot of reloading, and by that time, everybody in the whole ballpark would have evacuated. So, yeah, we got a hold of that video and put it up, and that he made the announcement that he's going after these human traffickers. I mean, effectively, that's what he was saying.
That's right. So and I believe this is why there's such vitriol, such just nastiness coming down on Trump and Sessions, because this is the third rail in Washington and Wall Street and in big business and around the halls of power around the world, this issue of human trafficking and pedophilia, because the public has zero tolerance to that.
Absolutely.
And anyone that is found guilty of that or tagged with that is done.
Yeah, ask anybody who's done hard time over it.
That's right.
Ask him how that goes forward. So let me just issue a message right now. I'm an older guy now. I don't care. You want to bring it? Bring it. But understand this. The caravanners, the ark riders, and all the people that we know. You send one of ours to the hospital, one of yours is going to the morgue. I'm speaking metaphorically, of course, but since so many things come out of Chicago, let's play off of what Sean Connery says. They pull a knife, you pull a gun. They send one of yours to the hospital, you send one of theirs to the morgue. That's the Chicago way. You want to taste the Chicago way? Understand this. We're not going to tolerate this in our society. We're not going to tolerate you in our society. Oh, finally, the Vatican is pondering whether or not excommunication of known mobsters might be appropriate. Well, duh, you think? We're going to round you up. You're going to be prosecuted, and you will spend the rest of your lives enjoying the minimalist comforts of a barren concrete holding cell when we find you, which we will. I would tell you to go to hell, but I can assure you, you're already there. Now, that's my little speech for tonight, and I turn it back over to you, David.
Well, John, I think President Trump gave us an indication that when we're talking about having questions about why Scalise was the one that was most grievously wounded, last night President Trump gave a speech, and in that speech he said, quote, Representative Scalise, Steve Scalise, took a bullet for all of us.
Well said.
And you know what? To me, that was not, Trump doesn't, some people kind of pass it off as some of these statements being off the cuff. Let me tell you something. How many off the cuff statements has that man made that 3 months, 6 months, 12 months later actually turn out to be prescient? That what he said actually had a meaning that was much deeper. So when he said that last night, to me, that confirmed that he was saying, look, we're onto something, and Scalise was helping push that envelope open, and that's why he was shot. I truly believe that's what Trump was trying to tell the public in so many words.
Yeah, well,
and I'll tell you something. If you look at Scalise's wounds, now I'm going to talk to you as a surgeon. I can tell you that when he was first injured, and they said, he was shot in the hip, and it's essentially like a flesh wound. I mean, that initially they were making it out like it wasn't a big deal. Well, let me tell you something about, if you get shot in the hip, it's going to go into the pelvis area. If it's going to go into the pelvis area, it's going to go into the bladder and bowel. And the one thing you have to really worry about when that happens is bleeding and resultant infection days down the line, infection that can kill. So this is not a little flesh wound. This is not a little hip injury. This is a very, very severe injury. I was heartened to hear that he was promoted, if you will, from critical to serious. That's a good move. That's a positive thing. But he's not out of the woods yet.
All right, stand by, Dr. David. Let's pick up where we leave off. We got to take a hard break right now. We'll be right back. This is Arc Midnight. We'll be back with Dr. Jana. By the way, Richard, I'm sorry, brother, but you're listening to an old show. We're not going over Red Nation Rising anymore, but we'll be hearing more from our friends, Don and Donna, Don Newen and Donna Fiducia, one of the original Fox girls. They're hardcore patriots, and they will reemerge. You'll be hearing some things, some good things about them in the not-too-distant future. We have some plans for them. Not completely formulated yet, but we got nothing else to do but formulate plans, right? And look, I want you to go to caravantomidnight.com, seriously, and check out Dr. Janda's book, The Awakening of a Surgeon, A Life of Prevention, Health, and Hope. And here's what's written there. Sports-related injuries have become a public health epidemic. 12 million student athletes will suffer a sports-related injury this year. Nearly 2 million injuries will be in recreational softball games and baseball games, leaving the gunfire out of it, of course. The majority of these injuries are preventable. The Awakening of a Surgeon outlines 20 strategies that can be implemented in every community to drastically reduce the possibility of injury and or death. Check it out, The Awakening of a Surgeon. It's $14.95. Go to caravantomidnight.com and get a copy. Support Dr. Janda. He's gone out on the clothesline for you. Go out on the clothesline, $14.95's worth for him, all right? And enjoy Wishbone Ash, because that's who you're hearing. The King will come. It'd be okay with me if the King came in about 5 minutes. That'd be just fine with me. This is Arc Midnight. I am John B. Wells, the left seat for the ride up to the midnight hour here in Texas. And our guest is Dr. David Janda, who has now joined the Caravan crew as a host. He'll be doing a program on Monday and Thursday, along with his own program at 1600 WAAM in Ann Arbor, Michigan on Sundays. And we're going to talk about the show and about the guests and just talk with Dr. David some more here on the other side of this break. So thanks for being with us tonight. Thanks for supporting Caravan. Thank you for supporting Dr. Janda. And just thanks for being there, okay? That's for you, Dr. Janda. Yeah.
Thanks very much. It's awesome.
All right. Hey, I'm going to be a guest on your program tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, you're going to be on the first segment, 2 to 2:30. We're going to make the announcement to our listeners on Operation Freedom about me being honored to be chosen to be a part of the Caravan to Midnight family and platform.
You know, it's amazing to me. I was just looking at the history of WAAM. The AAM stands for Ann Arbor, Michigan. And Whitehall Broadcasting sold it to, wait for it, Big D Broadcasting in August 2003. Now, I'm in Big D, which is a big town. Don't try and find me. You can't. And we're doing a deal with you, who is, you know, a major player there at WAAM, which is owned by Big D Broadcasting. I'm just thinking this is potentially providential that this has happened, that this has come about.
Well, it really is providential. Actually, you know, it's interesting. Over the years, John, you know, we talked about the awakening back in 1989, and I also, folks had encouraged me to write a book because they knew about all the hassles I was getting from the sports industry and the medical industrial complex and the insurance industry about my work in prevention. And I eventually wrote the book. Folks kind of naysayed it and said, "Oh, you know, you're not going to sell that many books, and people aren't interested in it, and you'll never get on Oprah." And you know, one day, if the book was out a couple months, I got a call from Oprah's producer, and she had me on the show, and she had me co-host a show with her on the huge problem of injury in America, and she featured the book. And people said, "Well, who's your agent that got you on that?" And I go, God.
Yeah.
I have no agent. It was divine intervention. A friend of mine who I sent the book to free.
Hey there, everybody. It's Lee Stranahan. Happy Father's Day. It is time for a Periscope that will make your head explode. Tremendous amount of information coming, and it's all part of the Populist TV's investigation into the Clinton-Soros Russian hoax, which we even have a logo for that I built yesterday. Look at that. It's quite a fancy logo. Thank you very much. So let's talk about this stuff. We got a lot to talk about, but before I do, while people come in, I'm going to tell you to retweet this several times because I'm going to give you a ton of information here. Also, I'm going to mention, because I sponsor myself, since we're an independent media outlet and we depend on you for help, this is part of Populist.tv. If you go to Populist TV, there's a link up there. We're working on a documentary about George Soros. We've had some people. We're trying to raise money this weekend. We've had about $1,000 come in. Thanks so much to everybody who's contributed. We had one very big contributor. Thanks so much. Oh, by the way, thanks to everybody working behind the scenes. Shane, Jack, also the people we have putting stuff up, you know who you are, who post our YouTube stuff and stuff like that. I don't want to say his name. Should I say?
Sure, yeah, Justin Scott.
What's that?
Justin Scott. He's good with that.
What's that?
Justin Scott. He's good with that.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Anyway, I don't wait. But thanks to all the people working behind the scenes and to make this possible. And also, the other thing you can do is become part of Citizen Journalism School. citizenjournalismschool.com. I've made a bunch of videos for you where we talk about Citizen Journalism School. And one final thing before we roll here, retweet this puppy. Please let people know what we're talking about. I mentioned Jack for a reason, not my son Jack, the other Jack. I mentioned Jack for a reason, as you'll see in a second here. So let's set the stage a little bit, and then we're going to start to hit you with a ton of information. But again, please retweet this throughout. I'm going to remind you of that. Okay, so we know that for months now, there have been allegations of Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election by Democrats. And this has been a media frenzy on this, where they're now talking about this story every single day, over and over and over. And this is the way, and I got to point this out, this is the way media, the establishment media works. I talk about this on my radio show, Fault Lines, a lot. It's through omnipresence, okay? The establishment media is everywhere. Just try to count up the number of times you see a TV during the day where CNN is scrolling headlines, or MSNBC, or even Fox. Everybody's scrolling these same headlines. Now, what I'm about to show you is not conspiratorial. You can look it up yourself. It's absolutely true, but you never hear the media talk about it. You'll find a mention here or there, but the way, and by the way, the way, in case you're wondering what happened, it's the weekend, and so I'm casual, and it's Father's Day, so we're at home with, I think you can make out the Star Trek poster right there. Right there. And I'm in the Pink Floyd shirt, so it's a little more casual than normal. But still, the information we get is going to blow you away, especially when you consider the media narrative on this whole thing. So you've been hearing all about Russian interference, Russian interference, Russian interference. Now, what the media does not talk about every day, but there's one article I will point you to from a mainstream media source. This was in Politico, and it was written by Ken Vogel. And it talks about Ukrainian influence in the election, how the government of Ukraine was working with the Democrats. And this article was published back in January. What's the date? The date there is January 11th. By the way, that date's significant because that was the day after Comey testified in front of the Senate. And Comey at that point pointed out that the DNC had never allowed the FBI to look at the servers. Now, this article goes into Ukrainian influence. And Shane, come back to me for a second, and let's bring up a couple of the slides. Let's talk about the DNC here for a second. This is a DNC, Democratic National Committee narrative, and I'm gonna prove that to you. But let's talk about what I just mentioned, which is that back on January 10th of this year, in testimony in front of the Senate, James Comey. You don't have a way to bring that up, do you?
The video that you uploaded, I could do that.
Yeah, try it.
Give me a few seconds.
It's on Rose Gold, I think. Rose Gold is the name of a hard drive, by the way, just so you know. It's not, it sounds like a stripper, sure, from the 30s, but no, it's not. That's what it is. So Comey testified, and it would be great to bring it up, and so Shane is rapidly working to do that. But the only people to actually look at the DNC servers, this entire narrative that Russia was behind it, comes from a company called CrowdStrike. If you could actually bring up the CrowdStrike PowerPoint while you're looking for that, please. CrowdStrike, who's about a block and a half away. CrowdStrike is at the center of this, and as you can see here, but you can check this all out for yourself. CrowdStrike are the only people to examine the servers. They were working for the DNC. As Michael Tracy over at Young Turks has pointed out, they were under contract to the FBI, to the Department of Justice. And one of the co-founders is a former FBI official. They got funding from Google. As we know, Google's a major Hillary Clinton supporter, and they show up a lot as well with what else I'm about to show you. They also have connections to the George Soros-funded, among other people, Atlantic Council. We'll be talking about them so much today that you'll be dreaming about them. And they also wrote a now discredited and retracted memo that I've discussed before. But let's go to the next slide for a second and show who the key players you need to know in CrowdStrike are. Their CEO is George Kurtz. One of the co-founders is Sean Henry. He's the former head of cybersecurity at the FBI. Another one is Dmitry Alperovich. He's the chief technical officer. Okay. Then there's this guy, Adam Myers. Adam was the guy who wrote that December 22nd report. But let's go to, we have the video up. Yeah. Okay, so let's go to me for a second here. So let's go. I want you to see, and take my audio down, Shane, when you bring up the Comey thing. I want you to see, here's James Comey. Let's just do the first one. Let's just play the first bit. This is James Comey testifying January 10th, 2017. In the Senate, he's being questioned by Senator Burr of North Carolina. He is asked specifically, and here's why he's asked about it, by the way. This is important to know. I don't have this article up, but around January 8th, I believe, the DNC lied and said that the FBI had never asked them for the servers. Now, by the way, the media has done nothing about the fact that the DNC lied. Nothing. But let's just show this again here. Oh, and by the way,
I believe there's some confusion, though.
Yeah, here we go.
Or at least some conflicting reporting as to whether the FBI requested access to the DNC's services, the Democratic Congressional Committee servers, and John Podesta's personal devices. Did the FBI request access to those devices to perform forensics on?
Yes, we did.
Would that access have provided intelligence or information helpful to your investment finding, include the findings included in the intelligence community assessments?
Our forensics folks would always prefer to get access to the original device or server that's involved. So it's the.
Were you given access to do the forensics on those servers?
We were not. We were a highly respected private company, eventually got access and shared with us what they saw there.
But is that typically the way the FBI would prefer to do the forensics, or would your forensics unit rather feel the servers and do the forensics themselves?
We'd always prefer to have access hands-on ourselves, if that's possible.
Do you know why you were denied access to those servers?
I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure.
Was there one request or multiple requests?
Multiple requests at different levels. And ultimately what was agreed to is the private company would share with us what they saw.
Okay, there you have it. There is James Comey testifying that the FBI asked, by the way, you shouldn't just ask Director Comey. You're the director of the FBI. If this is a matter of national security, you're supposed to get the damn server from them, right? And then you're supposed to make a big deal of the fact that they refused to give it to you, right? But this comes after that testimony came. You notice at the very beginning there, he said there's some confusion. Well, the confusion was because the DNC lied. The DNC lied and said they were never asked. But they were, in fact, asked, as Comey testified. And I have this whole video. Comey has testified to this 3 times. By the way, the media should be on this story every single day. Every single day. And that's what I'm going to say to you again. Please retweet this bad boy. Let people know what we're talking about here. This is the story the media is not telling you. Now, let's go back to PowerPoint for a second, because I want to bring up what we talked about before. I just want to show, that's Dmitry Alperovich. This is the company CrowdStrike, who are the only people to have ever looked at the servers, okay? Now, Dmitry Alperovich on there, is he a fellow, Shane?
He is a senior resident fellow.
He's a senior, Dmitry Alperovich is a senior resident fellow about this. Now, and no, do me a favor, bring up the Ukrainian article for a quick second again.
The Vogue article?
Yeah, the political article. I just want to point this out. This is really significant. This article shows that, in fact, we know there was a country that interfered in the election, and it's Ukraine. And the way Ukraine interfered is that they were brought into this by a Democratic named Alexandra Chalupa. That's what she's mentioned in the article, right? And she specifically got the government of Ukraine involved. Now, let's go back to me for a quick sec, and for a and then we'll go to the PowerPoint. Okay, you guys with me so far? You following this so far? Very, very, very significant stuff here. Okay. Now, I have another slide. What I started to notice when I researched this was there's two things that are everywhere. Number one, Ukrainian connections, and number two, Atlantic Council connections. And the reason I CC'd Jack in this is Jack has had run-ins with the Atlantic Council himself. So before we get to that, I'm just going to mention that in case Jack has been watching or something like that and trying to figure out, well, why am I CC'd in this? It's because you remember when, right before the French election, Jack posted the Macron leaks stuff. And he was contacted. Let's bring up the article by Patrick Halley, my former colleague at Breitbart News. Politics. Patrick's the editor of a site called Bidley Politics. And he and Cassandra Fairbanks pointed out that Jack was contacted by Reuters, stop it right there, who said that the Atlantic Council had put them on to Jack. I'm just mentioning this peripherally, okay? Now, the reason I'm mentioning this is just to give you an idea that the Atlantic Council is an active player on stuff like this, even going so far as to try to silence someone like Jack. Okay, you with me? By the way, let me just mention this too. If you don't think I'm going to be going to the Atlantic Council this week to pay them a visit, you don't know me very well. So we're going to be going. They're just a couple of short blocks from my office. So I'm going to be going over to the Atlantic Council to have a talk. But I'm going to tell you a lot about the Atlantic Council as we go through here. But I just want you to see, this is why I'm doing it. The Atlantic Council is a major think tank, but I want you to see how they show up everywhere. Now let's go back to the PowerPoint slide. Just keep them in the back of your head. There's this group, the Atlantic Council, okay? Now, Dmitry Alperovich, who's part of this CrowdStrike group, this cybersecurity group, who are the only people to examine the servers, is a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. But let's talk about the other Ukrainian connections here. And I want to get some names into your head here, okay? Melanie Verveer, Victor Pinchuk, Alexandra Chalupa, and Evelyn Farkas. Now, let's start with Evelyn Farkas. You remember about a month or so ago, a couple months ago, there's a woman who was on, I believe Mika Brzezinski. I believe she was on Morning Joe. I believe she was on Mika Brzezinski, but I'm not looking at it right now. And she was accused of sort of inadvertently admitting to spying on Trump. Remember that? That was Evelyn Farkas. She's heavily Clinton connected. She, as you can see, first off, she's another fellow at the Atlantic Council. Just bear that in mind. But she was also the former assistant deputy director in charge of Russia and the Ukraine, okay? And she was the one, now what she absolutely did, and she clearly admitted to, was she told people before Trump got into office, she went up to the Hill and started telling Democrats, start gathering as much intelligence as you can, because she said she was afraid that Trump was going to subvert it, right? That's who she is. Now, she is friendly, very friendly with the first person you see on that slide, Melanie Verveer. Now, Melanie Verveer is also on the board of directors of the Atlantic Council, but that's not her big significance. She also co-founded a Women's Empowerment Institute with none other than Hillary Clinton. She is also the person who on emails, hey, can you see if you can find that article?
Right now, yes.
Yeah. So this is another really significant article, okay? Because a lot of these Ukrainian stuff, I'll pop back to me for a second. A lot of this Ukrainian stuff, remember Paul Manafort? You've heard a lot about Paul Manafort in the news, haven't you? Remember, he was the Trump campaign manager. He was brought in after Corey Lewandowski. And he supposedly had all these connections to Russia, right? You've heard that, right? The media's talked about that over and over again. Well, actually who Manafort had connections to was to the Ukraine. Okay? Now, this is an article that was published in the Washington Examiner last year. Very significant article. Just leave it up for a second. Let's look at the title here. Emails show Clinton denied. Oh, another case of the Clinton lying. Emails show that Clinton denied, then met with Ukrainian donor. The Ukrainian donor that she met with is Viktor Pinchuk, the guy who I mentioned. By the way, let's pop back to me for a quick sec. By the way, Viktor Pinchuk is a trustee of the Atlantic Council. He's a Hungarian billionaire. And by the way, full disclosure, should point out, he also gave $150,000 to the Trump campaign. And by the way, this is something I've noticed with foreign donors. They like to run the table, but let's just point out the facts here. Oh, and by the way, someone just donated to the documentary, and I really appreciate it. We're in the middle of a lot of information, but hey, just run the Citizen Journalism School thing. I'm just going to do a quick ad because we're trying to look. It's me against billionaires with your help. So we try to do some of this stuff through Citizen Journalism School. I'll just mention you can go to Citizen Journalism School, citizenjournalismschool.com, where I show you how to do the kind of deeply researched stuff that you're seeing now. Please sign up. I'd really like you to be part of it. We have a whole bunch of information for you there. Anyway, so Viktor Pinchuk, let's go to that article, was close to Clinton. Now, she had denied it. Who was the person who made the connection often between Hillary Clinton and Viktor Pinchuk? And the answer is Melanie Verveer. You bring up that slide again, you'll see. There's a reason she's on this slide. She's a major player. Melanie Verveer is a major player here. She's Ukrainian American. By the way, knows Farkas quite well. In fact, hey Shane, let's bring up the iThoughts thing for a second.
Okay.
There's a mind map thing I've been working on just to give you a sense of people who are connected to the Atlantic Council, okay? Let's start at the upper left. The Atlantic Council is funded in part, they got a lot of funders. I'll talk about that in a second. But they're funded in part by the Open Societies Foundation, who's George Soros. Viktor Pinchuk, I'm moving around sort of clockwise. Viktor Pinchuk is a trustee. He's a big funder of it. Also on the board of directors is the person we just talked about, Melanie Verveer. Also a fellow at this is Evelyn Farkas. They're close friends, which is why you see the arrow there. Also, and who is Irina Chalupa is what? She's on the, she's a fellow?
Yeah, she's on one of their, the Eurasian.
Irina Chalupa, who's the sister of Alexandra Chalupa, who's the person who was the DNC operative. I barely talked about her, but keep her in mind. She's the sister of Alexandra Chalupa. She's a fellow there.
She's key.
What's that?
She's key because hers was the email account that's supposed to...
Yeah, right. Yeah, we'll talk about Alexandra Chalupa in a second. But Susan Rice is also a former member of the Atlantic Council who was then brought into the... And you know her involvement in this whole thing. And Dmitry Alperovich, the CTO of CrowdStrike, is also connected to the Atlantic Council. So this is just a simplified version, because the Atlantic Council is a major organization. But I just want you to see, and I think you can see it here, how many people connected to this anti-Trump witch hunt directly connect to the Atlantic Council. A lot, right? And if we go back to that, PowerPoint slide for a second, okay? Viktor Pitchuk, so again, he's a Ukrainian billionaire media mogul. He's on the board of trustees of the Atlantic Council. And in his own biography, it admits that he worked on political projects, what he calls human rights projects with Soros. Now, let's just run hey, Shane, hit back to me again and then run the fabulous, dramatic opening title for a second again. I want you to see, because the title, I've named this for a very specific reason. And the title looks so, there we go. It's the Soros-Clinton-Russia hoax. Why do I call it the Soros-Clinton-Russia hoax? Because two people are behind this at every single stage. Hillary Clinton and George Soros. Okay? Soros is the funding mechanism. And Clinton and George Soros are as connected as you can be. He was one of the major donors to Hillary Clinton's campaign, worked with her for years, right? And there's a lot of other connections. I'm not even getting into the civil society 2.0 stuff. There's a lot of other connections. But I want to point out that when you investigate this just a little bit, Soros and Clinton come up everywhere. A number of these people are Clinton appointees or they worked with Clinton. And Clinton's position as head of the State Department becomes absolutely crucial because she was able to do things. Hey, in fact, Shane, see if you can do this while I'm talking. See if you can bring up, just Google Civil Society 2.0 Clinton and see if you can find the official State Department document on Civil Society 2.0. Okay? As soon as you hear civil society, now see again, here's the reason I say mind blown at the beginning of this. I know I'm hitting you with a lot of material. Furthermore, I don't even know if Jack's watching. I hope he's watching. So Jack was an expert on Game of Thrones. And I'm mentioning this for a reason. Because I don't want your head to explode. And I want to reference Game of Thrones in terms of this. Here's why. Let me explain. Yeah, okay. Shane's got it, but hold up for 1 second. Let me just explain this. Whenever you're trying to introduce an audience to complex material, I think of Game of Thrones. I think of Tolkien. Okay? In other words, some people believe that an audience doesn't want or can't handle complex material. That you have to dumb down material for an audience, and I don't believe that for a second. And the reason I know that that's not true is Game of Thrones. So Game of Thrones is a complete fantasy. It's a world that doesn't exist. It's characters and societies and rules and everything else, and it's not real. Yet, it's got an audience of millions and millions of people who are able to follow the different kingdoms and dynasties and everything else. You dig? In other words, audiences are perfectly capable of following complex material, even when it's completely made up and has nothing to do with reality. Therefore, I think you can handle this. But the difference is, how are you able to do it? The difference is they story tell in Game of Thrones, and they introduce the material to you a little bit at a time. Then there's repetition, where they'll repeat information, right? So forgive me if I'm repeating information. The mainstream media is not talking to you about this. They're not talking to you about the lies of the DNC over and over and over. They're not talking about CrowdStrike. They haven't made Dmitry Alperovich a household name. You don't know if you watch the mainstream media that the FBI, you know it if you watch the testimony. You dig? But you don't know it if you just watch the mainstream media. So here's what I'm asking. You're giving me a lot of your time already. Less time than you'd give to an episode of Game of Thrones, sure. But let me just keep going a little bit. And here's what we're doing. Through Citizen Journalism School, through the Populous.us, it's now Populous TV. You can get there either way. It used to be the Populous.us, it's now Populous.tv. We're going to keep giving you all this information. And over the next couple of weeks, I'm trying to do two things. I'm trying to fundraise for the documentary and all these projects that we're doing. Shane is going to go over to Ukraine. He's going to go over to Macedonia and uncover Soros stuff. He's going to be going to Twin Falls, Idaho in a few days to uncover more of that story. And we're going to use Citizen Journalism School. So I'm trying to get 5 new people to become part of Citizen Journalism School. If you've not been to Citizen Journalism School, please go see what we're doing. We're about to activate people. We're about to activate the Slack channel over there. I believe that you and I together, and if you tell people, I did a Periscope about this morning, if you tell 2 people and they tell 2 people and so on, this is non-conspiratorial information. Everything I'm doing is factual. You can research it yourself. And we can get the ball rolling. And I believe if you share this information with people and retweet this puppy right now and let people join us on this journey, together we can defeat the establishment media and ultimately make the world a better place. That's the goal, right? We can actually do this. I really believe that. But it starts with you. It starts with you retweeting it and letting other people know and trying to keep up with this complex story, which is a real world story, which is in fact happening right now. So let's explain how this works. So let's go back to the slide of Melanie Verveer and that of the Ukrainians, okay? So there's all these Ukrainians connections. Melanie Verveer, it was revealed in this Washington Examiner article. See, Hillary Clinton was asked about her connections to Yanukovych. Because remember, Paul Manafort was like, oh my gosh, he's got connections to Yanukovych. Well, do you know who else did? Victor Pinchuk. And if you look at this Washington Examiner article that I've referenced right here, one of the things you'll see, you'll see Melanie Verveer mentioned in this article right there. It says Melanie Verveer, a senior Ukrainian American official at the State Department. In other words, she worked for state, often acted as a go-between for Clinton and this billionaire with these. Remember, you got to remember, Hillary Clinton absolutely lied about this. But scroll down a little bit more because I want to point this out too. This is a big deal. I want to get to this stuff about Manafort. Pinchuk, like Manafort, had urged pro-Russian Yanukovych. Now this is really significant here. You've heard a lot of smears about Paul Manafort. Pay attention to this next bit. This will blow your mind. You've been getting lied to about Manafort. It says Pinchuk, like Manafort, had urged Yanukovych to pursue integration with the European Union. In other words, and it keeps going, it says, like Manafort, Pinchuk had objected to the imprisonment of this guy who'd been imprisoned with a long name, who I'm not going to get into. At no point is there a dragon involved. Let me point that out at this point, so in case you're worried. But I'm pointing out that Manafort had actually urged Yanukovych. This is a guy who's supposed to be like evil. We're supposed to be like Manafort. The media wants you to, they want to smear him and think he's evil. In fact, he'd urged Yanukovych to have less to do with the Russians. Right? Is that what you've been told? You're being lied to. This is the thing. You are being lied to. We're all being lied to. The media is posting this false narrative. Now, yeah, Shane?
Jack's in the channel. Jack Posobiec just joined. He's saying fill him in. He doesn't know what's going on.
Oh, yeah, Jack's in the hizzy. Hey, Jack. Okay, so here's what's going on. We'll try to do this. We'll do a brief episode recap for Jack. Ready, Shane? Try to bring through things as I do. So, we're talking about the Trump witch hunt, and we're talking about all the connections I've seen between this group and the Atlantic Council. Jack's in the channel now. Jack, you're well familiar with the Atlantic Council because, as Big League Politics pointed out, Patrick and Cassandra over at Big League Politics pointed out, when Jack, you being Jack, we're talking about the Macron leaks by Reuters, who mentioned they've been put onto you by the Atlantic Council. And I'm pointing out that the Atlantic Council is everywhere in this anti-Trump witch hunt. For instance, let's bring up the iThoughts thing again. We know for a fact that the Atlantic Council is funded by Open Societies Foundation. Atlantic Council is connected to Viktor Pinchuk. Viktor Pinchuk is a Ukrainian billionaire who Hillary Clinton lied and said she had no connection to, but she did have a connection to. This Washington Examiner article shows that. Her connection to Pinchuk was through a woman named Melanie. Let's go back to the iThoughts thing. Was through a connection named Melanie Verveer. Melanie Verveer worked for the State Department. Melanie Verveer also co-founded a institute at George Washington University with Hillary Clinton. Melanie Verveer is also close friends, or friends, I don't know how close, but friends, with Evelyn Farkas. Evelyn Farkas is a senior a fellow at the Atlantic Council, okay? Also a fellow at the Atlantic Council is the sister of Alexandria Chalupa. I'll talk about her in a second. Also at the connected to the Atlantic Council is Susan Rice. She used to be at the Atlantic Council. Also connected to the Atlantic Council is Dmitry Alperovich. Now the reason Alexandria and he's with CrowdStrike, of course. The reason Alexandria Chalupa is so important is that on January 11th, Politico published an article talking about Ukrainian interference in the election. How the Democrats, including a woman named Alexandria Chalupa, who's a DNC operative, who was part of the Clinton White House. I'll go back to the top just so people can see the headline. The government of Ukraine was making efforts to sabotage the Trump campaign, so much so that they apologized. By the way, you'll notice that this is a mainstream media source, Politico. It's Ken Vogel, not a right-wing source, okay? So what I'm saying is this entire witch hunt narrative has been put forward by people connected to A, Hillary Clinton, B, George Soros, C, the Atlantic Council, which has extensive connections to both Hillary Clinton and George Soros. And let's actually bring up the PDF. Let me just stop there for a second. Jack, how we doing? Does this make sense so far? I'm on a slight delay, so I'm going to let Jack take. But while we're waiting for Jack to respond, we're doing well, okay? So here's what you're looking at here. Go to the very top here. This PDF is from the Atlantic Council. This is their 2015 annual report. Let's scroll down a little bit so we can see. This is the official Atlantic Council 2015 report. Now let's go down to the list of donors. Now here's where the conspiracy is completely, it's not a conspiracy, it's not hidden. But I want you to see their list of donors. What you'll see is listed among them, Show Open Society. Yeah, there's the Open Society Foundation. That's George Soros's. But you'll also notice, just find a few, like in the big donations, go to the first thing there. I want you to see who's a lot of governments of different things, but go to Lockheed Martin, just single them out. Below them, Raytheon, okay? See if you can find on this page Google. You're also seeing the U.S. Army, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, right? You're seeing them as donors. So your government is donating money to the Atlantic Council. The Atlantic Council is essentially a pro-NATO, pro-European Union group, right? Now, here's the thing about this. And if you look at, just leave that up for a second, Shane, let people be able to take a look at this themselves. This is the mind-blown part, and I want you to understand how this works. When we talk about the deep state, when we talk about the elitist, when we talk about the globalist, how it works. This is how it works. You've got a confluence of billionaires, NGOs, official non-government organizations, official government organizations, military, defense contractors, big media companies. I believe you'll see Reuters on here as well. Do you see Reuters on here? See if you see any media companies you can highlight. I'm just looking. Don't move it around so much because it's hard. Let's just see if on the screen right now we see any big media companies. You'll see different foundations. In the first column there, right under Lockheed Martin's, the MacArthur Foundation. The MacArthur Foundation is one of the biggest leftist institutional funders. Oh, down at the bottom there, you see the Ukrainian World Congress is right there. Oh, and the United States Department of State. Yeah, this is 2015, right? So here's the point. Here's the point. This is exactly who would want to take out a president who ran on a platform of defeating the globalists. By the way, Goldman Sachs is another major donor, right? This is not a conspiracy. This is not craziness. This is who the enemy is. But the enemy has fabulous cocktail parties, and again, I'm sure they're all lovely, nice people, right? They're all distinguished people with degrees and resumes and everything else. But this is exactly who would want to take out a candidate like Trump who ran on a platform of populist nationalism, right? I mean, I don't even think I'm saying anything controversial there. And what we're noticing is that this witch hunt, and by the way, the thing that should scare you, and I've made this analogy before, I talked Game of Thrones earlier. Jack's here, I talked Game of Thrones. Let me tell you one other analogy. And I make this, and do me a favor, retweet this puppy. Because I want everybody to see it. I'm gonna make my language is gonna get a little salty here. So if you don't like cursing, I'm sorry, but I mean, it's a Sopranos reference and there's no other way to do it. On The Sopranos, one of my favorite episodes, it's a great episode, is there's an episode where there's a stripper who works at the Bada Bing, and she's dating Ralphie, who's a cousin of Tony's. Spoiler alert, she ends up getting killed at the end. And there's a great scene, it's metaphorical, but it's also literal, where she's dating Ralphie. And at one point, she's in a three-way sex scene with Ralphie and another guy. And after the three-way ends, you realize she's dating this gangster, and the other guy fucking her was a cop. Now, that's metaphorical, but it's literal. Because as an audience member, you suddenly realize, because the obvious question is, if she's with this bad guy, Ralphie, why doesn't she just go to the police, right? But suddenly you realize, through this short scene, well, she can't go to the police, because she's literally getting fucked by the police. So in other words, she's literally getting fucked from both sides by the gangsters and the criminals. I mention this because it's a good metaphor for you and I, don't you think? This is the way globalism works, right? I'm mentioning Hillary Clinton, but do you know who's the head of the Atlantic Council? John Huntsman, a Republican, right? Do you know I mentioned Susan Rice was with the Atlantic Council. Do you know who else is with the Atlantic Council? Condoleezza Rice. So you have to look beyond partisan, strictly Democrat, Republican, or even left-right lines. Shane?
I just wanted to say, people were asking where they could find the 2015 annual report from the Atlantic Council. I just tweeted that out a minute ago.
Yeah, Shane tweeted it out, but you can just go to the Atlantic Council's website and find the report there yourself. Now, what I'm suggesting in terms of the media, because again, you talk about getting fucked on both sides here, and I'll stop being salty. If you're offended by salty language, I'll stop being salty now. But I don't know how else to put it. That's what's going on here. Is these, when you've got how is the media who's donating money to this group? You see, what the media does, what the globalists do, is they're very selective about where their criticism gets aimed. So you've seen a million stories about Trump lying. You've seen very few stories about the DNC lying. What we know for a fact happened was that Donna Brazile, for instance, I've mentioned this before, but we know for a fact, for instance, that Donna Brazile, when she was working for CNN, and by the way, the Hillary people, I'll tell you who else they screwed, was Bernie Sanders. Because I believe Bernie Sanders would have been a threat to this as well. That's why when Donna Brazile was working for CNN, she got questions. We know this through the Wikileaks. They want to discredit Wikileaks. That's why they want to bring up this whole Russia thing. And this is why I say to you, if you tell two friends and they tell two friends and so on, your friends don't need to be Trump supporters. Your friends could be Bernie supporters. Right? Your friends could be smart, honest people who are willing to look at the facts and go, oh my gosh, this is the way the world actually operates. It's a loose affiliation of millionaires and billionaires, right? And by the way, I have been critical, and I'm a Trump supporter, and I've been critical of people like Steven Mnuchin, who was in business with George Soros, and Jared Kushner, who's been in business with George Soros, and Gary Cohn, top Goldman Sachs guy and Democrat. Because here's the thing, the globalists are also good. If they can't beat you one way, they're going to beat you another. If they can't beat you, they'll co-opt you. And that's why what we're doing is so important, because we're trying to lay out the facts on what's happening here. That's all we're trying to do. And that's why, once again, I'll just hit the thing. I'll just mention, I'd really like you to be part of Citizen Journalism School. Really like you to be part of it. Really could use your donations on the Soros Project. We are going to be laying this out bit by bit. Now, I'm going to end this now. I'm going to ask you to retweet it again. I want people to go through and watch this. There's a lot of material here. We're not quitting and we're not done. And I'm really focusing things on the next couple of weeks. We're going to be coming out with a tremendous amount of material that is all, like everything you've seen here, 100% factual. Nothing you can deny. Nothing you can. So the media, they can't deny it. They can smear you. They could smear me. But they can't smear all of us. And I said this on my Periscope earlier. Some people are worried, oh my gosh, so Soros is going to kill. I'm not worried about Soros killing me. But what if they kill, what, they're going to kill me and Shane and Jack and everybody else watching? No. This is why it's so important that you tell people. This is why it's so important that you get involved. Because this is how you make an actual revolution. Because if enough people start talking about this and sharing this on social media, and when enough people get the story right, I have no need for conjecture here. I have no need for guessing. I have no need for off-the-record anonymous sources. I have no need for anything but the simple facts. Shane, you have something to add? Or?
I mean, the thing I would add with Citizen Journalism School, I don't think we mentioned it during this broadcast, but one of the plans that we were talking about earlier today was going in and working with students to do more research.
Yeah, here's what's going to happen. I don't know if you can hear Shane.
Yeah.
There's Shane. We're going to activate the students at Citizen Journalism School and start them working on research projects. You don't have to do it if you're part of Citizen Journalism School. It's not a requirement. It's nothing like that. Citizen Journalism School really at the end of the day is for you. It's at the end of the day, it's for you to develop stories you're interested in. If you have no interest in this story, whatever, that's fine. But there are people at Citizen Journalism School who've been interested. And we're going to start publishing the material and start doing podcasts about the material. And we're going to use the base of support that we have. Look, I've said before, Breitbart's tried to kill this story. They stopped me from going to the White House. You don't hear Alex Marlow when he's on with he's palling around with Bill Maher. He's not mentioned. He's got a huge platform. Why isn't he using it to talk about this? I think we know why. Right? So, rather than just be angry and disappointed by what Breitbart's doing, we're going to go around it. And I've urged people to call in to the Breitbart radio show, humiliate them into using their platform for good, to defend the stuff that's worth defending, and to defend the populist nationalist platform that they actually don't understand. If you go read the Got News article on what happened to Breitbart, they say in there that a lot of people at Breitbart never thought Trump would win, and that's true. And I'm not going to go into detail because they threaten to sue me, but that article is accurate when they say that. Some big people who you would think would be Trump supporters have said very negative stuff about Trump to me. I'll name one, Matt Boyle, because what's Matt going to do? Said very negative stuff about Trump to me privately. Very, very negative stuff. So take that as you will. We have to do this fight on our own. But the good thing is we can do it. We are capable of doing it. And that's why I've tried to hit you with a lot of facts here. We'll be posting some of these graphics and stuff like this to Twitter and stuff like that, but I'm going to go walk around with my sons because it is Father's Day. And I've been yapping a while. Anyway, let's finish with the special report graphic because it's a lovely way to end it. There we go, everyone. Thanks very much. You've been watching a special report. We got a lot of them coming. Please share this with people. Until next time, I'm Lee Stranahan.
Hi, this is Ed. Welcome to the Outer Light. Well, before I go on, I'd like to thank my patrons for your continued support over my channel. So thank you very much for that. Just here over at this article here, of course, this information has been widely shared to do with all kinds of things, because who's been hired to Malta's special counsel, of course, is known to the public now. So a link to this, of course, will be placed in the comment section. But let's have a look here. Here you have Robert Mueller. Of course, Robert Mueller, if you don't know who Robert Mueller is, he's a former FBI director that took office September the 4th, 2011, and covered up 9/11. In my opinion, of course, I believe 9/11 was an inside job, or in fact, some factionary group of the government in a very powerful position. And this individual here pretty much covered up the entire investigation. He didn't even have time to put his Hillary Clinton portrait on the wall. Remember, he only took that position in September the 4th. Literally days later, you had 9/11. So I guess his portrait of the Queen herself, Hillary Clinton, queen of corruption, he couldn't actually get out of his box and dust off. And we can see that here. If he didn't dust it off then, he's just completely packed his team full of people that are in support of Hillary Clinton and Obama. Of course, Obama is completely corrupt, absolutely corrupt to the core. Obama is the person that after the narrative was worked out in the book Shattered, as shown by Clinton insiders actually, who are embedded journalists, so to speak, shared in their book that the fact that the Russian narrative came out of the loss of Hillary Clinton when Robbie Mook and John Podesta got together and decided to blame the Russians. Now, if you don't think Obama's corrupt, He is super corrupt, and I'm not just, you don't even have to look at the historical data before that. He is an arms dealer. He works for the deep state, and he's pretty much caused how much suffering in the world. It's unbelievable. But the main point is he expelled all the Russian ambassadors, thereby perpetrating the potential of a conflict with Russia in order to support Hillary Clinton's narrative. He expelled all the ambassadors for hacking the election, of which there's no evidence. Absolute corruption. Anyway, let's go down here. You can see, I'm not going to go into this in depth because you can read in the article, lots of names here. For instance, this individual, guess where they worked? Well, they were the lawyer for the Clinton Foundation. Not only that, but they helped stop a federal judge, helped persuade a federal judge to block the ability for Bill and Hillary Clinton to actually answer questions under oath, because of course Bill and Hillary Clinton never want to do that. The judge obliged via the persuasion of this individual that is now in this special counsel, who also gave mass donations, the highest possible, to Hillary Clinton. Again, you have more names here. This individual here worked on Watergate again, giving all this money to Obama, and hey, you can give money to whoever you want, but if you're looking for a non-bias investigation, then you're not going to hire people that give masses in the tunes of thousands of dollars to the actual side that hates Donald Trump. Newt Gingrich. Republicans are delusional if they think the special counsel is going to be fair. Look who he is hiring. Check FEC reports, time to rethink, former Speaker of the House. And also on and on and on, we see all these kind of individuals, same set of criminals pretty much here. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. But before I go on, let's have a look at something else, because you're probably answering the question, will they get away with it? Will it happen? Well, let's have a look at a poll over at CNN here, and what turned out to be a disaster for CNN. Of course, we know that the deep state, they were looking for just signs that the public would be in support of an obstruction of justice investigation. Should Trump be investigated for obstruction of justice? 29% say yes, 70% say no. Over 2.6 million votes right there. And that pretty much tells you two things. Number one, it's going to be very hard for them to ever kind of like try to find a narrative within a media cycle, and this could be dangerous for them to get what they want, because they will literally fly planes into buildings. They will literally cut, unbelievable things in order to shape opinion. So because they cannot change the public perception, what's next? A nuclear bomb, a massive train derailment of dirty bomb stuff or whatever, they'll escalate it, in my opinion, because this individual, you might not think it's real, but this individual thought that this building, if we just jump over here for 1 second, i.e. building 7 right here, they didn't think that. Of course, they knew it was an inside job. They covered up the investigation. He was there for over 12 years as director of the FBI, Robert Mueller, and he still couldn't find the people responsible for 9/11. This is Trade Center 7. Trade Center 7 fell like this. What kind of building falls like that from a small fire at one side? No building falls like that from a small fire at one side. In fact, this building is a steel reinforced building that was used to house an emergency center, and it had been specially reinforced to be available in a time of a massive disaster such as a nuclear attack. But that's how buildings fall in Robert Mueller's world, and they just fall because nothing is out of the ordinary, and there are their mistakes. You see, these people make mistakes. They think everyone else is dumber than they really are. They think people will believe anything, but they are making a mistake because people are seeing through the illusion. We now have a generation of people pretty much, or 5 or 6 years worth of people that aren't watching the mass subscribed TV, that are using the internet, looking at alternative media, and it's harder for these people to sell you the lies. So let's have a look at the classic testimony again, just from over here. This is a classic bit of testimony. Let me just find it. So here we are over at James Comey's testimony here, who's the protege of Robert Mueller, who Comey stated on the record in these testimonies that he leaked the memos in order to get a special counsel appointed. And that's what happened. It achieved its objective. And remember, this leaker, he isn't a leaker that's leaking for the public good. He's leaking information to benefit himself, to engineer a scenario to circumvent the actual United States president. Let's listen to this individual here. This is the name of here down here. Let's have a listen to James Comey admit himself that no, Donald Trump didn't tell him to drop the investigation.
I hope you can let this go. Now, those are his exact words. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you wrote them here and you put them in quotes?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. He did not direct you to let it go.
Not in his words, no.
He did not order you to let it go.
Again, those words are not an order.
No.
So he has the answer there, and Donald Trump didn't order him to drop the investigation, okay? So all this is stemming out of just lies upon lies. And even if Donald Trump did order him to drop the investigation, that's within Donald Trump's legal right. He's the president of the United States. He can direct the FBI not to investigate something. Remember that he might consider it a security risk if people can organize and destroy him, like what's happening now, getting torn apart. Well, what it looks like getting torn apart by wolves at every angle. Okay, he can direct James Comey to not investigate General Flynn. That's totally within his rights. Also, all this Russian narrative is stemming from a fake narrative that's stating that the DNC servers were hacked. Okay, it doesn't matter if they're hacked, even though they weren't, in my opinion. It doesn't even matter. People get hacked all the time. Does that mean it's Russia? That's the problem. Now, who examined those servers? It was, of course, CrowdStrike, who, of course, has been a proponent and supporter of Hillary Clinton, in my opinion. The FBI were not allowed to examine those servers. Why weren't the FBI allowed to examine those servers? Ask yourself that. They are the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or as Loretta Lynch stated, Federal Bureau of Matters, because she actually came in and told James Comey not to refer to the investigation as an investigation, but to call it a matter, thereby even having yet more corruption. I mean, there's so much corruption. Now you have the Attorney General influencing the FBI to control the way he talks about the Clinton investigation, which, by the way, if you look at the documents, one of the wording in there was espionage. Clinton was being investigated in a criminal investigation for espionage, for the mishandling of materials, classified materials involving things like SAT programs, which, strangely enough, is pretty much the world that this individual represents, is the SAT programs, the arms dealers, and all these kinds of things. But now you have it splintered, you see, because you have the deep state world against the deep state world. It's all, in essence, cannibalizing itself, and that's why they're making mistakes. That's why it's not easy, and that's why, sadly, now they can't control the media narrative. Now they've pushed out all this thing against fake news, demonetization of YouTube, etc., and tried all of these tactics, controlling Reddit, controlling news sites, controlling trending articles, removing trending videos from YouTube, removing real trends from anywhere, removing any kind of trends from any place, so the public can never push up what's in their interest that they want people to talk about. They've tried all of these tactics, including massive blitzes of calling everyone fake news, including myself, as I was part of that Four Corners documentary where they showed the outer dark in there as fake news. Here you have the problem. People do not buy it anymore. They do not believe it, and they all know that there's someone behind the curtain pulling the arrangements here in order to try to take Donald Trump down at all costs, and people don't like it anymore. They just want to live in a world of truth. They just want true things, and they want people to try to act justly. They don't want to support absolute super corruption like this individual, James Comey, Loretta Lynch. Pretty much any way you throw a dart at this place, you hit some kind of absolute cesspool of corruption. It's pretty outrageous. Anyway, in the meantime, go out and decide for yourselves what to believe. Of course, these are my opinions. You have to come up to your own perception. But yeah, that's the way. This pretty much is the way it goes with people like Robert Mueller, the arms cartels. They will pretty much fly a Boeing 747 into a building. They will blow up something. They'll drop a virus. Who knows what they do? And you're probably thinking I should take off my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. But hey, there's a lot of information showing what these arms dealers will actually do in order to maintain control. The question is, will Donald Trump be able to remove the cancer which is plaguing his surroundings there? Well, time will see. Obviously, Donald Trump has done, seems like a very smart individual, so we will see what happened. And again, this hasn't got to do with if you like Donald Trump or don't like Donald Trump. This has got to do with the people elected Donald Trump, and now the arms cartels are using every method, both psychological and all of these other ways, in order to try to subvert his presidency. And now they're using this pretty much deep state cutout in order to do that. In the meantime, though, this is Ed from The Outer Light. Stay safe, go and do your own research and decide for yourselves, and I'll see you later.
All the major networks, CNN, CNBC, MSNBC, all of those media outlets are on the decline. They are in absolute panic mode because they see their end coming.
Hey friends, thanks so much for tuning in. Sean here from SGTReport.com. And returning to the program today is a guest that we've not had on for far too long. He's an author. He's the founder of Survival Blog. His latest book is called Land of Promise. It's the one, the only James Wesley Rawls. James, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on, Sean.
Well, thanks for coming back on. We have much to talk about today, and I want to talk to you about what you believe the near-term future is of the United States and the long-term future of both the United States and humanity. And guys, we're going to talk about a lot of different issues today, but as we're having this conversation, this Russian hacking of our elections has no merit, and there's no facts to back it up. I think the deep state is being laid bare, and this narrative is getting very tired. Your thoughts on that, because then I'm going to bridge into something very important.
Sure. Well, I have to agree that what the deep state is trying to generate here is a tempest in a teapot. It all comes down to a couple of private conversations that President Trump had with Comey when he was FBI director, and just the suggestion that he go easy on Flynn because Flynn was either about to resign or had already tendered his resignation, and he just wanted to see him go in peace. And it all comes down to whether or not Flynn lied to the vice president about the substance of a conversation that he had with the Russian ambassador, not a Russian intelligence agent. And to see this blown up to huge proportions when we could have had a special investigator appointed about the tarmac conversations between the Attorney General and the former president, whose wife was running for president at the time.
Right.
We could have had a special investigator appointed over Emailgate. None of that ever really happened. What we're seeing here is really them trying to trump up, pardon the pun, trump up charges against Mr. Trump, because there really is no case. What we have here is just a allegation, just innuendo, that there was some kind of collusion going on between the Trump transition team, perhaps Trump himself, and the Russians. But it really didn't happen. And the much bigger, huge story, of course, is how did the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, private emails end up in the hands of Wikileaks? And the general consensus in the mass media seems to be, oh, the Russians did it. It's obvious. Whereas in the alternative media, it's very clear that if you look at the timing of everything, it was Seth Rich inside of the DNC itself.
Bingo.
Leaked to WikiLeaks. That's a much bigger story. That actually has some substance to it. That's what Congress should be delving into right now. Instead, they're trying to turn a couple of private conversations between Mr. Comey and President Trump into some kind of impeachable offense, which is absolutely laughable.
Couldn't agree more, and you hit the nail on the head with 2 words, Seth Rich, which the FBI should be doing the research that George Webb is doing. George Webb on YouTube is doing a great job really uncovering the names, the dates, the data, all roads in the political assassination of Seth Rich, in my opinion, at this point, and it's really becoming more than opinion based on the work of George Webb and other researchers, all roads lead to the DNC. So I just covered this with Harley Schlanger. I have a theory here, and you tell me if you think I'm off base. I think that as it pertains to a nuclear exchange in World War III with Russia, because we have a President Trump, the minutes to midnight have been moved back a couple of minutes, fortunately for humanity.
Yes.
Because if Hillary Rotten Clinton was in the White House, we would get more of this same. We would get this endless Russian Putin bad guy warmongering as NATO surrounds Russia and continues to really close in on Russia, and we'd be facing World War III. And so what they're trying to do with this narrative is keep the Russian boogeyman story alive, because you know as well as I do that during the Cuban Missile Crisis, it was Kennedy picking up the phone to talk to Khrushchev that saved us from nuclear annihilation. And the same can be true here because Trump is willing to have a dialogue with Putin, but the deep state doesn't want that dialogue to occur.
Well, that's exactly right. And to get back to Seth Rich, what we really should have in the Seth Rich investigation is another Watergate scale congressional investigation. What we're going to get instead is another Vince Foster style cover-up.
That's right.
It's absolutely an assassination is what happened. And the mainstream media is absolutely ignoring it because it does not match their narrative, their political agenda.
Isn't it interesting, though, to you to see people waking up? Because, you know, so many of us woke up to the crimes and the overt criminality of the RNC when they railroaded Ron Paul and essentially stole the election from him because he was by far and away the front runner. And
he's certainly the best candidate.
Absolutely. And now they've done the same thing to Bernie. The DNC did the same thing to Bernie. And now all these folks on the left are waking up. So people are waking up in droves. And the emperor has no clothes. The emperor is naked here because in November of 2016, the Google CEO, Sundar Pichai, came out and said, there is no room at Google for fake news. So they're not going to cover any of this stuff, and anybody who does cover these hardcore facts we're discussing right here is labeled as being a source of fake news. That does not work anymore when people from the left and right begin to wake up.
Right. And in fact, if anything, when you look at the market share of some of these media outlets, CNN now controls something like 8% of the mass media news market. 20 years ago, it was like 30 or 40%. They are definitely on the decline. In fact, all the major networks, CNN, CNBC, MSNBC, all of those media outlets are on the decline. They are in absolute panic mode because they see their end coming. They see the handwriting on the wall that they are no longer trusted. There are now more timely, more detailed, and less biased news outlets in the alternative media. They're panicking because they're seeing the American populace is turning to the internet news sources and waking up. And as we've seen in recent years, the term media really has expanded to include every adult citizen of the United States, because almost every adult citizen carries a recording device with them. They carry a cell phone or a smartphone that has a camera and a microphone, and it's recording. They're the ones who are on the spot with their cameras recording the news. And then often the local news or even the news networks depends on what's posted to YouTube to fill in the gaps in their reporting. They're actually running those YouTube clips on the news just in recognition that that's who's really gathering the news now. That's one reason my son and I set up CFAPA.org, which is the Constitution First Amendment Press Association, where we issue press credentials to any adult citizen, because the whole definition of the media has changed radically in just the last 10 years. We're all the media now. We're all protected by the First Amendment, and the dinosaur media of what most people call the mainstream media, which I refer to as the lamestream media, is just that. They're dinosaurs. They are on death watch right now. And as they near the extinction point, they, in desperation mode, are doing their very best to discredit the alternative media. But they're losing. We have actually already won this whole battle. It's just a matter of the final denouement.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the social media statistics back this up. So where they used to be able to fudge Nielsen ratings and say, before social media, they could paint a much different picture of the eyeballs and their audience, the size of their audience. Now, because of social media, it's very evident that people like Jake Tapper, even Anderson Cooper, they don't even have the reach of somebody like Paul Joseph Watson at InfoWars or Mark Dice, for instance. Those guys crush. In fact, Mark Dice tweeted something out the other day, and to Jake Tapper specifically, and Jake Tapper was forced to respond, because that's how relevant now we in the truth media are. And so now we put these people on their heels, and they actually need to engage us. And so they are absolutely losing the battle. So let's talk about the near-term future. I want to talk about the economy, technology, Agenda 2030 as it pertains to our near-term future. But then I also want to talk to you about our long-term future as a country and as humanity, as we talk about things like AI, quantum computing, and what could lead to the beast system. And let me quote this from your site, the editor's quote of the day that you put up, James. It says, "Strong AI is like a cosmic lottery ticket. If we win, we get utopia. If we lose, Skynet substitutes us out of existence." And that's a quote from Peter Thiel. So your thoughts on our near-term future, and I guess when I say near-term, let's think Agenda 2030. That's, 12 years away, 13 years away, and then we'll talk long-term future of humanity.
Well, if Trump's team stays in office and Trump gets a second term, we may have a very good chance of averting the globalist plan to institute a global currency and global governance. If Trump is pushed out, and Pence, who is a lot more wishy-washy, ends up as president, we might continue on down that path. And if you look at Paul Ryan, the Speaker of the House, who is essentially a rhino, he's a Democrat in Republican clothing, and yet he's leading the Republican Party in Congress. With people like that still essentially calling the shots, you'll notice that Trump has been able to do a lot of things by executive orders and just by executive decision making. He has essentially been stalled by Congress because Paul Ryan and company don't want to see a reversion of Obamacare. They don't want to see a scale back in government. They don't want to see libertarian ideals. They don't want to see lower taxes. Any of that. They want to continue on with their socialist agenda. I've many times been quoted as saying that we really only have two socialist parties in this country, Socialist Party A and Socialist Party B. One calls themselves Democrats, one calls themselves Republicans, but they're both socialist parties, just that one of them is in more of a hurry than the other. And that's what Trump is up against. And a president can do a lot of things, but without the cooperation of Congress, and here we have Republicans leading the White House, the House, and the Senate, and now doing Supreme Court and appellate court appointments, we've got Republicans calling the shots, and they're wasting this huge opportunity because the Republican Party has been completely co-opted.
That's right.
It's part of the problem now. And that's part of the swamp that Trump was talking about is actually Republicans in Washington, D.C., because they're Republicans in name only. They are rhinos. That's what Trump is up against. And I'm hopeful that Trump, with the cooperation of the American people, which I think he has, and if he plays the great communicator card, just like Ronald Reagan did, and appeals directly to the American electorate, they, together, we can force Congress to move on these issues, scale back government, turn back the 8 years of just intense socialism that the Obama administration promulgated. We have the opportunity to do that. But as long as the mass media still holds sway, I'm not sure if that's going to happen. And they might even be successful in impeaching President Trump over a trifle and either forcing him to resign or completing the impeachment process and forcing him out of office constitutionally. That's the prospect, and it's not a very pretty prospect because at this point, the media is calling the shots, and they've created this tempest in a teapot. They absolutely loathe Trump, the entire Trump cabinet, and everything that Trump stands for, and they will stop at nothing to see him pushed out of office, even if they have to fabricate a situation and elevate it to an impeachable offense.
Yeah, they specialize in bearing false witness against their neighbor in the media. Have you seen that? A lot of the politicians do the same thing as it pertains to Assad, and whenever they want to get us embroiled in a new war, they bear false witness against their neighbor. I cite that as one of the 10 commandments, even more so than thou shalt not kill, as one that they use as a playbook, and it is so despicable because they do it constantly, and the mainstream media does the same thing. Instead of digging for truth, they bear false witness to whipsaw everybody into, so nobody's buying it anymore. And we come full circle here because I don't know if you saw the Megyn Kelly exchange with Putin, but he absolutely buried her and destroyed her and made her look like the mockingbird rag that she is.
Are we really to believe that the whole thing was staged, that everybody was in on it? The World Health Organization, the Forensic Medicine Institution, the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons?
The answer is very simple, and you know it. Yes, Zarin could have been used by someone, but not by Assad. It could have been used by someone in order to accuse President Assad.
Because she could only parrot these official talking points about Russians hacking the election. And everybody knows, including Putin, that it's the whole world, I should say, maybe not every American, but the whole, globally, these governments know this is nonsense.
Yes, and that's the bottom line. And I've been in deep prayer for our nation, and the Trump team is not perfect. Trump unfortunately appointed a lot of people from the banking community, for example, who are not to be trusted. There's a lot of division within the Trump cabinet. In fact, the huge number of leaks that are coming, even out of the West Wing itself, are evidence that there's untrustworthy, unsavory people who are on the Trump team. But I've been in deep prayer that the Trump team is able to do the right thing, to restore constitutional government to the best of their ability, to scale back government, to restore individual liberty. And I'm just not very hopeful. I'm praying hard, but my hopes are not up for this because he has so much up against him. There are so many powers that are so deeply entrenched. He refers to it as the swamp. But boy, talk about a intractable enemy that's deeply entrenched. That's what he's up against.
Yeah.
So please, folks, continue to pray. And, there's some really good people in the Trump administration, like Steve Bannon, for example, who's just an absolute salt-of-the-earth guy. We need to pray that they are able to persevere and overcome. And we need to make contingency plans, though, in case they aren't able to, in case by political maneuvering or whatever, if Trump ends up out of office and we end up with 3.5 ineffective years of a Pence administration, followed by, God forbid, a Chelsea Clinton administration.
Oh, geez.
That's worst case scenario, because she would probably get 8 years in office. She'd probably get 2 terms, and she could probably do even more damage than Obama did.
You as an author couldn't even make that up. I mean, that is so unbelievable. It defies any narrative that could be written by the globalists, because nobody wanted Jeb Bush, nobody wanted Hillary Clinton, but somehow they'd get Chelsea in there? Oh my God.
I think they could get someone that bad there, and to have it be someone either very tight with the Obamas or very tight with the Clinton crime syndicate family is the absolute worst case scenario. Because look at what you'd get there. You'd end up with someone young, healthy, with no track record really that could be impugned, and yet behind the scenes, pulling the strings, would be her mother and her father, who are 2 of the most dictatorial, devilish individuals on the entire planet, and they would actually be running the administration. Chelsea would just be the figurehead and the pretty face out front. That's worst case scenario for me.
Yeah, I don't know about pretty face either. I mean, I'm sorry, but she's like Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I'm sorry, ugly inside and out. And I don't normally say those things, but these people wear their evil. I'm telling you that the evil in their hearts reads on their face. And Debbie Wasserman Schultz is an excellent example of that. Somebody so corrupt to the core, who should be in prison along with Hillary, they should probably be cellmates, that their ugliness really, belies itself through their eyes, through their facial expressions. Yes. It's almost like they're demonically possessed, especially that Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Did you see her, the nerve she has to threaten, essentially, the DC police chief?
Yeah.
I mean,
it was incredible.
No, it's absolutely shocking, and these people need to be held accountable. If Trump and Jeff Sessions and this administration can give us any gift, it would be a return to rule of law and justice for these politicians like Hillary Clinton, John Podesta, Debbie Wasserman Schultz. These people need to be tried for their crimes. Now, let's just take a leap of faith, and let's hope that the next 10 years, 12 years goes as well as we can hope for. And we saw Trump get us out of the Paris Accord, which I think is the first step in the slippery slope to UN Agenda 2030 policies, where they want to take away our sources of energy and turn us into serfs. Let's say we can throw that off. Let's talk about the long-term future, AI, quantum computing, and the beast system. I think Peter Thiel is right. If this thing goes in the wrong direction, humanity will be living like the first part of Terminator 2, with Skynet in control and these autonomous robots walking around. I mean, they kind of show us that in movies like Elysium with Matt Damon. Your thoughts on our long-term future?
Well, long-term, technology is a two-edged sword. And the good side of it is seeing, for example, everyone become citizen journalists. The bad side is seeing the most elaborate, intricate, inescapable databases being compiled on every man, woman, and child on the planet, not just in this country, but all over the planet, where these databases can be used as leverage for everything from political machinations to discrediting people in the press to convicting them of petty or even felonious crimes. These databases are growing exponentially. And whoever controls the databases controls the perception of reality. And as things stand right now, the databases are sitting under government control with corporate collusion. The collusion between the corporations and the government, it's a dangerous situation where if they control these databases and they construct a control grid correspondingly, it will be just about inescapable. And here we sit at the cusp of the 21st century, where we will have a cashless society where all of our money is just digits in some computer somewhere, where our every motion is being tracked by CCTV systems and by transponders, where we don't have any anonymity of movement. We don't have any anonymity of purchases once they go cashless with an electronic currency. They have the potential to set up a all-encompassing control grid with a absolute, it's enough to make the Stasi of East Germany envious. The Stasi had all these linear miles of paper folder records on every citizen in East Germany. Imagine what they would do if they had the current databases that shows every transaction that people make, and through social media is tracking all of the relationships between all the individual citizens as a forensic tool, or in the hands of a dictator. It's the ultimate weapon, because they know exactly who to round up, their circle of friends, and if they want to clamp down really heavily, they can go out a couple of degrees of separation from an individual to basically roll up any sort of active resistance that ever forms against the government. So it's a control grid that would be almost unstoppable unless you took down the grid itself.
Well, and that is the story of Terminator and trying to take down Skynet. It's interesting, too, because, I think what you've just described is the beast system. So it's really biblical in proportion. And as I've said so many times in my interview, humanity is not only at war with the bankers, humanity is at war with an entity that is unseen as well. This is spiritual warfare. Right. And we need to put on our spiritual armor to deal with what's coming, to survive what is potentially coming. It's one thing to have your preps in place, be they economic, food-related, housing-related, nuclear fallout protection related, or otherwise. But in addition to that, people need to put on their spiritual armor.
Right.
Because
you're right, Sean. But we need the full armor of God, and that's the only thing in the final analysis that's really going to protect us. And our only real hope is in our life to come with the Almighty. Okay, because we're, as Christians, all we're really promised here on this earth is a lot of pain and suffering, because we are preaching a message that is not well received by the secular world. They hate the name of Christ, and they really want to silence us. So it's only by getting right with God and prayerfully considering every move that we make that we can expect to be hidden in God's bosom and protected, and to be effective in the political world and the world of public dialogue. That's the very best that we can hope for. And I highly encourage all of your listeners to get right with God, to refocus their lives, and if you feel convicted by the Holy Spirit to redouble your efforts at preparation, to get involved politically or whatever, just do what you feel convicted to do following prayer. You have to be in counsel with God, you have to be deep in God's word, and you have to be going about God's business in your daily life.
Amen. And I just want to round this out with a few final thoughts, and you are more than welcome to reply to what I'm about to say. Otherwise, we can wrap it up. But I want people to understand, and it's very important for those of you who are listening to this conversation. Some of you are Christians. Some of you might be Muslim. Some of you might be Jewish. Some of you might be atheist. The point here is that I want to remind people that Dutch banking whistleblower Ronald Bernard tells us that the people at the very top, the people that run this world, some 8,500 people, he says, run the world. At the very top, these people cling bitterly to religious beliefs. And he says their religious beliefs are Luciferian. So, when we read in the Bible, Luke 21:26, men's hearts failing them for fear and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken. Men's hearts will literally fail them from fear. And guys, when we look at like the Goddard Tunnel opening ceremony, which was very satanic and Luciferian, it was absolutely a symbolic ceremony that's disturbing. And when we look at what they're doing at CERN, when we examine what they're really doing at CERN, trying to break the veil, trying to open a portal to allow maybe these entities into our sphere of existence, men's hearts will fail them for fear. This is very, very real, and I want people to understand that to mentally survive it, you're going to have to put on spiritual armor. All right, James, final word from you, and I want to thank you so very much for your time.
Sean, I just want to say that I'm praying for you and all your listeners that you would do the right thing when the time comes, that God would put you in the right place at the right time with the right people to make a difference. And I pray that in the name of Christ Jesus.
Amen. Thank you, sir. And I will say the same prayers for you, because so far God has put you in the right place at the right time for the right reasons, and it's a benefit to all of us. And I'm very fortunate. I count myself as very blessed to be able to have conversations like this one with people like you. Guys, our guest has been James Wesley Rawls. You can check him out daily at survivalblog.com. Also, go to Amazon and search his name and check out some of his fantastic books, the latest of which is Land of Promise. James, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you for having me on, Sean. God bless you.
God bless. It's my absolute pleasure. And guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We very much appreciate your support, and a special nod to my patrons over at Patreon SGT Report. You're making a huge difference for us every single day. God bless you all, and thanks for watching. Check us out at sgtreport.com for real news 24/7. Bye-bye.
What is the source of terrorism? What's been the role of the United States over recent years with the Bush regime and the Obama regime and Hillary Clinton's role in that, to promote and support international terrorism, just as Theresa May and British intelligence have been supporters of terrorism. And it's these same networks of the deep state that support terrorism that are the ones that are trying to keep Trump from working with Putin.
Hey friends, Sean from SGT Report here. I'm going to try to be brief, but I'll probably be long-winded because there's a lot to cover. I'm going to try to move quickly because in my last video, I think there was 16 minutes of great content, and yet I bet after 7 or 8 minutes, people didn't watch the rest, which was about spiritual warfare and the attack on humanity. So in this one, let's talk about the deep state coup against Donald Trump, because it's never been more evident that that is what's going on. Our friends at LaRouche write, "Stop Comey's FBI coup against Trump." And as I was reading this article, I received an email from a friend of SGT Report who wrote the following, and I want to share it with you here. He writes, "When will the deep state coup plotters be arrested and tried for their vast crimes against the American people?" I would like to know the same exact thing, because we know that CNN is nothing more than mockingbird mainstream media. We know that CNN represents only State Department and DNC talking points, which is lies. And we know that, according to this email, the deep state coup plotters, including the Democratic Party, organized left, GOP establishment, the mainstream media, and the Silicon Valley government-protected tech monopolies, and Wall Street itself, are going for broke and are going to remove our duly elected president in a grotesquely illegal and farcically evidence-free coup unless the American people rise up and tell them, hell no, and do so now. This has nothing to do with Russia. It has nothing to do with Mr. Trump, other than that he has given voice to and seeking to provide leadership to a broad movement of sentiment and belief on the part of the American people who want to restore our constitutional republic, and I would add rule of law, and our inalienable rights and freedoms. The globalist financial elites, think Soros, Rockefeller, Rothschild, who control and own the deep state, their stooges, agents, and operatives are in a mad panic because they clearly believe that if they do not remove Mr. Trump from office, and if they don't do it now, and if they do not completely obliterate and destroy the American liberty movement, and do so now, the entire deep state and their globalist financial elite owners and puppet masters will be brought to justice for their vast and unspeakably evil crimes against the American people. and the peoples of the world, and their entire grid of deception and control will be dismantled and replaced by human-centered, humane systems that support, rather than violate, the inalienable rights of each individual, family, and local community. See, we reject Agenda 2030. We reject the CFR and the talking points that want to enslave humanity in favor of globalist corporations, multinationals. It is time for the good, moral, and honorable men and women in the system, of whom there are countless numbers, though they have long had no control over the ultimate decision-making of what is now an entirely malignant, an implacably hostile corporate and banking-owned government, and for the people themselves to put a stop to all of this and to do so peacefully and lawfully. And to all of you that say Trump is just a puppet, I defy you to watch just 2 hours of CNN's propagandist programming to realize that the enemies of humanity, the deep state, are aligned against Trump just as they are aligned against you and I. Consider the following real-time evidence that a coup is in process. And this email goes on to cite, stop Trump from pulling a Saturday night massacre over the Russian probe. Of course, this comes from The Hill, which is just more insanity and propaganda about Mueller doing his job and investigating Trump for obstruction of justice, which is nothing more than a straw man, as we have established at SGT Report time and time again, most recently with my guest, investigative journalist Liz Crokin.
Why are they trying to get this democratically elected president impeached? The answer is pedogate. The answer is sex trafficking. President Trump is the first president in the history of the United States that has vowed to go after not only pedophiles, but the elite pedophiles. The world is run by elite pedophiles.
And this from Politico. Rosenstein friends say he won't be influenced by Trump tweets. Trump what? Saying, oh, it's a witch hunt? Because it is. And how about this one from CNN? Robert Mueller expands special counsel office, hires 13 lawyers. Where are the lawyers that will investigate Loretta Lynch's provable and now quantifiable obstruction of justice based solely on James Comey's own testimony?
Probably the only other consideration that I guess I can talk about in open setting is that at one point the Attorney General had directed me not to call it an investigation, but instead to call it a matter, which confused me and concerned me.
That she influenced him and pulled him back from an investigation of Hillary Clinton's crimes. CNN won't talk about that. And then there's this one from Lou Dobbs. The deep state operatives are attempting a coup d'etat. Here's Doug Weed to explain.
Here they go. Let's see if we can do this in America. And it looks like a coup d'etat. I don't know how else you can explain it. We had Comey say, no, the New York Times story was totally false. Well, that's driven the narrative for several months now.
Yeah.
None of the networks are saying, hey, we're sorry, back up, forget what we told you the last few months. It was based on false information. There's no retraction, no going back.
Yeah, they won't. Of course they won't, because they specialize in telling lies about their enemies, right? What does the Bible say? What do the Ten Commandments say? Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. But that's what CNN, the State Department, MSNBC, the Wall Street Journal, Bezos' blog, the Washington Post, that's exactly what they specialize in. They specialize in character assassination, fabrication, and omission of truth. They specialize in bearing false witness against their neighbor. Be they the neighbor, the president in the White House, or you, or me, or any of us in the alt media. It's what they do. It's what the deep state does. They're liars because they worship the father of lies. But let's return to that email from my friend who writes, the good Mr. Mueller is a multi-generational deep state operative. His great uncle was the grotesquely evil Mr. Richard Bissell, who, as a senior Wall Street operative and agent of the globalist financial elites, was tasked with putting in place the brazenly illegal covert operational structure in the newly formed CIA with the Orwellian name of the Directorate of Plans. Of course, the CIA was founded by the banking elites as their private paramilitary, able to conceal and protect the banking elite's vast and unspeakable evil crimes against the American people and humanity under the pretext and guise of national security. By the way, this is spot on because you'll recall that John J. McCloy, the president of the World Bank, was placed on the Warren Commission itself to investigate the assassination of our dear President JFK. Funny, this piece goes on to say, and of course the intelligence agencies have never been even remotely under the control of the constitutional government in any way, as John F. Kennedy found out on 12:25 p.m. in the afternoon in front of the eyes of the world on Friday, November 22nd, 1963 in Dallas, Texas. Mueller and the good Mr. Comey recently collaborated on Mr. Comey's testimony to the Senate Intelligence Committee. Note that the House and Senate Intelligence Committees and the Gang of Eight purportedly exercising, quote, oversight over intelligence operations all appear to be fantastically corrupt and compromised deep state operatives and stooges, which one would expect given the criminality and evil of the deep state black hats in the intelligence community and their globalist financial elite puppet masters. Again, what does Trump want? He wants a dialogue with Putin. What does the deep state want? It wants war with Putin and Russia. And dear friends of SGT Report, you should know that Mr. Mueller was also a key player in covering up the roles of elements of the U.S. government and one of our best allies in the planning, execution, and cover-up of 9/11, and Mr. Mueller and Mr. Comey were central in the cover-up of the U.S. government false flag of the anthrax letters shortly after 9/11. My friends, if you don't know, the anthrax was military-grade anthrax, and its source was Fort Detrick, a U.S. military facility. In that deep state false flag operation, senior U.S. senators and news anchors who had voices that might have stopped the despotic and unconstitutional Patriot Act, which had been written years before, just waiting for the right moment to be introduced in Congress, received in the mail hitherto unknown, incredibly sophisticated strains of weaponized anthrax from secret U.S. bioweapons labs. Again, Fort Detrick. If you don't know that, my friends, research it. The false flag operation that was 9/11 and our best allies that helped in the planning, I believe this email is referring to the Israelis and the Mossad, but it goes on to conclude Mr. Mueller and Mr. Comey appear to be the designated deep state operatives assigned the role of covering up the false flag nature of the anthrax letter operation. These are the same people we've seen time and time again sell out our nation, sell out rule of law, sell out everything that we hold precious and dear in the name of the deep state, the secretive deep state that runs the United States. At the end of the day, my friends, regardless of what you think about Donald Trump, intellectual honesty must compel you to draw the conclusion that the same apparatus aligned against Donald Trump, which includes elements of the alphabet agencies and the mainstream media it controls, are the same enemies of you, your family, and our way of life, and our very future. It's time to stand up. It's time to speak truth. And it's time to throw off these despots before they put you, your family, and future generations in chains that will never be broken. Thanks for watching, and for real news 24/7, visit us at sgtreport.com.
You know, the representative that was shot, his name is Scalise. He is part of the movement to expose sex trafficking. He just posted a YouTube video a few days ago addressing sex trafficking. This is not a coincidence.
After you were dismissed, you gave information to a friend so that friend could get that information into the public media.
Correct.
What kind of information was that? What kind of information did you give to a friend?
That the Flynn conversation, that the president had asked me to let the Flynn, I mean, I'm forgetting my exact own words, but the conversation in the Oval Office.
So you didn't consider your memo or your sense of that conversation to be a government document. You considered it to be somehow your own personal document that you could share with the media as you wanted to?
Correct.
Through a friend?
I understood this to be my recollection recorded of my conversation with the president. As a private citizen, I felt free to share that. I thought it very important to get it out.
Greetings world. President Trump has said that he is prepared to show a trail of leaks by James Comey that proved the former FBI director leaked classified intel to the New York Times. Comey, who was fired by Trump last May, admitted to Congress last Thursday that he was responsible for at least one leak, and now Trump's legal team are determined to investigate if there were others. Fox News reports, dating back to January, reveals a host of stories sourced from top FBI and DOJ officials, or those privy to their conversations, that either paint Comey in a positive light or push a message he was unable to personally disclose. Though Comey told the Senate Judiciary Committee on May 3 he'd never been, or directed another FBI official to be, an anonymous source for news reports about the Trump and Hillary Clinton investigations, the then FBI chief did not deny orchestrating leaks using, for instance, an old friend who works at Columbia University, or providing the information to a wide enough group to ensure it would leak. And in reference to a separate case, he acknowledged sending his infamous letter to lawmakers last fall announcing a revival of the Clinton email probe, knowing full well what they'd do. Did I know they were really going to leak it? Of course, I know how Congress works. Comey, who was fired by Trump in May, was open about at least one leak in testimony last Thursday. He admitted to using an XU.S. attorney, later identified as Columbia University professor Daniel Richman, to leak to the Times the contents of alleged memos Comey wrote about his one-on-one interactions with Trump. He was not asked if he had ever used Richman on other occasions. However, Richman is mentioned in 151 results in a New York Times search dating back to 1993, with 11 of those articles also featuring Comey and 6 of them being authored by Michael S. Schmidt, who later wrote the Comey memos story which Comey told Congress he directed Richman to leak. Dating back to at least January 10, the Times has published confidential information related to Trump and the FBI, mostly sourced anonymously from senior officials in the FBI and DOJ. January 6, Comey in written testimony said he briefed then-President-elect Trump while the two men were alone in Trump Tower on this date. The briefing dealt with the salacious and unverified dossier alleging that Russia had compromising information about Trump. According to Comey's account, both he and ex-Director of National Intelligence James Clapper decided Comey should be the only one to brief Trump. One of the reasons for this arrangement, Comey wrote, was because he was staying on as FBI director, though no official announcement had been made about this, and subsequent reports indicate Trump didn't ask Comey about remaining in his capacity until this meeting took place. January 10, the Times reports on the Comey/Trump dossier meeting, citing 2 officials with knowledge of the briefing. More inside the FBI information also exists in the article, including when the FBI first became aware of the dossier and the troubles agents had confirming the document's details. January 24, though Trump hadn't made an official announcement, the Times reports Comey would be staying on as FBI director. Comey had reportedly told a large group about the news, in this case special agents in charge from across the nation. Trump's request that Comey remain on allegedly occurred during the January 6 Trump Tower meeting. Schmidt wrote the story. February 24, following a CNN report about contacts between Trump associates and Russia, the Times reports, the same day, that both Comey and Deputy FBI Director Andrew McCabe allegedly called White House Chief of Staff Reince Priebus to assure him the CNN report was false. Priebus asked the FBI leaders if they could refute the report in public, though they both declined. When the reported calls between the FBI officials and Priebus surfaces, Trump is infuriated and tweets that the FBI needs to work aggressively to stop the leaks. March 1st, a DOJ official confirms to The Times that Attorney General Jeff Sessions had a pair of conversations with Russian officials G. Kislyak, despite Sessions' January 10 testimony that he hadn't had contact with Russians in a campaign capacity. This news, and the ensuing firestorm, leads to Sessions recusing himself from the Russia investigation. Comey said in his June written statement that he knew as far back as mid-February that Sessions would likely be recusing himself. This was one of the reasons he gave for not telling Sessions about his interactions with Trump. Schmidt contributed to this article. March 4th, Trump infamously tweets that his phones had been tapped at Trump Tower by the Obama administration during the transition. A senior law enforcement official from the Obama administration tells The Times that Trump's claim is 100% untrue. Schmidt contributed to this article. March 5th, several senior American officials and senior FBI officials tell The Times that Comey argued that Trump's surveillance claim was false and had to be publicly corrected, even going so far as to ask DOJ to push back on the allegation. The Justice Department does not do so, though Comey's concerns are voiced in the article without him ever giving an on-the-record quote. Schmidt contributed to this article. March 6th, the Trump administration pushes back on the reported Comey concerns publicized in the previous day's Times story. Comey was said to be disturbed by the claims because the Trump allegations insinuated the FBI had broken the law. Schmidt wrote this article. April 22nd, The Times publishes a very lengthy profile of Comey featuring several in-depth, inside-the-room details and on-the-record quotes from Richmond. The piece portrays Comey as a man attempting to shield the FBI from politics while struggling to do the right thing. Schmidt contributed to the article. May 9th, Comey is fired by Trump. May 10th, Richmond is quoted in a Times story about Comey and foreshadows the alleged request for loyalty Trump made of Comey, with a president who seems to prize personal loyalty above all else and a director with absolute commitment to the Constitution and pursuing investigations wherever the evidence led. A collision was bound to happen. May 11th, in the afternoon, Trump gives an interview to Lester Holt in which Trump calls Comey a showboat. Later that night, the New York Times publishes details of an alleged dinner meeting between Trump and Comey in which Trump demanded loyalty and Comey demurred. The article, written by Schmidt, cites associates of Comey. May 12th, a tweet from Trump, ostensibly sent in response to the latest Times story, suggests Comey is the source of the leak and tells him he should hope Trump doesn't have tapes of their conversations. May 16th, Comey testified in June he woke up in the middle of the night and decided he needed to get his side of the story out, though most of the details were already reported in the May 11 article. That day, the story about Comey's alleged memos of the Trump meetings is reported in a New York Times story. Schmidt wrote the article. This is the only leak Comey has acknowledged some role in. A spokesperson for Trump's legal team said Monday there was no update on the filings.
June 19th, 1953. Julius and Ethel Rosenberg are executed in the electric chair at Sing Sing Prison in Ossining, New York. They were convicted of conspiring to pass U.S. atomic secrets to the Soviet Union, a case that gripped America early in the Cold War. 1910. Father's Day is celebrated for the first time in the United States in Spokane, Washington. 1865. In Galveston, Texas, the event behind the celebration known as Juneteenth. Union troops arrive with news that America's Civil War is over and that all slaves in the defeated South are free. 1947.
One of the things that artists, writers try to do is to push against frontiers.
Salman Rushdie, author of the novel The Satanic Verses, is born in Mumbai, India. Rushdie spent a decade in hiding after Iran's Ayatollah Khomeini ordered Muslims to kill him because his book allegedly insulted Islam. 1986. Len Bias, the University of Maryland basketball star, suffers a fatal cocaine-induced seizure. It happens just days after the Boston Celtics choose him as their first pick in the NBA's draft. And 1962. Singer and dancer Paula Abdul, one of the judges on Fox TV's talent show American Idol, is born in San Fernando, California. Today in history, June 19th. Camille Bohannon, The Associated Press.
Meantime, tens of thousands of gun owners in California are in legal limbo tonight because of the state's newly expanded assault weapons ban.
Only on 5, Alan Martin found out it has to do with delays in implementing the law, delays no one wants to take responsibility for.
For years, ARs have been the weapon of choice at this gun store and shooting range in Vacaville.
Everybody wanted them right then.
But owner Travis Morgan says this year it's different.
Nobody's sure what the law is going to be, how it's going to be, when it's going to be written, what you got to register. So they all kind of just slowed down buying.
That's because a new law makes many of the guns he once sold and that many of his customers still use illegal. Until this year, AR rifles equipped with so-called bullet buttons were exempt from California's assault weapons ban, even though they have a detachable magazine along with all the features of a military-style gun. That's because you need a tool, usually a bullet, to release the magazine rather than just the push of a finger, making them slower to reload. But that didn't slow down the San Bernardino shooters in December of 2015. Armed with modified bullet button ARs, they managed to gun down 36 people in the span of 3 minutes. So lawmakers in Sacramento took action, closing what the Department of Justice now calls a loophole in the law. Now, bullet button ARs are considered assault weapons. They can no longer be bought or sold, although there's an exemption for people who lawfully owned them before the beginning of the year.
Because this law had been out before. And last time, Mr. Brown vetoed it. This time he didn't. He's a lame duck this season. He can't run again. So he signed it.
There are thousands, if not tens of thousands, of legally owned ARs in California right now. But beginning January 1st, an AR with a bullet button is either going to have to be modified or registered with the state to remain legal. The problem is you can't even register an AR right now.
They don't know how to implement these laws.
Craig DeLuce is with the Firearms Policy Coalition, a group that lobbies for gun owner rights in California. He says the new law requires the DOJ to come up with new regulations before it can open up an electronic registration system. But so far, the agency has failed to do that. That is leaving law-abiding gun owners who want to register but can't in a catch-22.
At the very end of December, on the eve of New Year's Eve, they tried to sneak the regulations past the public through the administrative process with no public input whatsoever. When they found out that they weren't going to be able to get away with that, they pulled them back.
But this man says it's the other way around.
Unfortunately, the gun lobbies used their typical delay tactics.
Ari Freilich with the Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence helped craft the new law. He blames pushback from the gun lobby, including threats of lawsuits for the delay.
The California legislature specifically passed a law in the assault weapon law to say that California's Department of Justice doesn't have to go through the rigmarole of public comment and red tape every time they want to develop regulations about registering assault weapons.
This is Attorney General Alan Martin. We caught up with Attorney General Javier Becerra, the man in charge of implementing the state's new assault weapons law, at a recent speaking event. A lot of gun owners are complaining they can't register them, and the holdup is within your office. How do you answer those complaints?
We will issue regulations. They have been a little delayed, and because of the transition in attorneys general, it did take a little longer. But we're going to make sure that the process is one that is respectful of responsible gun owners.
Back in Vacaville, Travis isn't holding his breath, and he says neither are his customers.
A lot of guys gone towards a featureless gun.
He now sells modified ARs. Stripped of military-style features like a collapsible stock, flash suppressor, or forward pistol grip, they are no longer considered assault weapons.
And that way you don't have to register it, you ain't got to do nothing, you're done.
In Vacaville, Alan Martin, KPIX5.
Alan says there's late word from Sacramento that the registration deadline will most likely be pushed back to July of 2018. Suspected car thief is behind bars tonight after leading police on a wild pursuit all over the county. The 2-hour chase began in Buena Park around 4:30 this afternoon. The driver of a stolen Chrysler 300 sedan led police through Anaheim, Huntington Beach, Costa Mesa, and a number of other cities. But the pursuit finally came to an end in Westminster off the 405 freeway, where the suspect drove onto some bushes, but he still wouldn't give up. So as you see there, an officer bashed the back window with the baton repeatedly to actually coax him out of the car. And that's when the suspect finally put his hands up and surrendered.
Greetings to all our brothers and sisters. Happy Father's Day, America. This is a day to celebrate. Why? Because our president did something really awesome and exposed the liberal liars. In his first 5 months, he is probably the most successful president in the recent American history. On the other hand, no president in the entire American history suffered this much from the treacherous liberal media. Donald Trump spent the Father's Day at Camp David with his family. They had a quality time. They played sports, and despite everything that happened in the recent time, they were blasting out of positivity. The most interesting thing is that Donald Trump made 3 awesome Twitter announcements. However, Donald Trump revealed the poll results. The liberals will hate this for sure. These things are simply facts. Despite the extreme pressure of the liberal media is such a big failure. America wants to become great again. Let's show our president how much we support him and admire his work. Share this video with everybody and don't forget to tweet this. Happy Father's Day, America. Happy Father's Day, Trump. We are anonymous.
Our next guest is Stephen Quayle, and he is an amazing guy. And I'm not kidding you either. I had an opportunity to speak with him personally before this because there is so much material to go over that it's really mind-boggling. The future of mankind as humans meld into technology, dream or nightmare, signs, portents, few demons here and there, and the ongoing battle between good and evil, which becomes more and more clear that that's precisely what this is about, and certainly a really strong case could be made for it. I want to talk to him right away, so let's just bring him into the global living room. This is Stephen Quayle, Good evening, my friend. How are you?
Hi, John. It's what a treat and delight to be with you, and we're going to talk about a lot of stuff that's really coming to the forefront and obviously impacting everyone's lives.
Well, I brought the books with me.
Okay.
And that little dedication to Nikola Tesla on his birthday, of course, came out of your book Weather Wars, which is extraordinary and is worth a show all to itself. But this is your latest book, The Angel Wars, yes?
It is, and in Angel Wars, I've taken 35 years of investigating the history, the myth, the legends of the wars in the heavens. It doesn't matter if you start with the recorded history of mankind, or at least that which they allow us to know about. You'll find that in every single instant, in every single country of the world, their legends always talk about the heavenly beings or the star people or the angels, whatever they're called in their local language, that come to earth, not only teaching mankind all of the different hidden arts, the mysteries, the sciences, but also going to war with mankind. And it's something that is too formidable a subject just to avoid in any way, shape, or form.
It really is, and the thing is that it repeats and it repeats and it repeats. It's like the universe wastes nothing, and everything is cyclical. And as we go through our visit tonight, it'll be, here he is, it's Solomon. The thing that hath been is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun, and that's just how it is, isn't it?
Right, and this is the critical thing, and I hope we can cover it. This is the key to understanding why all of the true, the forbidden archaeology, all the true facts in history have been hidden. Because in order to understand the present and to go directly to what we're going to be dealing with in the future, the keys lie in the past. So if you control the past, in essence, you control the future. So we've always heard, well, if these things are real, where are the bones? For instance, when I write about giants, people will say, well, they'd be in the Smithsonian. Now the Smithsonian's involved in probably one of the greatest archaeological cover-ups in the history of the world. The major governments of the world have cut deals with the U.S. government. We buy their silence with fabulous amounts of money. And now that the money is going to stop flowing, I believe the information is going to be there for the knowing as more and more people, and especially governments, break with official U.S. policy. So disclosure is going to take place more in the ancient realm as well as the alien or the heavenly realm. And so it's just as Solomon said, there's nothing new under the sun. But then when you start to deal with the sun and the sun's importance in history, obviously without the sun we all die. And I tell people that now we're seeing the solar anomalies. We're seeing all of the different SOHO, the solar observatory and the helioscopic observatory. In other words, satellites that do nothing but watch the sun until something important comes that the government doesn't want us to know about. The reason, again, that we don't see what everybody wants to see in order to quote-unquote believe is because in controlling the data and information flow, basically we become robots and we become vulnerable to whatever spin they put on us. So in the book, Angel Wars, Past, Present, and Future, I have the subtitle, as you know, No Flesh Left Alive. And you can't get away from the historic desire of entities. Obviously, the Bible talks about the devil and his angels fighting against Michael and his angels, but the desire of man in rebellion against God to create a better man, an Ubermensch, a Superman, if you will, DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, their super soldier. It's basically, John, God didn't do a good enough job, and now we're going to take our limited knowledge or our egotistical knowledge, and we're going to do something better. We're going to make a Superman, and I think we're only going to make super monsters, and unfortunately they have an appetite for human flesh, just as their ancient ancestors.
You know, I got an email a while ago, and do you find that are you accused of being a fundamentalist often?
I'm not a fundamentalist. That's interesting because the fundamentalists get mad at me. A fundamentalist basically doesn't accept the fact, and most of them don't accept the fact, that prior to the creation of Adam and Eve, which I believe is literally 6,000 years old, but prior to that, the golden age, I would say this: whoever accuses me of that only does so because I'm not ashamed of Jesus. But as far as fundamentalists go, I would say they would not be very happy. I tell people I'm one quote-unquote Christian who has done my homework and can talk about the things that most Christians don't want to talk about. I talk about things that most of them are afraid to talk about, and in so doing, if we can provide answers to people and they see that what an amazing, amazing amount of revelation is in the ancient texts of the Old Testament, the current text, the New Testament. Good example. Just because I quote Jesus, most fundamentalists don't even follow what Jesus said. So what they're looking for is basically, if you will, a box, and they want people to understand that in the box. Now, I'm not taking away anything from their position, but to call me a fundamentalist, I think, is basically a lack of understanding what it is. And if you cannot talk even on a basic term without name calling, the ad hominem text, obviously, when you talk about Jesus, you talk about the God of the Bible, the attacks come almost incessantly. And again, we're in a spiritual battle, and there really are bad people. There really are fallen angels. People, when you and I will do a show, or George Norrie and I do a show, I'll get people that are, upset that anyone would even think that angels exist. Yet they believe in UFOs, and they believe in the Space Brothers. So I would say this: I am the quintessential opposite of a fundamentalist, but I do believe that the Bible is specifically given to mankind to reveal the heart of God to the limited basis that a finite being can understand the infinite nature of the living, loving God. And so I'm excited about Jesus. Jesus said something: just as in the days of Noah, so would it be in the coming of the Son of Man, the days leading up to the coming Son of Man. Unfortunately, most people don't even know what that means, and they're starting to get a feel for it, because even the earth changes and all of the disruption in the weather and all of the different vehicles of torment and terror that are taking place. I believe there is a sinister malevolence behind those. Obviously, weather wars, you spoke of it. So I hope I've answered that question. I get accused of everything, so that's on the light side.
So do I, but I'm okay with it. It's you get to be my age and you can't annoy somebody or be a little bit flirty or something with others. I'm not doing that with you. You're just plain boring, but I'll go out on a limb far enough to say that I think that organized religion has driven away as many or more people than it's brought into Christianity. And if that's the case, there's something wrong with the church. And I'll tell you what, I would, and there I've said it to millions of people.
Right. Well, again, I agree. I concur. I am to the point of almost, I would say, in many circles, contemptible of organized religion. It doesn't matter Protestant, Catholic, doesn't matter what, because again, any time people don't know the truth or aren't allowed to know the truth or are suppressed or not allowed certain access to, quote, the truth or historic documents or things that would make it uncomfortable for those who want to control people, you, I, others. Look, we can sum up. I'll sum up the totality of what I speak about. It's relationship with Jesus, and Jesus is not the same as Buddha, Muhammad, an avatar, an ascended master. He's the King of Kings, Son of God. People say God has no children. Well, if Solomon's the wisest man in the world, that even non-Christians acknowledge had it together, and even the secret orders and the different cults, the secrets of Solomon, etc., stuff attributed to him in his fallen state, he said, tell me, in Proverbs, what is God's name or what is his son's name? The idea of a God who would absolutely give himself for the people's sins instead of having people climb up steps of pyramids, cutting the hearts out of living, breathing victims to appease some demon or demigod. I think it's fascinating to me because, again, everybody is looking at what they can do, and I'll be even a little stronger than you are. I'm in contempt of organized religion at the expense of people. Jesus came and died for people, not an organization, not a church structure, not to perpetuate dogma. He came that people might have life and have it more abundantly. And
Absolutely.
In this day and age, with death surrounding us on every corner, I got news for you. You and I both know that there's a certain peace that comes with that knowledge.
Tell you what, Stephen, let's take a break right now. Otherwise, I'm going to get I'd love to just keep rolling here, but let's take one. Otherwise, I'm going to bollocks this up real good. Our guest tonight is Stephen Quayle, and we're going to get into this. So strap in tight. It's not going to be bumpy, but it's going to be real fast. This is Coast to Coast AM. All right, Stephen, take us to the beginnings of evil, if you can. And what I mean by that is, what is evil anyway? Evil is intent to effectively to cause harm, either through subjugation or through just absolute abuse following the subjugation. So now you and I discussed briefly. The thing about it is this is such heady stuff, and it's just all over the place. I'm having trouble finding a beginning, a middle, and an end here because it's all kind of coming at once. But
I think you're correct in saying it's all coming at once. Most people view history, John, as a ruler, a yardstick with, day one, whatever they choose to call day, through the contemporary times. Quantum physics, obviously, and we're not going to get heavy. We're going to try and keep this really basic. Quantum physics easily looks at the surface of a basketball with all the writing on it, and that's on one level, but understanding that which holds the ball together, the air, that which comprises the air, the molecules, atoms, electrons, everything goes into that basketball. So people have to break loose, in my opinion, of looking at everything in a linear world. The pure evil, okay, let's go to free will. It's interesting that in the examples of mythology, and we can go not into every single mythological creature, but in Greek mythology, the central theme is gods and goddesses and fighting against humans, or favoring humans, kind of like Nero would have his favorite gladiators in the Rome. But there's always an element, and this would make the best melodrama. It's not between only good and evil, but it's between the whole realm of creation. What is so unique about mankind that every single recorded incident in history, even the things that are suppressed by the governments of the world, indicate that there was a group of fallen angels. The group of fallen angels were in rebellion against the God, or in their terminology, sometimes the gods. The gods fought amongst themselves. I'm just asking people to use the word angels, fallen angels. An angel simply means a messenger. Obviously, the Greek word for angel means messenger. A messenger is something that, or someone that carries a message. So if you look at modern man, I get a kick out of this, John, and we talked about this. People think that history, especially mythology, legends, and oral tradition are just absolutely untrue. Yet today's the most sophisticated scientists in the world, and those who are the editors of the most popular magazines in the world, they're talking about the blending of demons, and a demon, for the purpose of conversation tonight, is a disembodied spirit. They're talking about demon machines. They're talking about man who, in the hierarchy of biblical revelation, was created by a living God. We're not a cosmic goo. We're not cosmic soup. We're not an accident. We're not just atoms bumping as strangers in the night. May I give you a quote that's kind of interesting?
Absolutely.
Because this is by Nancy Gibbs, the editor-at-large for Time magazine. Again, what I think, and you and I spoke about this, John, when I spend 35 years and I put 815 footnotes in the book, Angel Wars, and I put 115 illustrations and quote all these people, it doesn't matter if someone says to John or Steve, well, I don't believe that. You're free to make that statement, but your statement is inaccurate as it relates to whether something exists or not, due to whether someone believes it or not. Let me give you this. This is in chapter 18 of my book. It's called Super Soldiers, Terminators, and Demon Machines. I'm quoting her now. As laboratories incubate new blends of man and machine, the path of progress cuts through the four-way intersection of the moral, medical, religious, and political. And whichever way you turn, you are likely to run over someone's deeply held beliefs and has revived the oldest of ethical debates over whether scientists were playing God or proving he does not exist because someone reenacted Genesis in suburban Maryland. Nancy Gibbs. Well, again, the joke is that scientists are sitting about bragging around their table how illustrious their brilliance and achievements have come to the point that they can create life, that they can create this and create that, and there is no God until a voice from heaven says to the scientists who are using the very essence of the building blocks of life, get your own dirt, meaning they can only assemble which has already been created. The infinitesimal minutia of man's arrogance compared to the infinite mercy and grace of the King of Glory, he who speaks the worlds into existence. Notice this, he doesn't test tube it into existence. He doesn't have to buy a molecular assembler to bring it together. See, there is such a shallow and such a misunderstanding, and I blame that on organized religion, to rob, in my opinion, God of his magnificence.
Well, you know what Carl Jung said? One of the main functions of organized religion is to prevent a person from having a direct experience with God. I'd sort of roll with Carl on that.
Well, I'll roll with him on that. I'd say 99% of the people, that 100% of the people need their own relationship. It's interesting, isn't it? Jesus doesn't say you have to crawl 20 miles on your knees with blood-drenched kneecaps to put a little piece of silver on a miracle board. Jesus never said to stand and stare at idols and statues hoping that somehow they give speech, yet exactly that's what so many of the myths and legends of the world teach. You see, it's always the idea of appeasing an angry God that involves some way or somehow ultimately the requirement of human life. The Bible said, and look, here's again, the thing is this, is you can talk, you and I both know this, you can talk about anything you want. It can be any form of perversion, it can be any form of disgusting thing, it can be everything is on there's no limits now on everything that used to be considered morally reprehensible or disgusting. And no matter whose context you put that in, but it's fascinating that the minute you speak the name of Jesus, every attack comes out. And Jesus said this, and you and I spoke about this, marvel not that the whole world hates you, for they hated me without a cause. And so the thing is that there is a supernatural element to evil. And even though the world is coming to it, every single scientific achievement, advancement in the area of transhumanism basically boils down to God didn't do a good job, and we're going to combine men and machines, and we're going to create men. We. It's the arrogance of Lucifer himself saying, I will ascend. You see, men want to be God. They think that because of their ability to control the masses and keep the truth. Jesus said, ye shall know the truth shall set you free. But that's based on also the fact that we have to abide in him. The love of God is the most lacking in person and presence. Who talks about it? Well, they say, well, those evangelical Christians. Most evangelical Christians aren't talking about the love of God. Most evangelical Christians aren't representing God as he characterizes himself in his Bible. Listen, the Bible is just a book. Obviously, the prophets, the stories that were written, that were given to Moses on the mountain. He wrote the first 5 books of the Old Testament.
Hang on, Stephen. We got to take a break, and they're going to cut us off. So we'll be back with Stephen Quayle. John B. Wells with you, Coast to Coast AM. We'll roll on after these. We're not selling anything here tonight on Coast to Coast AM. We're never really selling anything. One thing I know for sure, and I don't know much, I don't know the truth. I get a glimpse of it every once in a while. I get a piece of it here and there, but I do know this. The truth is one of those things that does not require our belief in it to exist. When we come back with Stephen Quayle, I want to find out how much explanation there really is with all these winged creatures, human faces on beasts, beast faces on humans, and all these other things that just permeate our history. Hope you'll hang with us for that. This is Coast to Coast AM. John B. in with you tonight. You can send me an email anytime you want at John B, JOHNB at coasttocoastam.com. Some months ago, I saw a news article. I don't even know how I got there. You click on one, and it takes you to another, and you go to the sidebar, and by the time it's all over with, I wound up at a UK site. And there was a stillborn sheep, and it had the face of a human being on it. And I'm not kidding either. It was absolutely disturbing. And the people who commented about it and their comments then put into print were a little sheepish about it. I'm sorry it was there, but it's true. Stephen, give us your thoughts on all of these various creatures of various distorted form that appear throughout antiquity and promise to be replaced in future, and we'll get to that later, with more modern, shinier-looking appendages other than the usual horns and tails.
Well, the hidden truths in mythology, especially the Greek mythology, and there are other, again, every single mythological based belief system deals with this, but the word chimera, some people pronounce it chimera, pronounce chimera, chimera.
Yep.
Obviously, excuse me, John, half animal, half human. Now, there was a time when people said that would never happen. Now, the idea behind it all is to cross the species, which is a direct confrontation against the created boundaries that the God of Genesis said that he created this, everything after its likeness and kind, and said it is good. The idea of trans-species mixing, not only forbidden by God himself, brought about the judgment upon the earth, killing everything and everyone with the exception of 8 people. People don't believe in Noah's flood. But even prior to Noah's flood, the prophet Jeremiah spoke of another flood that predated the creation of mankind on an earth that was in rebellion. Even the myths of Atlantis, by the way, I don't believe they were just not real places. Atlantis was real. Lemuria was real. Mir was real. Shangri-La. All of these different mythical places have a lot of things in common with the face of the human on a sheep. It's at that point that the God, not a demigod, not a demon masquerading who wants to be God, not Lucifer, but they made themselves an image that they could create and they could be on the same level as God, and they made these horrific creatures, whether they were satyrs, whether they were lion men. It's always the DNA. Now, in my book, here's something that most people don't understand. They'll quote the Dead Sea Scrolls, or they'll at least reference them, and much of the Bible that we have, especially in the Old Testament, obviously, a lot came from Qumran, what are called the Dead Sea Scrolls. But two of the most fascinating books out there that deal specifically with the question you're asking me are thousands of years old, and they're on copper scrolls or rolled up in different medium that they've been able to keep together. And that one is called the Book of Giants, which most people don't even know exists, and the Book of Enoch. In the Book of Giants, it said that the fallen angels literally commingled, call it DNA, which obviously it was. They absolutely distorted, perverted, manipulated the DNA of the animals. See, this is something that, again, most Christians are taught, and the fundamentalists believe, and I want to make this clear, I believe that the earth was obviously a lot older than 6,000 years ago, and that a pre-Adamic, you'll find this interesting later in the show, but a pre-Adamic civilization of angels and other beings not created in the image of likeness of God were brought forth, and they rebelled. The Golden Age, if you will, Manetto's Table of Kings, I'm going to throw some stuff out there, the Egyptian antiquity records, they go back tens of thousands of years. The map of the Creator, which is 500,000 years old. So modern Christianity can't account for the these time periods in the past. They'll try and make excuses, but the thing is the Word of God doesn't make excuses. It gives the truth, not the total truth, but when it comes to the chimeras, when it comes to the animal-human hybrids, it's interesting that in every single case in the Book of Giants, which is complete, and by the way, the Book of Giants, the word book is a little misleading there because it's fragments, but it's all about the fallen angels messing with every form of animal, every form of insect. Somebody knows, you may swat the flies and call them the little bees that they are. By the way, the word bastard specifically is a word defined and applied by God in the book of Enoch to the fallen angels' offspring. So that's what it is. It's not just somebody you don't like. The word historically. Now, some people get offended when I use that word. Obviously, I do want people to understand in the context. So as it relates to your question, John, these things were messing around with the DNA, crossbreeding everything, and that's where the monsters of antiquity come in. That's where all the strange stuff comes in. That's where all the giant centipedes, millipedes, insects, birds, dinosaurs, all this stuff come in. And in my opinion, we're going to be there again. That's why it took superheroes / half men, half God, in some cases of mythology, to conquer these things. And so when I talk about genetic Armageddon, today's technology producing tomorrow's monsters, we ain't seen anything yet. And what the boys in the black lab coats, when I say black, I want to make this clear, that's the secret laboratories of the world that do such horrific experiments that Mengele would be the patron saint of these guys. In other words, they're that sick.
You read my mind about Mengele. Let me tell you what, many people do not know this. There has been, and I know this has been said ad nauseum, but it's true. It's unbelievable what our people, I don't care what color, I don't care. In this regard, absolute color blindness applies. Not only are we being lied to, but these lies are becoming more and more transparent all the time until, of course, the internet is seized, in which case, well, we'll get to that later. I'm not so sure it's a good idea to run everything over the net, especially with a guy sitting in the Oval Office that can pull the plug on it at any time. Then what? But the amount of knowledge that we're not being taught is absolutely unbelievable. People don't know. Not even the last 100 years of history. Our own president doesn't even know how many states we have. I'm not going to pick on him. He's got his own problems. He's turning gray. He's done it in 2 years, so he's under a little stress up there. But how do you? Is it only through programs like this that we can get any information out to people? So at least if they don't just swallow it, hook, line, sinker, lock, stock, and barrel, whatever, they can at least go to find the answers to these questions, because this is melding into one big comic book where it's a comic book, so you just take it at face value and you don't take any of it seriously, and in the meantime you're out on the clothesline and you're about to be a victim.
Well, that's exactly what's happening, because victim, I use the word victim in the same sense I think that you mean it. We're about ready to be sacrificed. And when I say sacrificed, I'm talking on the altar of a supernaturally evil plan to destroy mankind in its entirety. That's why I use the second title of my book, actually, not the subtitle, but No Flesh Left Alive, ? Is in direct reference to what Jesus himself said when he said that if the days weren't shortened, there'd be no flesh left alive. This is why all the secret science programs, the vaccinations, the pharmaceuticals, all of the different plans to control and destroy people are on an accelerated basis. Let me put something into perspective, because I think this will explain it in a real simple way. If I might just share one statement, I think this will help people to understand. The goal is not to help humanity be all we can be, to borrow the Army's term, but rather to place those of us living now with a very different creature, to basically create a race of gods, little g's, which will then toss out the old humans, that's you and I, John, who will no longer be useful to have around except perhaps as amusing slaves. If anything, the old-style human beings will be an irritation or a reminder of what the transhumanists once were. You see, you remember the movie, obviously, The Terminator. Remember how Skynet becomes the controlling overlord and self-replicating machines continue to destroy mankind?
Sure.
It's the same thing. It's kind of like CERN and the Stargates out there, and most people don't understand what the purpose of Stargates are. Before the certain point in time, it's like God puts a time lock on hidden mysteries, and at a certain point in time, those time locks are open. Well, I've talked to people through cutouts, because a lot of people can't talk to me because what I'm saying directly, because I don't want to put them in harm's way, and I prefer that I never know any names of people, just the information. Men will tell you what's going on. What's going on will not tell you what the men are doing. So in the basis of human intelligence gathering, that's why the KGB and all of the spy networks, Chinese, CSIS, Chinese, all of the different spy agencies of the world, the ones that lead the field aren't the ones that are technologically perfect like the United States, or what we once were, but the ones that have human people in the field. So God has witnesses, and he has people that are letting his people, i.e. those who are followers and believers and who believe in the redemption, Lord Jesus Christ, warning the people of what's coming. The coming nightmare is so horrific that I lack the words to try and share with people. So by giving the answer to what's going on behind the scenes, it's my desire and my prayer that I can give the antidote for fear. And the antidote for fear is simply knowing that you know this is how it's going to play out. You may not know all the details, but that God in his mercy and love told you that you don't have to be afraid of it. You don't have to be afraid of it if you obviously have the ability to overcome it, not in your strength, but in the strength that the promise of the Word of God. Listen, Satan doesn't like this. He knows his time is short. There is war in heaven going on right now. There's war on the earth. And if you notice the anti-Christian bias, it's increasing so greatly that it's almost like seasoning on a plate, or seasoning in a restaurant to serve everyone up on a plate. We've seen this in history before. The reason history repeats itself is because men don't learn from their past mistakes, and they become apathetic and indifferent. And in apathy and indifferent, you offer yourself up for slaughter.
You know, it was the great books and the quotations therefrom. Is that a word? Oh, well, I'm hosting the show, so it's a word tonight. Therefrom. Now it seems to be the great screenwriters. And I don't know if Morpheus out of the Matrix was the first one to say it, but I remember him saying it's one thing to know the path, but it's another thing to walk it. It's difficult to get on that path and stay on it. And I want to get your take on something here, because you touched on it a minute ago, but I didn't want to interrupt you. And it is that I got an email a minute ago from a fellow who said, would you ask Mr. Quayle, the God of the Old Testament seems to be a little more harsh than the God of the New Testament. In my mind, I said, well, that's because you have Lord Jesus between you and him. So it's not quite as harsh, but I don't know if I'm even close with that. It's just my initial response to it. Is there a big difference between the harshness of the Old Testament and the more leniency, as it would seem to be, of the New?
Well, the neat thing about the mercy, the love, and the grace of God is it's the bridge between the black and white. I think in my case, and I want to add, that's a great question, by the way, whoever sent that to you. One of the hardest things I had as an early Christian is understanding why God, and here's basically one instance that I never understood until, when you take a look at it face value, God had the children of Israel slay every man, woman, and child that when they went into the promised land. In most instances, there were exceptions to that. And I could never understand why that was the case, John, and I prayed about it, and obviously studied about it. And when you find out that at a certain point everything was corrupt, meaning everything was corrupt, up until the time of Noah, that means when it the Bible, the Old Testament says Noah was perfect in his generation. That doesn't mean he was morally perfect. We all know that wasn't the case.
True.
The point is that he was the only untampered with genetic stock. And so it said that God was so grieved that he had made man that it repented him. So the thing is that God builds an ark for Noah and his family. And by the way, years ago, studying the ark, all of supposed locations, actually talking with some of the guys that have been on it in my early Christian years, that's almost 40 years ago. The point that I think the harshness is that, listen, God is not a buddy who you can basically go down to the bar and hammer a few down with. The anthropomorphic distortion, meaning placing mankind's limitations and understanding on he who called it into all realms of existence. I'm talking quantum realms. I'm talking eternal. So when you look at that, like God destroyed all the men, women, and children, or certain Israelites were commanded to do that, it wasn't because God is the ultimate meanie. It's because they were all corrupt. And had he not given that command and order, there'd be no seed of his creation left. Let me put it this way too. I think this is going to help, and this is the key. This is out of Hidden Truths of Mythology. I'm reading right out of the top of my book. I want to give people an understanding of 35 years of writing. This is 444 pages, and it's totally different in some respects than anything I've written before. And here it is, and I'm going to quote some different people just to put this into context, because that is a valid perception, but if you only understand it on its surface, you don't get to what's underneath. Why did Satan have some of his fallen angels intermarry with human women? Why? Why bother? The reason for this can be understood by investigating the greater context of Genesis. In Genesis 3:15, the first messianic prophecy is recorded. The prophecy declared that the Messiah would be the seed of the woman, and this seed would crush the head of Satan. What is happening in Genesis 6:1-4 is a satanic attempt to corrupt the seed of the woman by having some of his angels take on human form. And I might answer the critics too. That was both before the flood and after the flood. By the way, angels always appear as young males when they take on the human form and intermarry with humankind to try and corrupt the seed. Therefore, the events of Genesis 6:1-4 were a satanic attempt to cancel out the prophecy of Genesis 3:15. That was Arnold Fruchtenbaum, PhD. So if you look at this in the context that there is good and evil, how does good, and this is a great question. I fight, and it's truly sometimes a fight with evolutionary biologists. I say, if they say, prove to me there's a God, I give them 3 words that absolutely prove to me there's a God: free will, love, and laughter. And I want to share this because in a purely biomechanical or a biochemical matrix, you cannot account, if you believe in absolute predeterminism of chemical compounds to bound, because you always have to have an enzyme, you always have to have a catalyst, something outside of that which is created or which exists, for whatever reason, to form it. A lot of pressure, a lot of heat, a lot of this, a lot of that. The very nature of the argument, I've said on Coast to Coast with George before, John, that there's nothing that expresses to me the truer nature of God than love. So the God of the Old Testament was truly harsh. When you understand the barbarism of the Old Testament, and by the way, God, the Hebrew God, the God of the Old Testament, never allowed human sacrifice. And even in the
Hang on, Steve. They're going to cut us off. Hold your thought. Hold on tight. This is Coast to Coast AM. We're coming back. Our guest tonight is Stephen Quayle, and I'll tell you what, got a lot of emails in here. Some of them are pretty good. Some of the questions are really good, and I'll pass them along to Stephen as we go on through. But just for the uninitiated, I don't have to tell you this, but I will anyway, just in case you need to be reminded. Listen with an open mind and have no fear of opening your mind, because there's nothing in the content of tonight's show that will harm you in any way. Most people are predisposed to believe one way or another. Anyway, as individuality slips away, normally I would go ahead and take a little break now so that we could have a nice long run with Stephen, but I think we'll just bring him right back on in. And I got to ask you something, Stephen. What isn't the first step to subjugation the general degradation, beating down, and elimination of the individual, like Patrick McGowan did in his Prisoner series? In other words, they're taking, certain schools are trying to take he and she, him and her, out of the schoolyard language because they don't want any gender bias. Now, in my world, being just exactly like everybody else, this notion of equality is just exactly the same thing as being nobody. So am I on the right track, or have I gone off the trail and off into the ditch?
No, you're bright and astute, and you know exactly what's going on. It's just like the family. God is the ultimate father. Jesus referred to him as my father, your father. The family of God, the family is one of the most unique manifestations on earth of what it means to live and love together and flow together. So with the gender, quote, confusion and the taking away, ultimately it's one more step. You destroy the family, you destroy the procreative ability to reproduce a value. Every value that we have seen destroyed in this country, it's being destroyed by design. And the Communist Manifesto is nothing more than Lucifer's blueprint for destroying the word freedom. It's kind of like Braveheart. Mel Gibson's portrayal of William Wallace was so emotionally provoking because you saw there the attempt to control everything. And this is what the Total Information Awareness Act, I'll even take one step further. The degradation could be no more pronounced or in the face of American citizens than what the TSA is doing to little old ladies, people with ostomy bags, little children being fondled. And Texas, I wish Texas, I know you live there, John, would be consistent and follow through, because it could set the stage for other things to allow my wife, your wife, our children, my children to be absolutely fondled, touched inappropriately, when the laws on the books say that that's illegal, shows you that they that are writing the laws and enforcing the laws are using them to absolutely take away the last bit of dignity that we have in this country. And every day it grows worse. Everything we think, do, and say are in the plots and schemes they're trying to control us with today. I'm taking a little takeoff there on Zager and Evans' tunes, but we're at a phenomenal, and I say phenomenal, that's not in a good sense of the term, but an unusually wicked period where all the boundaries, look, even the boundaries between men and women, what you just described there on the British genderless thing, or the gender attempt to make God an it and not a he, or to make God a she, and she has never been he. Obviously, woman was created out of man. Doesn't mean there weren't other female entities prior to the creation of Adam and Eve. But God said when he created Adam and Eve, he did something different. And this is what I think people have got to understand in biblical basic history, that God himself created woman out of man, not to be put under man, but to be aside him, to be a helper, to be the very vehicle that they share life together. And so now with all of the attempts at feminism, and by the way, feminism and humanism, anytime you hear the word humanism and feminism, if the feminists in this world would stand up for the women who are being abused in Middle Eastern lands and all the horrible things that are done, you'd say maybe there's a different agenda for these virtue supposedly invoking groups that don't do what they do, except they do everything against women or against mankind. So the whole idea of a gender confusion is to do the very thing I believe that you are picking up on. And by the way, feel free to interrupt me at any point, because I wasn't able to hear the background music, and so I want you to understand, John, you're free to interrupt me at any point.
Oh, listen, I do it all the time. I run those breaks so tight sometimes I get chopped off because I just can't stop. But I hate to interrupt you because it's so, well, it's good to listen to. Got to ask you a question here. This is a repeat email, but the email says he is so right. Ask him about the bloodline of Satan on earth. The demons are here through the international bankers, the Rothschild, that seems a little over the top to me, but absolutely nothing surprises me. It really doesn't. Sometimes disappoints me, but doesn't surprise me normally. Any thoughts on that? Or
well, sure. And the listener is referring to, it's not just them, okay? The whole bloodline issue it goes right back to Genesis 3:15, because Satan does have a seed, and that seed he's injected himself into the human race, and obviously wants to propagate his offspring, and this is what I think people have got to understand. Again, your emailer is really onto something here. I interviewed one of the most powerful illuminists I ever met in my life. He's now dead, so it doesn't matter. It would be no purpose to throw his name out there. But he was raised as a full-scale Luciferian by a very rich Texas oilman, okay? No last names, and there's no assumption to anything that starts with an H, okay? It's not going there. But I'm just saying this from their inculcation as children. They're taught that Lucifer is the light bringer, okay? Matches used to be called Lucifers. The light bringer that is going to bring mankind out of his bondage to the living God, i.e. we would call him God the Father, or the Hebrew God, I am that I am, not me, but God speaking as he revealed himself to Moses, and that they believe that literally they've been given the divine bloodline. They believe that the control of money, now this is what the listeners really clued in on. If you control the money, Ansel Rothschild made the statement, give me control of a nation's money, and I care not who writes its laws. Then you immediately contrast that with Jesus' words, the love of money is the root of all evil. What are we seeing right now, John, in the control of money? We are seeing the absolute subjugation, destruction, and the end to America's middle class. Someone says, look, that's a little extreme, Steve. No, it's not extreme. These people believe that they are the God-like ones, okay? I will be like the Most High God. They are of their father, the devil. And they openly worship Lucifer. And here's something that I'm not injecting this. I mean, some of these guys who are fabulous researchers have gone in and can show the bloodlines all the way back. They believe, wrongly so, that in nowhere in the Holy Bible does it maintain in any way, shape, or form that Jesus had any offspring physically. He did not have sex with Mary Magdalene and produce a race, if you will, of co-Jesuses throughout earth. Now, there were people on the earth who claimed to be Jesus, like Apollyon of Tyana and others, who went around even to India claiming to be Jesus. In other words, that's why Jesus said, all whoever came before me are thieves and robbers. But unless someone understands the history, they don't understand that to control the money is to control life. And these guys are now choking the very life. These guys, mean the international bankers, they are throwing the world into a global economic meltdown in order to bring about the New World Order under Lucifer, which George Bush Sr. referred to, 236 times in his last year of office. So they want control of money to control life. And John, you know, when you hear the stories of what people are going through, it's heartbreaking. And what else are they taking away? They're taking away hope, they're taking away dignity, and they're taking away the way that God ordained that every man can work, labor, and be able to provide for his family. The Apostle Paul said, any man that doesn't provide for his family is worse than an infidel, because there were infidels who thought that women should do everything. And I'm not, I'm saying this is that in the context that we're talking about, the international bankers claim to be literally the not only the light bringers, but the controllers of the destiny of mankind. They want the planet rid of 5.5 billion people, and that should make about 5.5 billion people rather upset.
I would think so. You know, the emails that are coming in here, and I invited them, and I continue to invite them. It's John B, JOHNB at coasttocoastam.com. They're right down the middle. There is wait a minute. There's a line right down the middle. They're either on board with what's being discussed tonight, or they're absolutely not. And there's no gray area there at all. We're coming across like a couple of, I'll get out the snakes and start rolling around and doing the whatever. But that's not what's going on. Here's the thing. We're going to have to take a little break here. LA Control just said so. So we're going to. But here's the thing. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. And it's up to the individual to determine what is true and what is not. That's all a part of that free will thing. So remain calm. This is Coast to Coast AM. We'll be back. You know, I've never been inclined to say, well, you know what, I'm sitting here in front of this microphone, and at this moment I am the most intelligent form of life in the universe, and I don't want any mention of God on my show. That's just really not me, because if we exist now, then most certainly we existed before, and more than likely we will exist after we throw off this mortal coil. So pray continue your singular narrative, which is, it certainly is put in a singular form, and I like it, so just keep rolling. We were talking about how it's one side or the other. There is no gray area here, and it's really excellent to see these communications coming in from listeners. They come in from all over the world, they really do, and you know, the Europeans are like, oh, you know, we've already been through this. You have any idea how much trouble this whole religion thing has caused over here? It's like, yeah. And then as I hear you speak, Stephen, it's almost as though, well, these conflicts that we're experiencing here on planet Earth are also being experienced in the, for want of a better term, the heavenly realm. As a matter of fact, the first commandment is not, well, the first commandment is you'll have no other gods before me. He didn't say there weren't any other gods. He said you won't have any other gods before him. Yes? Where's Steve? I don't hear him.
Yeah, no, I'm right here, John. I just want to let you finish. Well, here's something that I'd like to put out there. When I write a book, there's 444 pages, and I'm just using this. After writing 10 books, I think people should understand that I absolutely do my homework. I'm aware of what organized, and I want to say this for the European listeners, I am aware, and I'm probably in more contempt for organized religion that has controlled and destroyed so many lives. But that doesn't mean the true doesn't exist, okay? When it comes to talking about the stuff I talk about, Stargates, there's three guys that really talk about it in the Christian realm, and we're the three that get hit with a lot of criticism all the time. You made the statement, John, I think it's obvious. There is a dividing line. There are those who say this stuff's a bunch of bunk, and most of Europe, by the way, has gone to the realm of God's not relevant anymore. So they're looking for something, as the country song said, they're looking for love, in my opinion, all the wrong places. If they have been so successful, look at the cluster mess up. There, I'm going to be nice. The cluster mess up that Europe is undergoing right now with Portugal, Italy, Greece, Spain, Ireland, the whole EU, they were going to band together as Babylon 2, but they can't even get along now because they're all what? Broke. And who's controlling the money? The International Bank or Bank of International Settlements or the International Monetary Fund. What I'm saying is that they're looking for the same thing everybody else wants. Everybody else wants peace, purpose, and any right-minded person doesn't want war. They don't want war. So where does war come into it? So when let me just give some of the may I do this just real quick?
Absolutely.
Some of the things I deal with, there are very few Christians out there who deal with what we deal with, okay? Myself, Tom Horn, Gary Stearman, and I'm saying this, these are the guys that I pay attention to. Those are two of the guys that get beat up and constantly attacked for taking stands. Those are two of the smartest guys in the world. Now, look, I would say this. I know the right questions to ask, but no one needs to be threatened, okay? If we're talking about aliens and UFOs, if we're talking about stargates, if we're talking about ancient animal-human hybrids, ghosts and aliens, demons, all of the transhumanism. See, the transhumanists are openly talking about creating what most people in Europe don't even want to discuss, and so now they want to throw out the God and become little gods, in my opinion. So when we're talking about the weather wars that are taking place, when people scratch their head, John, or other parts of their body, I tell them, I say, listen, why don't you take at least 1 hour out of your bias? Why don't you put your bias and your denial, and in many cases, hatred and anger towards anything you can't or you willingly choose to reject, i.e. God, and just look at this stuff. If somebody says to John and Steve, let's say we're together, John, in 5 minutes I'm going to run you over with a car. You see that red car down the road, and let's just make it fun, Ferrari Modena. I'm going to, in the quarter mile, get up to 120 miles an hour. I'm coming straight at you guys. So we see the guy, we go, he gets in his car. You and I are standing, let's say, out in on a racetrack or something. He gets in his car. He's serious. He looks at us. We get that glint in his eye, and we know, you know what? He's serious. It's time to step out of his path. I think that the basic understanding of people is they want it on their terms, and they don't understand that the terms they're looking for are the very terms of their enslavement and worse, or destruction.
Let me ask you this. What effect do we imagine that that our conversation tonight is having on people of other faiths, Muslims, for example?
Well, first of all, the realm of the jinn in Muslim theology and the end times is very present in their beliefs. I probably, for a non-Muslim, have a very good understanding from a Western approach of the jinn. I mean, even something as like, let's talk science fiction, or even science fiction shows like I Dream of Jeannie, Barbara Eden in the bottle. Where did the jinn, where did the promise of something that had been locked up coming forth, or the words abracadabra, or 1001 Arabian Nights, or any of the if you will, the historic points of Islam in their literature and in their belief system? The thing is that what I'm trying to say is you cannot escape the supernatural. Why are the Sci-Fi Channel, they have Ghost Hunters, International Ghost Hunters. They have all these things. Listen, ghosts, demons, and all the different creatures of the night, they've been around since antiquity. Do you remember, John, the first Conan movie? Conan, yes. The Barbarian, with obviously Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Oh, yeah.
You remember when he goes into the desert and there's this beautiful, alluring woman who welcomes him into her tent? Do you remember that scene? If you don't, it's based on the Middle East, the night hag, Lilith the night hag, and people can see what we're trying to say is other faiths, all faiths, and it doesn't matter. They have a contact point with the supernatural, and all I'm doing is I'm not attacking their contact point, but I'm just saying this. Isn't it interesting that a night hag who basically lures a man to have sex and then devours him, literally eats him up as in a cannibal fashion, is that legend would be reappearing in the desert Southwest amongst the Native Americans? And isn't it interesting that the giants, the ogres of history, whether you're in the British Isles or you're in Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, this is something, the word giant is such an important understanding, because it means something other than the scale and size of man. Plenty of indication that they affected history way more than anybody gives them credit for.
Let's talk about it when we come back. Our guest tonight, Stephen Quayle. His new book, Angel Wars, Past, Present, and Future. No Flesh Left Alive. John B. Wells in with you. Coast to Coast AM will return. I'd like to thank everybody who's sending the emails in. Some of this stuff is really good, most of it. And, of course, I'll try to answer as many as possible, but they're really coming in here. And our guest tonight, Stephen Quayle, wants to take us in some various directions, one at a time, of course. That'll make things a little bit more coherent. We are going to go ahead and knock out this, what we call a floating break, so we can have a nice long run up toward the top of the hour, and then next hour we'll try and work in some of your calls too. Thank you very much for being with us tonight. John B. in with you for the duration of this show. This is Coast to Coast AM. We shall return. Stephen Quayle, take us anywhere you'd like to go, because my head is reeling and I'm ready for just about anything. And according to the communications I'm getting from our audience, they are too. So hit me.
Well, I think, John, probably the greatest example of suppressed truth that's coming out is remember when we used to be told about the moon not having any water and Mars not having any life? And people have got to see the change now in attitude of even the UFOs that are being seen, the triangular shaped spacecraft that are ours, by the way, the TR-3, Tango Romeo 3 Bravos and 3 Charlies and TR-4s. Most people don't understand that there is a total blackout to the mainstream of what's really taking place in space, what we really know about the planets. If the former head of Skunkworks, which is a top secret governmental development initial program that was under Lockheed, basically came up with a statement, Bud Rich at his retirement dinner, if the American people knew what we've done, that we've been beyond the stars, in essence, he said they'd be furious. When people look at the ending of the space shuttles, they think, oh, woe is us. It's a smart move to save money because we're so far beyond all that. Now we know, and some of us have been saying this for 15 years, I've taken a lot of heat, especially from quote-unquote Christians. They'll basically put a cross up like I'm a vampire because that guy believes in UFOs. I don't believe in UFOs. I acknowledge them. I understand where they come from. I understand the technology, the people in the know. Look, I could know nothing except people have taught me, and I've learned to ask the right questions many times at my own expense, what really goes on behind the scenes. And what's astonishing to me when I've talked to some of the most important people, in my opinion, in the world, and these are not Luciferians, these are amazing men, they and women, they basically ask me a question. They're in a position sometimes to how do I say this, fly some of the stuff that most people don't even know exists. They say, you ask us, Steve, why we sit back and watch us go down, yet the American people won't speak up and won't elect people that will represent them. And this is true of the Europeans listening in too. That we basically believe lies, promises that are based on nothing, but we'll never believe the truth that's based on something. So you can't have, in the UFO world, millions, and you go on YouTube and you'll see how many viewers there are to every specific video that's posted of triangular shaped or whatever shaped spacecraft. You can't see the aerial phenomenon associated with UFOs, for instance, over Moscow. We're seeing China and Russia showing the double sun. We're hearing all the talk about Elenin and Planet X being the 10th planet, Nibiru, Gabriel's Fist. All of this stuff is classified under national security. Stan Deyo used to be able to give such a wonderful picture of where earthquakes would take place based on what are called sea surface temperature anomalies. He was so good at it, by the grace of God, very bright man, that the people that were feeding the data were ordered by presidential decree under George Bush to no longer make that stuff available to the public. Everything that is stuck under a national security blanket in this country, I think in Britain they call them national security letters, it's designed to keep you from knowing the truth. That's why the whole, and listen, if people want to take the official conspiracy 9/11 story that the government came up with as fact, and they're doing themselves a great disservice. But it's not only 9/11. I think 9/11 was the most in-your-face control of a staged event, if you will, false flag, covered up, and then absolutely perpetrated and kept going by those who deny the truth. When I talk to people, John, I'm sure you do too, behind the scenes, they're all saying the same thing. America's bankrupt. These are people in the know, by the way. Things get really ugly when entitlement programs are cut off. You're seeing the fighting going on in the battles right now for the different amounts of money allocated to Social Security, who will get paid, who won't get paid. States are broke and literally going broke. Shut down Minnesota. You see, one of the things I've tried to present to people is this, is they can say what they want. Obviously, there are professionals who want to make sure that people like me and others are discredited. When I have a lieutenant colonel from Northcom sitting in my office in Bozeman, Montana, that's where I live, telling me, when you go on coast to coast, and then he named off some other people, and some of them are the people that are well respected in the alternative community. Our whole job is to control the flow of information and then to denigrate, to absolutely dilute, to absolutely pollute, and to character assassinate you. By the way, that guy was a Christian. And with tears in his eyes, listen, a lieutenant colonel, I'm not in the military, but that certainly isn't a private. And he said, Steve, I can't take it. And he said, well, they've got plans. So the planning is there. The military movements throughout the country, the helicopters, all the exercises. And I say to everybody in the military who's listening into this tonight, since when did the American people that your fathers, brothers, mothers, and others died for, since when did we become the enemy? Because something has changed in this country, something very drastic. Listen, a man who is an American, a woman who is American, a child who is an American, had an identity that was different than anything in the world. You don't put anything in front of the word American. It's not just because you're an Italian American, a Polish American, an Afro-American, a Japanese American. The minute you take away and attack what it meant to be an American, you started to divide. You divided ethnos against ethnos. That means, exactly what it means, ethnicity against ethnicity. So now we're hearing, and let's look at this, John, because it involves Texas. We're hearing that American guns are being shipped to Mexico and used by the drug gangs. Now we're hearing that the very people that control the guns in this country are responsible for firearms up to 30,000. These are full automatic weapons. I'm a gun guy. I wish the press would learn to use the correct terms and quit using the word assault rifle. The point is that when you've got the head of the ATF having to secretly testify before Congress, being threatened with everything he's being threatened from the highest law enforcement in the land, we are a nation no longer of laws. We are a nation ruled by a hidden hand that wants the American population disarmed.
Well,
and
you know what, Mike? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, the thing is, in my info, I've received 2 or 3 pieces of information from undisclosable sources that indicate that those weapons actually were manufactured here, and they're AKs. They're Kalashnikov rifles, and I'm wondering, why are we producing Kalashnikov rifles here and then having the ATF oversee their transport south?
Well, the answer to that is the destabilization of the United States of America. Years ago, when I first started on talk radio, we were getting reports, and for the record, that was, I think, 15 years ago, John. The nice thing about talk radio is that I have had, George, others, Art, everybody who's been on talk radio has had we've had relationships with people, or we've had communication with people that really were seeing things in real time and telling us. The problem is like you started out earlier in the show tonight, whether people believe it or not isn't the issue. Whether if it's happening, it's happening. And in those days, there were entire Chinese shipments of military heavy weapons coming in to the gangs on the West Coast. So why is our southern border wide open? I think it was 40 or 42 people killed in the gunfights between the Mexican government and the drug gangs yesterday. 42 people. If you remember, ladies and gentlemen, we hear reports of coming from Afghanistan and the farthest parts of the earth that were involved in war, and that's a huge number, yet it's happening on the border. It's no longer safe in some border towns, and yet where is the disconnect? And by the way, AK-47s, 7.62 by 39, that is a light weapon. What I'm telling you is that the heavy weapons are flowing into Mexico. I mean, we're talking anti-tank weapons. We are talking shoulder-fired missiles. We're talking stuff that would blow most people's mind, and it filters through the gangs. So why is it that we'll send tens of thousands of U.S. troops who put their life on the line overseas for, quote, our interests, yet somehow the Border Patrol is licensed or relegated to having 9mm handguns and maybe a 12-gauge shotgun, and then there are their rules of engagement, and they're being outgunned. So I think the thing is that people have to understand the reason the southern border is open is because it is designed to be open, again, for the destruction of the United States of America. Why do we have the greatest tornadoes in history clustering and the electromagnetic signature of weather warfare indicating 2 days before that it's going to hit, and yet we're hearing that the President of the United States is out golfing or it's been a tough week, and then we hear the fact that all of these natural, and I say that with tongue-in-cheek, John, I believe these are man-made weather warfare incidents designed to destroy the growing capability of this country, designed to destroy the farm base of this country. And again, I've done my homework. If people don't understand that there are documents that already claim, and the top men in the world, whether it's Defense Secretary Cohen or Zygmunt Brzezinski, under the respective regimes they operate under, already admit to all this stuff, the scientists that developed it admit to it, then I got news for you. The arguments, well, I don't believe that. Their belief mean nothing. Seeing is believing, and when you see the devastation taking place in the Midwest and the lackadaisical approach of dealing with it, you've got to understand that there is a reason. You only focus on stupid stuff like murder trials and what new celebrities having what new affair to keep the people occupied. The Americans have lost their critical thinking skills. It's, in my opinion, related directly to public education, and it's all part, I'll say it, I don't care. It's all part of the Communist Manifesto. And communism is, listen, socialism is not a good thing. We are seeing now the full implementation of godless rebellion and the implementation of the one world government. And I want to say to people, if they think the people who are screwing us up on purpose can provide us a better future, boy, are you deceived.
That's for sure. You know, most people do not realize that socialism is nothing but communism light. The only difference that I'm able to discern is that, at least in a socialistic society as opposed to a communistic society, you can own private property, but that's about it.
Well, it's just like Animal Farm. All of us animals are equal, but some are just more equal. If you look at the ruling party of any communist nation, it doesn't matter, and the leaders, they live fat off the hog or they live off the fat on the lawn, they eat the fatted calf, and yet people starve. Isn't that what we're seeing in the imperial presidency? Come on, when our president goes overseas and takes an entourage that exceeds anything in the history of the United States, both in cost and expense, and when you see the profligate golf games and everything else, listen, I'm not down on a guy taking a day off, but I am down on the statement that when someone who's married to him says he never takes a day off. The point is look, it's almost like he was wound up and said, do the best job you can. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not talking politically. For the record, George Bush was probably one of the greatest spenders, and I am absolutely not a Bush fan, okay? This is trans-political. This ascends the politics. John, it's like I tell people, they say, well, what do you think of the Republican-Democrat, positions? I say, listen, it's just one street, and one's a prostitute working on the left side of the street, one's a prostitute working the right side of the street, and when the job is done, they've all got their money, and all their Johns are left penniless and absolutely pillaged, and I think that's what's going on. People say, then what's the answer? Here's the answer. The answer is for people personally to take responsibility. I go crazy when people say, well, somebody ought to do something or blah, 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 blah. Most people in this country have become apathetic, indifferent, and non-caring, and especially the evangelical Christians. They're singing the sweet by and by while the sweet now and now basically cooks their goose. People have got to recognize that if they got a voice, they better use it, because if they don't use their voice and use common sense reason and look at a cause and effect, then we are beyond help. And in my opinion, outside of repentance on the level of Nineveh, we're already done. Even the Illuminati guys who contact me by email, They laugh and they say, Steve, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your breath. We got it. It's in the bag, pal. And I mean, that's the kind of emails I get, plus the other ones I can't quote on the air. But the thing is that coupled in with those emails are more people saying, thank you. We knew something was wrong. I'm getting those right now. They're saying, for me, Steve, to thank you, John, because you're one of the few guys that takes the stand for what he believes.
You might as well, because, you got to check out of here sometime, so you might as well stand for something while you're here.
That's what I loved. We only had one conversation, as a matter of fact, and that's what I loved about you is obviously, in your world, in your realm, you made a statement to me that very few people make, and that's, hey, I know what God has done in my life. See, the man with the testimony of supernatural intervention in his life isn't at the mercy of the man who's a critic. It's just not. You know what you believe, and you're persuaded.
Well, and I'm not going to stand between somebody and a good idea, but I just don't, here's the problem. People use this word religion. Doesn't religion just mean something that is done regularly? It has nothing to do with, it's not that it has nothing to do with it. It doesn't have everything to do with your spiritual orientation. It's just something you can say that you ride your bicycle religiously every day. It doesn't mean you do it while you're in prayer. And, we've got like I say, these emails keep rolling in and they're one side or the other. Let me ask you something though. Let's say this is all contrived to destroy our country, which was once our nation. But it's a country. I thought I lived in a city, and then later on I found out it's a market, actually. After this country is in chaos, after martial law is, let's say the economic situation deteriorates to the point where all these flash mobs and all this stuff, and I want to get to that after a break that we've got coming up here in a few minutes, another break. But what's causing these flash mobs? Well, what's causing this accelerating violence, mindless accelerating violence, and if it has been put in motion to bring about the destruction of the country, well, what happens then? I mean, what's the point?
Well, the point is the destruction of the country.
Is that the whole thing?
Listen, the United States is to be divided up in 10 regions, okay? And they actually, you can go on and look up 10 FEMA regions. You remember this: united we stand, divided we fall.
Yep.
Notice the statement. United, obviously, United States. Divided. The plan is to divide the United States. The plan is to incite rebellion. It's a Hegelian dialectic. Hegelian dialectic is simply this: you create the problem, you provide the solution, and by providing the solution, you bring about the desired result. No clearer Hegelian poster child could be defined in the Patriot Act. Entities in our government, and by the way, I've had Steve Pichinik on my show, Deputy Undersecretary of State, and one of the most well-connected men in the world, Tom Clancy's former partner, author, brilliant man. And he the minute he goes on any talk radio, you, me, Alex, whoever, he immediately has some of the biggest guns in the world come out and address the fact that somebody who was an insider would say that it was an inside job. So they create the problem. Now we've got terrorists. Now we've got to basically have all these issues. And meanwhile, the people say, yeah, I want to be safe. And freedom is an expensive proposition. It also is a danger zone. But again, what they did is they made the American people the enemy, and they're allowing the enemies to have unbridled access to the country for its destruction.
We're going to carry on with this conversation, and on the other side of the top of the hour, as we say in the biz, we're going to get into the reasons behind this and possibly some countermeasures. Thank you for listening tonight. Okay. In our conversation with Stephen Quayle tonight, we have touched on many things, and thank you very much, each and every one of you, whether for or against anything that's being discussed on this program tonight. It is your prerogative, and we welcome it, because otherwise we really don't know what your reaction is, do we? We can only guess at it. I have a question here, and the question is, if destiny doesn't exist, then why is truth always stranger than fiction? And it is strange, the things that are happening in America. When Stephen and I were kids, because I'm not in my 30s, I'm past that, one murder would shock an entire country. The entire country, our country. Now, there seems to be quite a lot of it on many, far too many corners and streets and stores and homes throughout our nation. Why the flash mobs that have turned into flash robs? Are they orchestrated? Is the turmoil in Syria, in Yemen, in Libya, in Egypt, and elsewhere, is that all orchestrated? What about Islam's fifth column? Is it protected in some way? And what is the end game? And then finally, we'll get to what we're about to morph into as time goes by, and if the forces of darkness get their way. Please stay with us for this final hour with Stephen Quayle, our guest tonight on Coast to Coast AM. John B. Wells in with you tonight. Stephen Quayle, this is absolutely amazing. We spoke on the phone about all this craziness that's sweeping the nation. I've resisted discussing anything of a personal nature. I'm tempted to do it sometimes, and then I pull back from it. But somebody very near and dear to me was subjected to a mindless and brutal attack. And I certainly hope the city of Austin will clean up their streets a little bit and get things together. Otherwise, I may just have to come down there and talk to them. But what's going on with these flash robs? All this stuff that's supposedly orchestrated over these social networking sites, Facebook and Twitter, blah, blah, blah. Supposedly the whole Middle East has been set on fire because of Facebook and Twitter. I'm not buying it, but I understand that some of the same orchestration of violence may be actually contrived, and it's not accidental or spontaneous at all. You know, once you start seeing a trend, well, it starts to look like it was designed rather than just some spontaneous, whoa, look at this. This is an anomaly. It's like, no, it's no more an anomaly than the war on terror or the war on drugs. Both of them failures.
Well, let's take Europe first, John, if we may. Europe went off almost on cue, simultaneously and instantaneously, and the Middle East also. Now, all you got to understand is the United States foreign policy in the Middle East to define that obviously we overthrew Mubarak, and the rage that went on behind the scenes of the betrayal of the Egyptian government by our president and by our intelligence agency. I think what you need to understand is the social network sites were set up, not originally envisioned maybe by them, but funded by them in all their investments through their banking contacts. When you're dealing with the word terrorism, and people have to broaden their understanding of terrorism. For a lot of years, I wrote about terrorism, and again, my critics don't take the time to read some of the stuff I write, so I just say, when they've done what I've done, I'll listen to them. But the point is that terrorism is big business. When you want to upset a nation, you have obviously your people in country. You basically can throw a lot of money to buy a lot of allegiance. You develop relationships. And what the social networks have done has been to give instantaneous communication between the controllers and the people they control, the handlers and the operatives they basically position. So this thing is designed first and foremost in the Middle East to set up the general cataclysmic nation, or nature, not nation, but in the nations, the global chaos that the Illuminati demands, because their Latin obviously speaks for itself. Order out of chaos. What that literally means is the old belief systems, the old financial systems, the old every way that has been history to this point must be changed into the new global good, and I say that with tongue in cheek. Let's call it the global bad, that the Luciferians themselves basically see a world without God. And so all the Europeans that are emailing you or emailing me, look at what you've got. You are basically a secular continent. Look at what we've become in the United States. We've become not so much a secular, but an occult nation. Occult just meaning hidden. So the hidden hand of the intelligence agencies and the different, what I would call, pogroms to overthrow the existing power structures of the Middle East countries are very much orchestrated. And until you understand, and I understand, that these people make Dr. Evil look like the Three Stooges, and I mean that obviously he was a fictional character, but when you see that world domination, destruction, and control is the euphoria sought by those who have total human contempt for life, which, again, going back to my book, Angel Wars, the basis of Angel Wars is to tell people this is what's going on behind the scenes. Look where it's headed. So I want to make this, and I think I said this to you in our first conversation, John, there is a supernatural evil hierarchy controlling the underlings, which are an earthly hierarchy, who have willingly given their power unto the beast, who have yielded that which God created them with. They have yielded, given their power over to Satan. And so it's, why do people welcome demon possession? Because they believe they're going to get power, not knowing that the power they yield to will ultimately consume and destroy them. So whether it's Twitter, Facebook, any of those social network sites, the point is that it is an instantaneous communication method to activate cells, groups, or organizations to what the cells, groups, and organizations have been paid, prompted, and educated to believe. And so that's what's going on. It's going on in this country, yet to go on in this country. And flash mobs, I mean, how better can you communicate? You instantly text message somebody and say, meet us at McDonald's, we're going to rumble, or whatever the place might be. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying, for instance, there have been cases where 50, 60 youth decide they want to beat up somebody. Or if you've seen, anybody's seen the McDonald's beating tapes on YouTube, I mean, we're talking brutality. How about police breaking into the home in Arizona of a Marine, a veteran, and the guy's murdered in his own home? And it wasn't even, it was baseless, it was senseless. Or kids tasered to death. Or people who are exercising their First Amendment right in Quartzsite, Arizona, being physically hauled out of the town hall meeting. This is by design. I guess the only answer I can give you, John, is it's all by design. The global chaos must come. Everything that has been must be destroyed. So from the ashes of the phoenix in this case being the old world civilization based on, obviously, the acknowledgement of God, the acknowledgement of moral accountability. So you get rid of all morals, you've got no accountability. It's eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. And if the PETA, the people for the ethical treatment of animals, don't get what's in store for animals, they better start looking into this whole thing that I'm talking about. By the way, I'm getting emails, if I might just say this. My book is not available on Amazon or any of the bookstores. You can order it by calling my store at 406-586-4840. That's 406-586-4840. And I'm just getting emails, John, so I'm having to get that out. Or you can go online and order it. But
please do. It's a fabulous book, Stephen. It really is.
Well, I think what it does is it answers a lot of questions. And by the way, I think what I can do that a lot of people fail to do is put it in the bigger context of how this stuff relates. Would you say that's a fair statement?
Yes, I would. And you know what? I fancy myself a rational man. I mean, I'm human, so believe me, I'm fraught with flaws. But here's the thing. I'm almost tempted to say that as one rational man to another, are you asking me to believe that people willingly succumb to a worship of Satan and these people are in high places? I know we're discussing this, and I think the answer is yes, but I just need to hear you say it again, because something like this to me is unimaginable. It's just ridiculous. Why would you do such a thing? Because you're promised some great reward? Doesn't everybody know that, well, that Satan screws you over in the end after he enables you to cause a bunch of damage, then he bites you? I mean, that's what I've observed.
I have to say, my answer is yes, and I build that case historically. I build it on myths and legends. I build it on oral tradition. I build it on technology. Look, even the transhumanists that are some of the smartest men in the world, okay, and women, they're making it clear. For instance, Ray Kurzweil, a wonderful man, brilliant man. I mean, but when you talk about age and you talk about spiritual machines, and then I got to tell you, I don't know, have you seen the new Transformer movie?
I have not seen it. I've seen the trailers, though. It's pretty serious.
It's astonishing. It's so well done, okay? This one is so good. But basically, you have spiritual machines. You have and I got to tell you something. It is probably, in my opinion, by nature, I have a degree in film and television, motion picture, still photography, anthropology, minors in that, and art history. But I got to tell you, that's a fabulous book. A fabulous book. It's a fabulous presentation of what I talk about in my book. The absolute, the portrayal of good and bad. Okay, you've got good and bad machines battling with moral consequences and moral decisions and choices. It is so up to date and so timely. Like I said, in my opinion, it's one of the best movies I've ever seen, simply because I understand what is being portrayed in the movie. And by the way, it is marvelously. Michael Bay did probably the best job of directing, in my opinion, of any movie I've seen in a long time. And I had to take history of the cinema classes until I could recall everything from Birth of a Nation forward. So what we're seeing is the personification of the spiritual realm, John. And see, that's what most people can't understand. They cannot understand the sinister nature of the war that's against them. So since they don't understand it, they dismiss it and are destroyed by it.
Understood. Well, there's another one out there that touches on something I'd like to let's just go. I don't call it ADD. I call it MAC. That's multiple attention capability. So let's do that.
You're a prince of a man to suggest that. I'm going to tell my wife that.
The Battle LA. I saw that recently, and of course the weapon is attached to the invader's arm. Do you, as these genetic and these human modifications take place in future, however long that'll be, 10 years, 20 years is a drop in the bucket. I know and you know that everything that we know of as being contemporary technology is actually about 30 years behind what actually exists. In fact, my mother said, John, I saw a triangular-shaped craft, didn't make any noise at all. It was just following this highway. And I said, oh, Mom, come on. And this was back in the 70s. And but it was headed right toward a well-known Air Force base. And moving absolutely soundlessly. So I'm jumping around here, but it's like, is that what's in the future? Are we talking about androgynous creatures that have weapons built into them that are cloned, much like the things that are taking place with the chicken that we eat in some cases?
Well, yes, and it's fascinating you would bring that up because let me share this. In the world of special operations, and most people don't understand this, and this was told to me by people in that realm. One of the gentlemen who I respect and admire the most in my life made a statement to me. He said, Steve, in my world, things do go bump in the night, but he said, we know how to bump back. Over the years that we were friends, and we no longer talk, not because we're not friends, but just because of the nature of who he is and his position in the military and stuff. The thing that was fascinating to me, when he would talk about the weapons, may I give you what a four-star general said?
Sure, absolutely.
The weapons are thousands of years in advance because all we do is try and control the technology that existed in the past. This is something that most people don't understand. Let's take the nation of India. They have a history in the Mahabharata and a lot of their Vedic texts of wars that are absolutely right out of the future. Zacharias Sitchin wrote a lot about wars between God and men, but the ancient Vimana, the flying machines, the high-energy weapons, some of their statements, weapons with the power of 10,000 suns. We're talking about ancient technology that is so far advanced, and in a lot of ways it's nothing more than angel technology, because this is what's hard for people to understand. They accept Hollywood's demons as being the brilliance of fallen angels. Fallen angels don't usually possess human beings. A demon is a disembodied spirit. The Book of Giants and the Book of Enoch teach that the demons were the spirits of the giants who were killed. So they have supernatural intelligence, they have supernatural understanding. Believe me, they know history, and they can quote the Bible better than most pastors, I'd say probably than any pastor, because they know what's in it. But the thing that I want people to understand is this. To my knowledge, and I'm saying this, to my knowledge, I've read thousands of works or quotations from them. That's probably even an underestimation. But to my knowledge, there's nothing that has laid it out like I've laid it out in Angel Wars. Because how does all this stuff fit in? And by the way, I want to make this claim. Most evangelical Christians will not receive what I've written in my book. So for people to be easier, I'd say anybody who genuinely wants to know about ancient civilizations, about giants, about fallen angels, mythology, and how it all relates to the destruction of all human life and how it's being implemented would do well. This is an exercise in a primer. It's kind of like, I would say, a life assurance policy. It helps to deal with the fear. Now, I would bet your mother wouldn't be afraid if she saw another TR-3 because she's already seen one. You know, the triangular-shaped aircraft. They're silent, they can hover, and they can cloak, just like the Klingons. And John, a good exercise is for people to study the history of science fiction. The intelligence community learned after Roswell that by putting things into science fiction and in putting into the genre of science fiction films, they could absolutely control the information of anything that might leak by just passing off, oh, that's just science fiction. Yeah, they just saw that in the movie. It was a brilliant mind control and population control mechanism for the flow of information.
Well, you know, the former CIA director asserts that the U.S. may seriously want to consider creating a new internet infrastructure to reduce the threat of cyber attacks, or maybe it's just to shut down the enhanced communication between the citizens. I mean, what would happen if the whole net went down and we couldn't, I mean, everything runs over it. The telephones, the cell phone. Isn't it interesting, no matter what cell phone carrier you have, it's the same voice that tells you all circuits are busy now. Now, I wonder why that is.
Well, first of all, it will happen. The Bilderbergers in their latest meeting, that was their number one concern, that people are finding out too much information. So I would encourage everyone, the most important things that they found on the internet, to make hard copies. It will go down under martial law. And let me just spell this out for people. The internet will go down. The cell phones will cease to operate. Anybody who's been in an area where the cell phones have been interrupted during a natural disaster. By the way, on my website, stevequayle.com, STEVEQUAYLE.com, I encourage everyone who's concerned with that to get a satellite phone, because the satellite phones will stay up as the last line of communication. A satellite phone, you don't need to go through any land-based switching station. In other words, if I want to call you, John, I place a call to satellite. The satellite goes directly to your phone, and I went and met with the people that are the largest providers of satellite phones in the world, and they do a marvelous job. And then there's a box on my website. They go and check that out. But what happens when information ceases? Then your actions. Then in my mode, I don't know if you've ever gone in this mode, but because I spend so much time researching, I actually go through withdrawal. And I think what people will do is go through withdrawal. Now let's add this. People who are in social networks, who are on Prozac, or who are on any type of maintenance drugs, and then they can't make a call, they can't control their anxiety, anti-anxiety medication, excuse me, that's all by design.
You know, it's interesting, when you and I were talking on the phone the other day, you'd call me on my mobile, and that was an interesting phenomenon, when all of a sudden I've answered Steve's call on my handset, and yet the telephone on my hands-free is still ringing. We're going to come back and talk with Stephen Quayle some more. And let's discuss countermeasures for our protection. Or shall we just write it down like Slim Pickens wrote the A-bomb down in Dr. Strangelove? Coast to Coast AM will return. I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight and staying up so late. It's not as late in some parts of the world, and in fact, it's tomorrow in some parts of the world, but thanks for being with us, and thanks for all your emails, kind and controversial as well. We're going to take this last break, and then from the other side of it, up to the top of the hour, we'll take some of your calls and cover a couple of other salient points. And again, thank you for being with us on this edition of Coast to Coast AM. We shall return. Stephen Quayle, author of his latest book, Angel Wars, Past, Present, and Future, No Flesh Left Alive? Maybe not, because if they hit us with everything that they can hit us with, it will be very much like, oh, it's just a movie. I know it's just a movie, but it's a good story. It'll be just like Battle LA. It really will. The stuff that's out there now is we can't grab our pitchforks and our brooms and our shovels and our torches and march to the palace to force the king to abdicate. That's not going to happen. They'll have their sound guns up. They'll have their heat shields up. They'll have shock troops all over the place. We won't get anywhere near them. So what I want to discuss with you and with Stephen Quayle is, do we write it down until it goes off and then see what's on the other side, or are there some countermeasures we can take, and what are they? And I want to get to those just as soon as we come back, and we're going to take your calls. Thanks very much for hanging in there as long as you have. You are true troopers, and not of the storm variety. We shall return on Coast to Coast here. All right, wait a minute. So I told you I'd bollocks it up. Stephen, we're back. I think my brain's winding down. I know. I've run out of coffee. That's what it is. I need an energy drink, and then it'll really be a disaster.
Well, I got to tell you, I just run on quadruple A adrenaline, so I don't need coffee. I need something to sometimes settle me down, and I thank those of you who have sent me emails telling me to slow down. I'm just grateful that people listen. I wanted to share this for the last time, John. My books are not available. I'm getting like a lot of emails, okay, saying, can I get it at Barnes & Noble? Can I get it at Borders? No. You can go on my website, Steve Quayle, SteveQuayle.com. Again, my last name is spelled QUAYLE.com, and then you just click on the big Q. It'll take you to the page, and you can call my office tomorrow. We have like normal hours, 9 to 5. For those of you who want to order tonight, you can order online. But my phone number is 406-586-4840, 406-586-4840, and leave messages. We will call back, and typically, I just want people to know that when the initial response I've been getting back on this book is different than any other book I've ever written. People are saying, finally, you've tied it all together. I had bits and pieces, but until the time of the announcements that were public and what I would call the monster makers, the transhumanists, have brought this thing to, it's like God puts a time seal on everything, John, and now it's the time to put it all together. I even for the non-believers, people who don't want anything to do with religion, hey, I'm on your side. I would encourage you to get this book, Angel Wars, because if you've wondered about ancient history, if you've wondered about the lies, if you've wondered about the stuff with tens of millions of people seeing UFOs and how it all fits together and how the pyramids were built and all this stuff, it's not what they tell you. I came up with a statement. History is no longer what was. History is now what they say it is. And simply meaning that if you don't understand the truth of the past, you won't understand that history is repeating itself, and there's no difference in the power structure, the occult power structure behind the Nazis and their attempt at racial purity. Just understand now, in the elite, they want only their bloodline saved and everybody else dies. That means that as one Satanist wore on his T-shirt, and the guy actually had implanted horns, I ran into him, it said, Christians, your time has come. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would just encourage you to learn that there is real information out there available. And it's only taken me like close to 35 years to put all this stuff together, so benefit from it and then pass it on.
Well, it's a 438-page book. I mean, this is not a pamphlet. This is a well-written, and look, just so everybody knows, Stephen is not going to cut me a check for hawking his book. It's not. I'm telling you, I'm just grateful that you sent it to me, and it'll occupy a prominent place in my library, and I have over 1,000 books easily. I got an email here that says, okay, Stephen Quayle has my hair standing on end. Does he have any hope? Could you ask him?
Well, absolutely. I believe that, and this is something that everyone needs to understand. All of us have limitations. It doesn't matter. The toughest man is still, he can be felled by the smallest microbe. My answer to anybody who asks me that is, my hope is in the God who created me, the God who loves us, created you, created me, he wouldn't have spent so much time writing the book of Revelation warning us of what's coming if there wasn't a way of escape. In the book of Luke, it talks about pray that you might be accounted worthy to escape these things coming upon the earth and stand before the Son of Man. The thing that's different about Jesus doesn't say, hey, I'm just going to be another guy, I'm going to die and carry on. Jesus rose from the dead. He lives in our hearts by faith. He is a real figure in history. He is the power and the truth and the life of resurrection life. And so my hope is in the Lord. I'm not an easy believist guy. I came out of a total background of agnosticism and scientific empiricism. So I'm not telling people that, oh, just believe. That's a cliche that has no validity. But I think searching the scriptures, searching for answers, and I believe this, that every single man, from the most vile, wretched sinner, I resemble that remark, to the most sophisticated intellect, can ask God, if you're real, reveal yourself to me. I don't believe that anybody in their human strength can make it through this, because we're not dealing with a human battle here, John. We're dealing with spiritual forces. And what's fascinating to me is that, number one, I think people can do something physically. I think they can prepare. I think to the best of their ability, and the best way to prepare is to know what's going on. And there are practical steps. Stan Deo, who's a guest on on Coast to Coast with George a lot of time, his wife Holly, who's my webmaster, wrote a book called Dare to Prepare. I used to have one of the largest survival stores in the United States for a number of years, was one of the guys who started the whole movement 30 years ago. The thing is, she wrote a book called Dare to Prepare, and it's monstrous, 500 pages, but it takes in food storage and all these things. Food and clean water will be the most precious commodities in the world when it comes to daily sustenance. And again, I can only tell people that there are absolute steps to take. The first step to take, though, is saying, look, something's wrong, and it doesn't appear that it's going to be fixed. And let me share this. Lying political devils, and I hold them in contempt, who have screwed us up to this point cannot unscrew us. Those who have promised everything and cannot give what they promise, except they get their bonus, they get their deep underground bunker. As you and I speak tonight, John, to the millions of people around the world, the governments of the world know what's coming. They're preparing. The elite are ready to occupy their shelters, because just like the movie 2012, they have a plan to escape what's coming. They're not going to talk to us about Comet Elenin. They're not going to talk to us about Planet X. They're not going to talk to us about what's really going on in the Earth changes. They're not going to talk to us about interplanetary gravitational forces or solar storms that are coming. They're not going to tell us any of that stuff. Well, they reap the benefit of that knowledge. So I would say to people, what is your most pressing concern? Focus on that. But food and water, and pray, even if you don't believe in God, for like-minded people, because when it comes to the times we're going through, like-mindedness is critical. I mean, even I'm sure that when you hear Hollywood stars like Ashton Kutcher saying, hey, I know what's coming. I'm not throwing out his name. I don't know him. He probably wouldn't agree with what I'm saying. But the point is that, but you're seeing prominent people saying, I'm really worried, and I'm getting ready for what's coming because I know what's coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, there are too many hints out there, too many eyewitness reports, and I just believe that they said, well, I'll just sit back and do nothing. That attitude will obviously put you in the most dire of straits.
How far off do you think we are? I'm not trying to put you on the clothesline, just
right.
given...
Well, I'm not a prophet. I tell people I'm only a watchman, and the thing that I see is I see that obviously from the feedback I get, and let me share this with people just so they understand. I don't know a lot of the stuff firsthand. All I can do is pray that God gives me 2 or 3 witnesses that are unknown to each other, meaning people who can validate stuff. But when you talk to the military, when you talk to the intelligence community, when you talk to the financial community, when I pick up the phone or send an email to Beijing and I can get answers back from the movers and shakers, and I'm not talking about the communist government, I'm talking about businessmen. The thing is that they're all saying this fall is going to be the critical launch point. So some of the worst stuff coming. It's for instance, like the financial sector. Understand, ladies and gentlemen, by design, the financial sector of the world and the financial markets of the world are going to crash at some point. Then when they crash and mayhem is initiated to the degree that they're able to clamp down and get rid of all their enemies, then they'll come up with some new program, and they'll know that people won't buy anything, so that's when they'll back, or some government will back, a new currency based on commodities. I used to say 15 years ago on talk radio, the first year of my life on talk radio, John, that it wouldn't surprise me to see the Russians or the Chinese and then to come up with a commodity-based currency. And guess what? China and Russia are the two countries that are buying the most gold, and China is buying the most of the strategic minerals and the precious minerals that are available on the planet.
You know what? We're down to about 6 minutes and a half before we've got to bring it to a close. There are several people that would like to talk to you, but and if you're up for it, I'll bring them on. But I would ask our callers who have been so patient and very kind to sit there that long to make it brief so we can get as many in as possible, because we don't want to alienate too many people.
Well, yeah, I'm fine with that. Whatever you'd like. 6 minutes usually turns into what? One call? Two calls?
Something like that. So that's why I'm saying make it brief. Just state your question, make your comment, and then we'll go on to the next one. Give Stephen a chance to respond. East of the Rockies, Amy in the South. Are you there?
Yes, I am. This is Amy.
Hi, Amy.
Hi, thank you. Stephen, I have wanted to talk to you. I could talk to you for 24 hours. I have a daughter that was just deployed to Afghanistan, and for the past 2.5 months, I've heard
a degree of refinement that you and I don't need, okay? These guys were in the South Pacific, were trying to find islands where they were separated from other islands by death in the water, because if you didn't find it, you died. You can't live on the Pacific Ocean. It's a desert. And so you got to live on the little islands. And in order to find that island, you had to know where you were within a few feet. And so their navigational stars had to be really precise at a level that the pole star per se doesn't have to be, or any of the other ancillary stars. So most of us are not going to be aware of the continual nature of these changes that are going on. But the South Pacific Islanders, over the course of 800 years of sea songs that were their navigational way of transmitting that knowledge from generation to generation, noted how certain stars were changing. The personalities that were given to those stars were noted in this change, and they followed them, and then they noted that they stabilized.
Yeah, I mean, that is a great point. And of course, we are talking about a massive, massive scale. It's really hard to get your head around, but we should assume that all stars are moving in the same way ours is, right? Or not so?
We should assume that they're all moving. Let's not say way, because it implies a direction, and we don't know that they're all moving in any way, in any fashion close to the directions of any other stars. But we think that that's sort of the case, because if you look at the Milky Way galaxy, all of the stars seem to be going in this big, circle, this big loop around what we think of as more or less the center of the galaxy, where there's a whole lot more stars that are moving a lot faster.
Mm-hmm. Well, it does seem like spiral and rotation is some fundamental, basically technology. If you wanted to get into the Nazi Bell and UFOs, it just seems like there's a force that is kind of left off the books in physics that has some interesting properties involving rotation, and it does seem to be kind of fundamental to our structure. So I see how we could be moving in that kind of a spiral pattern.
And it goes back to Victor Schauberger, and he was the one that theoretically or supposedly anecdotally came up with the breakthrough that allowed him to do the implosion engine for the Nazi Bell. And he based it on implosion science. We've been close to this before. A guy by the name of Keeley in the U.S. in the 1800s built these implosion devices, not internal combustion engines, but internal implosion engines. And he was running locomotives on them. They were so large, and they were basically, we wouldn't think of them as zero energy devices, but they were very low input for very large output devices. And they were non-polluting and so on. And of course, they were snatched up, and on his death, all of those were purchased except for a couple of the ones that were left out. I think some key elements were taken out of them, but and they disappeared into the bowels of the Smithsonian. But if you call them, they've never heard of the chap.
Of course, we've heard that before.
Right.
Right. So is it your contention that the moon is the one body that is in an actual true orbit around something?
No, I mean, we have stuff orbiting us behind the sun, certainly. What's interesting about the moon is that it's always self-correcting its orbit.
Right. That's kind of what I was getting
It is correct. It's always correcting its orbit. Whether it's doing it or it's being guided is open to question.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at. I mean, I've heard the moon is artificial. I've heard the moon is hollow. Hollow seems a little bit easier to quantify than artificial, but I'm not so sure. Do you think it's possibly more of an ancient, abandoned observation craft, or do you get any indication that it is still active? I guess this correction would indicate some kind of activity.
Yeah, it's ancient. We know that the debris on the surface of the moon is older than anything in our solar system. The likelihood is that the moon was brought here. We know it's active. Some people on Earth probably know by whom and with what, but the rest of us are just left with stuff going back to the invention of the telescope and the notations that we've seen since the late 1700s or 1800s, early 1800s, of moon flashes and ships across the moon and all of this kind of thing. So we've been observing them for several hundred years. We know it's ongoing, but nobody in officialdom is willing to discuss it. But it's quite factual that the moon is hollow. I would argue that you really can't have anything that's going to be hollow as large as the moon without it also being artificial, even if it was partially hollowed out and then stuff put into it. However, this one appears to be quite observationally just crafted out of, some kind of sheet metal or something. And then it's just accumulated a lot of debris on the top of it ever since. And, the whole idea of it ringing like a bell every time we hit it with anything from down here is very interesting. And especially since it took 5.5 hours, the time they popped that little tiny bomb off on it, 5.5 hours for it to settle down. And there were also indications that just from the seismic activity that was going on, that you could almost map out an internal tetrahedral structure, which curiously looks a lot like the same kind of thing you see in Iapetus, one of the moons with the most strangest of what we can call orbit, because it is this weird swinging back and forth, looping over its own trail while still keeping up with the rest of the mass. And it's not even really an orbit. It's this sort of weird figure eight thing. So there's all kinds of strange stuff in our solar system. And see, this is why at its core, the woo-woo stuff is all accurate, okay? And at its core, maybe even a third of what Corey Goode mentioned is accurate, all right? But none of it he experienced. All of it he is replaying out of what he's been told to say is not his own experience. He's just built a narrative around stuff that is quite factual. And the factual stuff is that, our military knows things that it's not telling us. And if our military is not out there flying these little triangular things that I see with the goggles, then someone should tell our military we're in a real world of hurt because somebody is up there doing stuff that we don't know about. And so it's one of those deals. They either can plead ignorance or incompetence. Let us please hope that they're going to plead ignorance and they really do know what's going on, or in fact are causing it, because there's so much activity going on. So a lot of this stuff is accurate. There's a secret space program. I see the thing and no one talks about it, thus it's secret. And indeed, we may even have all these strange things like, giant cavernous rings that people used to inhabit out around the planets. All of that stuff may be quite accurate, but the way in which it was fed back caused me all kinds of problems. And the fact that they didn't acknowledge that they were spinning a narrative out of, the various flotsam and jetsam that litter the woo-woo world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I definitely think there's a secret space program out there. I've just heard too much. I mean, ever since Gary McKinnon, it's been pretty obvious that they've got things going on militarily related to space that are far beyond what they tell us about. And that was a while ago.
Correct. And what really irritates me more than anything, I think, is the lack of knowledge. I mean, I don't know if I would sleep better at night or not knowing what these guys know. I mean, if I knew there were giant hairy spiders out there that are flying spaceships trying to get me, I don't know if I really need to know that at this point, right? But at the same time, it's irritating that somebody knows it and I don't. And if there are these guys, well, I want to think about ways to maybe get back at them, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. So in other words, it's my planet too, and I want to involve myself in it. And it's also my planet's atmosphere. And if you guys are doing things in it, then I've got a right to also participate in this at whatever level I can. So I find it very irritating. Now, on another practical level, I see that the marketing effort and everything that's been put into this is symptomatic of a lot of the stuff that's going on in the financial system, the political system, the social order in a lot of different ways. And the symptomatic nature of it gives me a great deal of hope, because I know when it is expressing itself in these other areas, financial, political, social, etc., it is again pointing to a huge inflection point and a major change currently underway. So the mere fact that someone felt that they had to promote the marketing group that was behind Corey Good and get them to do this at this time means that they're very much afraid of what's actually going to be coming out, and they were trying to muddy the waters and control the ebb and flow before that occurred. So this was a very good sign once I tumbled to what was going on. The fact that the marketing group was unsuccessful in selling their full, complete vision is also a very good sign. And there's certain signs within the language they've been using that are indicative of people under a great deal of stress. And I'm talking about, people that are under so much stress just from their own internalization of the pressures that are on them, that these people may literally keel over dead of a heart attack at any given instant of additional stress being provided. They're at that level of tension, seeing the language coming out. So I think there's something pressuring them on both sides, not only the breakdown of the narrative and their control of it out in the greater world, but also the people on the other side that are, provided the money and the impetus that are just not happy with the situation. And that the situation that's driving them, I think, is some form of a disclosure. Whether we will like it afterwards is going to be anybody's guess.
Those are great points and an excellent breakdown, because that does indicate there is some value to studying that material, because obviously they put it out for a reason, to steer the conversation, to kind of get ahead of something. And that is the exciting part of it.
Well, you got to be careful, though. Yes, it's interesting. I take it as clues. I'm not going to study any of their details because I don't care about the warped, little twisted way in which they're stitching it together.
Right.
All I need to know is that I can see the stitchery and I can see the hand behind it, and then I can start thinking about that hand and why it's doing that. And thus, I don't get involved with the details because they will only lead you so far and no further.
Amen. I agree with you there. We have talked about a hell of a lot of stuff as we start to wind down here. Is there anything else you see in the language of the web bot that it's picking up that might be worth a mention before we go?
There is, and it's really a caution, okay? We're in very exciting times. We're at one of those key inflection points in history where we have an old system dying and a new one being born. As a result of that particular point in history, there will be an opportunity to create great fortunes because things will be in dynamic play as new industries are born and old ones die, and will they'll actually be allowed to die. They haven't been able to declare bankruptcy and fold for decades because of the government supporting them and all of this kind of thing. All that's going to go away. So the whole social order is going to change, and everything in the infrastructure will change over these next 15 years. I hope that we move into the George Jetson kind of world, and that's where I'm placing my bets. And people that are also thinking that may want to look into cryptocurrencies and so forth, but be advised that in this current state, there's great opportunity, but there's also great risk potential. So you've got to be smart about this and do your research and be adult. Don't blame anybody else for screwing up from this point on.
Cheers to that. Man, well, Cliff, I could bounce questions off you all day. I really enjoy your videos. I think the WebBot project is fascinating. I think your perspective on a lot of stuff is enlightening. Really glad I could get you here. Hopefully we can do it again in the future. Before we really go, remind the people where to follow up on what you're doing and where they can get the reports you put out or anything else you might want them to know.
Sure. You can go to halfpasthuman.com and pick up our reports. I ran into a wrist injury earlier before summer, and so I'm only doing the crypto reports at the moment, trying to let that heal. And also that's where all the action is, and I couldn't do both and put a lot of effort into the crypto, which is required. I'll be doing that for at least the next few months as we enter into this period of time. So halfpasthuman.com and then on Cliff Hyde channel on YouTube.
Boom. Right on. Well, thanks again, man. It has been a real pleasure. Keep doing what you do and take care out there.
Okay. Thank you much.
You got it. And boom goes the dynamite, people. Cliff High. So glad I could finally get Cliff on. I've been interested in his WebBot predictions for a long time. I think predictive linguistics is a really interesting concept. Nobody said it was going to be an exact science, but I think it is just another item to add to your basket of things worth considering. And I'm really glad we got to spend some solid time on Antarctica and get a little deeper on that than we've really been able to lately. I don't think he mentioned it here, but I've also heard Cliff say the areas that the Nazis supposedly claimed and called New Schwabenland, these areas are airbrushed out on Google Earth when you really get down into it. And that's pretty interesting. I'm also glad we got to talk about this spiral model of our solar system. I've seen that GIF going around a whole lot. And a part of me thinks that if you're going to go with an electric universe, just a little bit different than normal kind of paradigm, that it does make sense that the sun would be moving along with everything else that seems to be moving rather than sitting put. But I still wonder about the way things line up from our perspective. Like, if all stars are in motion, the Milky Way is in motion. We got these stars moving in spiral patterns all along the X, Y, and Z axis of space. How could something like Carahunge, the Armenian Stonehenge, how could it have these ancient megalithic rocks with holes carved perfectly to align with Orion's belt on the Armenian New Year? How would Carahunge maintain its alignment? I don't know, but we do have to deal with the fact that it does. Maybe 8 to 12,000 years is nothing in star travel time, but it is almost half a wobble. That's not nothing. I don't know. I get lost going places I've been to twice before, and I'm supposed to figure out this kind of shit. It is fascinating, though, to hear alternative ideas on these kind of space things, and I thought Cliff broke it down really well. And there's a lot of things in his Rolodex that we didn't even get to. I would love to have him back. If you want him to come back, let's get him some good feedback so he does know you're listening. Let him know. Cliff does a lot of shows. The only way to separate which ones are worth your time and which ones aren't are the people who contact you and say, I heard you on X, Y, or Z, go back. So let's throw them in the rotation. I also mentioned Armenia, and I need to get another installment of that Graham Hancock tour video out. It's insane how long it's taken me. The next one even has the buried pyramid, but man, time just gets away from me month to month. That's how I try to figure out what I'm doing, is in these month-to-month chunks. And really, I just am like, okay, you got to keep up with emails and tech support, customer service for Plus people and for T-shirts. You got to put out 5 good shows. Don't eat like shit and do one extra thing. And it's always something else. Like, first we transitioned to a new top quality high-end forum. That took some time. And then I don't know. I think I did the Hot Ones challenge thing and edited that video. Then I did a series of guest spots and a couple of tinfoil hats. Then I did another video where I went on a Laurel Canyon tour with Mark Devlin, followed by a month where I did an extra show with the episode with Bruce Lipton. And I also just made a server move for all 3 websites, which is great because I'm saving a lot of money. But it also wasn't completely smooth. And if you're having problems with the THC iPhone app, by the way, try to refresh it or clear the cache or delete it and re-download it, whatever you can to reset it, because the server move kind of disrupted the linkage for some people, if you know what I'm saying. It's a minor thing, but I've answered like 24 emails about it. And I think we are going to have the developer shore up some issues with the app soon when he gets some time. And that's a beautiful thing. And then I guess most recently I went to this Science of Consciousness conference, and I'm trying to put something together for you this weekend. I also typed up a lengthy description of my recent past life regression session and the scenes I was shown, and that's on the Wildcard Forum if you have any interest in hearing about it. It was too long of a thing to talk about in the wrap-up of a podcast, but too short to record its own thing about. So I said, screw it. This is what a forum's for. And now I'm also in the process of redoing the basic THC website. I just can't help myself. I have to tinker. But I got some data that surprised me that like 70% of all the website visitors are on mobile, which makes sense. I mean, that's how I do most of the things I do. But now I'm redoing the website to make it look as sick as I can on a cell phone because I want to stay current. I don't want to have one of these outdated websites. Not a good look for a conspiracy show. So I'm redoing that website, and I think it looks pretty damn good already. The core of it does. Like if you pull up the highersidechats.com in your mobile browser, you'll see a simple description of the show that I think is straight and to the point, and then you see a link for Plus and a player that fits right on your screen. And it plays the last 10 episodes in slides. So unless you're really, really far behind, everything you need is going to be right there. And if you just subscribe to the feed on some podcast app, then you never go to the site. And I get that. But I think this is a real upgrade in terms of looking slick and modern. I'm going to flesh out the rest. And then next month, I'm getting married. And then Armenia Video chapters 2 and 3. We're just going to knock it out. Come on. But Jesus, this really got away from me here. But I do like to touch base with you guys sometimes just about what I try to do to keep the ship on course. I got nobody to talk to about this. I have no coworkers. But it also is just a decent list of the extra things if you've missed any of them. The Mark Devlin tour was pretty cool. The Hot Ones video is torture. But what can I say? Cliff High. He knows a lot about a lot, and it was a real pleasure. As any regular listener knows, we do that. Subscribe to hear the extra hour model, $5 a month, 5 shows a month, plus occasional extra stuff and lifetime access to the forums. A nice and simple model that doesn't really rely on AdSense or Patreon, but is a little more under my control, which I think is a godsend in these troubling times. In the Plus show today, we talked about the Mandela effect and the prospect of CERN and deep state time memory manipulation projects in action, quantum computers, the likelihood of exposing those cannibalistic, blood-siphoning, child-abusing aspects of the elite, and the possibility of using any and all types of disclosure to keep those last few cards off the table. It seems like we could be getting into an era of very interesting cat and mouse with some of these things we've been speculating about for a long time, but we also talked about the 4 categories of alien races out there and Cliff's thoughts on Martin Armstrong and his Socrates program's economic models compared to his own. Both are predicting a steady and consistent decline in the Western world, so we'll see. And we got into some tips and tricks for navigating the rough economic road ahead and how to get creative with it. Internet censorship and that alt media crackdown and the AdSense undercut that so many people have been talking about. A lot of THC guests recently too. So all good stuff. The highersidechatsplus.com. As for what's coming down the pike, whatever, I think it's a month of pretty heavy woo, as Cliff would say. Not all woo. But we are going back into the hard woo territory for a lot of the month of June. So be ready, and I'll see you then, friends. I've got to wrap this thing up. Holy hell. Bitcoin, by the way, I just saw it hit 3,000 a coin. Can't believe that, but I am really, really loving it. All right, I've done my part. Your move, psychic leakers, Antarctic secret keepers, and architects of the coming economic collapse. Your fucking move.
They built a little empire out of some crazy garbage called the blood of the exploited working class. But they've overcome their shyness. Now we're calling them your highness. And the world screams, save me, THC. They destroyed the bonds of friendship and respect between the only people left who'd even look them in the eye. Now they laugh and make a fortune off the same ones that they tortured. And a world screams, save me, THC. Let's garbage called the blood of the exploited working class. But they've overcome their shyness. Now we're calling them Your Highness. And the world screams, save me, THC. Save me, THC.
According to my $10 Walmart, we'll be right on. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot my $10 Walmart. One ringy dingy, two ringy dingies. Uh-oh. David, turn your microphone on.
It is on.
Okay, let's try this again. One ringy dingy, two ringy dingies.
Hello, Your Eminence.
Hello, Your Effluence. What do you want to talk about?
James Comey's use of the federal bridge to inject fake news, wipe emails that might otherwise compromise Hillary Clinton, and broadcast child pornography and online snuff films. Over to you.
Yeah, so have you seen the radio show ad today?
No.
Okay, I'm going to ask you that every time until we go our separate ways. In fact, I sent you an email, didn't I, saying do your homework?
Well, I didn't receive it. I'm being out. And
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
I'm flustered.
You're what?
I'm flustered.
Would you rather not do a radio show, or are you unflustered enough to do it?
I'll do it. Points out an allegation that James Comey, the former lead prosecutor in the Khobar Towers bombing, used the Federal Bridge network to wipe emails which might expose the Clinton sale of uranium-1 concessions to Russia, or Serco's blackmail victims of kiddie porn or death pool broadcasts from Starnet pig farms. The classical pig farm, of course, being the Picton pig farm in British Columbia, that was set up as a federally registered charity out of the Governor General's office in 1996, and held cannibal raves where up to 60 to 100 downtown East Side prostitutes were tortured to death and eaten. Sorry to be nasty.
What's nasty? You're just telling the truth, aren't you?
I think so, but
Yeah.
it must sound very unpleasant to a lot of people who have a tender disposition.
I have a tender disposition, and, you know, Saturday of this week I'm going to speak on pedophilia and Satanism for 75 minutes.
Yeah, that's why I structured this this post today, because I want to feed you as much ammunition as I possibly can, because I think that your perspective coming from Able Danger will be quite new to the people in the audience at AV8. In particular, this idea of the Federal Bridge, where live broadcast child pornography can be transmitted through an encryption system invented in the United Kingdom called public key infrastructure. And in particular, that this term or description by Thomas Barnett of the flying events of 9/11 as the first live broadcast mass snuff film in human history, I think probably both you and I agree it would take quite an organization to put on a live broadcast mass snuff film and conceal it afterwards. and there's only one organization in the world that can do that. I think it's the United Kingdom Ministry of Defence, or more particularly the UK Cabinet Office, using a proxy, which is a company called Serco, on which there is a board of shareholders, including the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But I digress.
Hey, David, while you're digressing, could you tell me who owns Serco?
Yeah, the shareholders.
Okay, well, who's the leader of Serco? I mean, who in the UK government might be in charge of them?
It would be the UK Cabinet Office. It would be an organisation, not an individual.
Okay, so it wouldn't be Prince Andrew? Wait a minute, not Prince Andrew, William. Okay, because I've heard somebody in our chat room has led me to believe that Prince William is in charge of deploying Serco, but continue.
No, I think from a general organizational point of view, the shareholders set up a board of directors to operate the company between board meetings. And effectively, maybe Americans don't know that, there was a board meeting of Serco directors and shareholders on the 47th floor of Tower Number 1, North Tower, on the morning of 9/11, where it would appear they were engaging in online assassination betting.
Wasn't that led by a guy from India named Buster Hyman?
Yeah, you're right, except I think he was a South African, Field, and he described himself. Can you tell me, or perhaps tell the audience, what a Pentecostalist is?
No, I cannot. But the Pentecost was an event in Christian history. But watch how fast our chat room answers what a Pentecostal is. And my guess is, I haven't looked to see who's here yet, so let me look swiftly. Because if I don't see somebody faster, I'd say the Telford Russian's going to be the one to answer that. And Carrie, don't worry about David's health. He didn't say anything to me. He just sounds like he has a cold. That's why I put up the comment I put up. But how about one of you experts out there? What's a Pentecostal? I know what an evangelist is. But anyway, David, I'll have the answer, or you can watch for it in the chat room. But continue while that Pentecostal Hyman Buster, or Buster Hyman, whatever his name was. Any chance his father was that guy that went down to Africa in 1953?
It could be, the timing's about right. I think he was recruited in 1992 by Price Waterhouse. I think they were the people who recruited that guy, what's her name, the husband of the killer. Oh dear, I think my mind is going. Anyway, moving on.
Well, wait a minute, David, don't leave him hanging. The killer of who?
The man and the woman who may have very well have got on a plane that killed little John Benet Ramsey. And they went to each other's wedding. So there's Russell Williams and his wife, the one whose name you're not allowed to mention.
Paul Bernardo.
Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka.
All you have to do is ask questions. Everyone in the chat room can answer them. I can't answer everyone. Neither can Denise or David Russin. But if you just calmly ask your questions, we already got the answer to we got two different answers to Pentecostals, and it's relating or denoting any of a number of Christian movements and individuals emphasizing baptism and Holy Spirit, evidenced by speaking in tongues, prophecy, healing, and exorcism. So there's no pressure for you to be a know-it-all, and there's no pressure for me to be a know-it-all. We have the world's fastest and most lethal chat room. So over to you.
Yeah, appreciate that. And I better get in the chat room because there was a lot going on. Actually, just to let you know why I'm flustered, they're ripping out the floor, painting the walls, and there was a Santa going this morning. So I was sitting at my desk surrounded by a lot of distractions. So I thought, well, I'll go off and have a coffee and come in a little more relaxed, but I think I'm winding down. But going back to Chris Hyman, so he has this extraordinary, I don't know if it to be rightly described as a holiday or whether he was acting in a professional capacity as the chief executive officer of Serco, but he goes up to the Windows of the World restaurant for a breakfast meeting on the morning of 9/11 in Tower 1, and he sits down with a whole bunch of people from, I think it was called the Risk Waters Group out of London. And around 8:30, he hops in the elevator, maybe one of those aggressive, ultra-high-speed elevators built by Otis but installed by Ace Elevators of New Jersey. And he goes down to the 47th floor for what I think was a board meeting of directors, and in conjunction with a whole bunch of Serco shareholders, which would have included Goldman Sachs representatives and representatives from the Saudi government and the British government and the Singaporean government. So that must have been quite a meeting, because let's assume that they get into an office on the 47th floor at 8:30. Everyone whom Chris Hyman left behind in the windows of the world was killed, actually murdered, in a very precise targeted attack by mentors, defense company mentors on the Federal Bridge, and their 8A proteges under the direction of your sister, who was presumably installed with a lesbian girlfriend on the either the 17th or 18th floor of building number 7. And they would have had a bird's eye view. I think, can you just remind people of your concept? It's not your concept field, but what the concept of an on-scene commander would mean in those circumstances at ground zero on the morning of 911. Over to you.
Yeah, somebody who's on the scene and he can visually monitor the entire area of operations, and he can make real-time decisions of how to improve or elevate or moderate or reduce or terminate any operations. And as it pertained to 9/11 in the air, the on-scene commander, who I believe was Russell Williams in a CL-604 command and control jet, an electronic jet from the 5th Wing at Goose Bay, Labrador. And I just got something interesting about him today. Let me think, because I've been busy for the last 8 or 10 hours. But I got a communique out of Canada within the last 5 hours that told me that as it relates to this is where it would have been nice if you could have looked at the show ad. You would have seen a picture of a dead Canadian woman. She wasn't dead when the photo was taken. Her name's Deborah Rashotte, Rashotte, and she was 27 years old when Colonel Russell Williams, the fetish homosexual pedophile pervert, I guess when you say Canadian pilot, that's inferred all the other things. But he was once the rising star of the Canadian military, which shows you how horribly inept they are. And he used to fly the Queen and her living corpse, whatever his name is, the guy that's 95 years old, so he's no longer going to run in marathons, it appears. But when they came to their colony of Canada, as opposed to their colony of America, these fake royals would always have Russell Williams fly them around, which was really dumb on their part. But Russell Williams and his murder and raping spree, one of his 2 last victims, I believe, were Jessica Lloyd, who he hung in a tree from her ankles, and he lifted her up there with a diesel-powered payloader in the middle of the night, thinking nobody would notice the sound of a payloader in the middle of the night. He also had another problem. He thought by hanging her that any of his DNA that might be anywhere on or in her body would fall by gravity off, but he wasn't a master of physiology, because if he really wanted that to occur, he probably should not have hung her by her feet, if you get my gravity drift. But anyway, Russell Williams was alleged to have gone to see Julian Fantino, who was one of the people that were involved in these murder and rape cover-ups. And he had, when he left for the assignment that morning, he had Jessica Lloyd's body in the boot of his car, and he went to Tim Horton's coffee and donut shop for a black coffee, Then he drove to Toronto to meet with Julian Fantino, and they were saying that they were talking about air cover for an upcoming G2 or G8 conference, when actually Russell Williams was delivering videos of one of his, I don't like talking about this either, David, but I think when he had his little 15 minutes of begging and 30 seconds of lack of performance with Jessica Lloyd, he had a video camera running, and apparently that video was desired by David Johnston, who's the general counsel or governor general, that's it. Anyway, it's my belief that ended up in the hands of the royals. For what purpose, I don't know. But, this is a demonstration, not only to you, David, but to others in Able Danger, how information comes to me, not all day long every day, but comes to me over the balance of the day every day. And there's usually some pretty good juicy tidbits. And that's why the woman, Deborah Rachat, was in there, because I think she was probably murdered next, but I might have my dates a little bit goofed up. I think she was murdered in January of 2010. But these people, Julian Fantino, who was elevated from police chief to something better, because whenever you lie for the boss in the Canadian and the UK satanic pedophile-driven governments, as long as you keep the boss's neck off the chopping block, they'll promote you. And that's what happened, and that's why I put the picture of Deborah Rachat in. And I'm going to be alluding to her again when I speak at AV8 for 75 minutes on Saturday the 20th of May, which is just 5 days down the road. So that should give you a chance to calm down since I went on that 45-minute rant. Over to you, David.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Field, and while you were talking about Russell Williams hanging the poor woman upside down in the tree, I'm thinking of what the people did at the pig farm as an extension of the service offered by Starnet at 425 Carroll Street. And just to remind people, there was a raid on Starnet at 425 Carroll Street with about 100 people, including, whether it's the right word or not, is what I might decide to use, a delegation from the IRS and the United States Customs Service sent by your sister to take away all of the evidence of live transmission of child pornography and online gaming. Apparently they had torture chambers inside the offices at 425 Carroll Street, and of course they had a very elaborate studio out at the pig farm to produce this garbage. But it's not just a random sexual issue from hypobristophiliacs or whatever. It's got all the indication that it was a blackmail trap, because they used to have 1,700 people showing up on a Friday night rave, a significant number of out-of-town women in leather gear or denims, hard-faced women, I think was the description, and the poor prostitutes would be tortured and killed in front of an audience, and they had the barbecue running out the back and a 600-pound boar. So this was a scene of unbridled hell for both the victims who were killed and the very significant number of victims who had gone to the pig farm in good faith because they'd been told it was a federally registered charity called Piggy's Palace Good Time Society that appears to have been arranged, at least its charitable status, through one David Johnston, who's the Governor General of Canada today. But prior to that, he had an interesting gig, which was he was the first non-American chairman of the Harvard Board of Overseers. Now, whether that was prior to or after or before the alleged attendance by one Barack Hussein Obama or Barry Soetoro at Harvard, I don't know. But I've made an interesting discovery field about the old Premier of British Columbia. Whether she continues to be Premier, I don't know. but she went to 3 universities, but didn't graduate from any of them. Her name is Christy Clark. She was at Simon Fraser, which has a school of forensic science. And maybe we can convert that one day to a chair in forensic economics, which I would accept with great pleasure, because I think they pay about $250,000 a year, and I certainly need that. But she went to the Simon Fraser University, didn't graduate from there. She went to the Sorbonne in Paris, and she didn't graduate from there. And she went to Edinburgh University, and she didn't graduate from there. So I was thinking, she reminds me of someone. Who do you think she reminds me of, Phil?
Well, she reminds you of somebody that starts a lot of things and finishes nothing.
And goes to university where there's no record of their presence or their graduation.
You mean Barry Swatero?
Yeah, now he went to, I think he went to Occidental, or theoretically went to Occidental, but his records at Occidental have been sealed. He went to Columbia in New York, but his records have been sealed and no one remembers him. And he went to Harvard, but his records there have been sealed and no one remembers him.
Yeah, so why don't you tell the crowd how Harvard and David Johnston, who I mentioned earlier, are related?
Yeah, as I said, Harvard Board of Overseers, they had the first non-American chairman of the Harvard Board of Overseers is David Johnson, who's the Governor General of Canada today, and it would be the Governor General's office of Canada that would have granted federal license to the society known as Piggy's Palace Good Times Society, starting in 1996, where they held Friday night raves and torture killed up to 60, maybe as high as 100 prostitutes from the downtown east side. And you know what's very horrible, Phil? I mean, the whole thing is absolutely beyond imagination. But apparently, most of the children of those prostitutes have disappeared. And a couple of friends of mine who are hereditary chiefs say that they think there are children buried out at that pig farm, or were buried out, before Law and Order sent in the graders and everything else, and all of the evidence from that crime scene has been disappeared.
Okay, David, David, it's prayer time, but I don't have it in front of me. No, I don't have it in front of me, so I'll do it at the end. Continue, please.
Okay. Now that reminds me, correct me if I'm wrong, of Sandy Hook Elementary School, because my understanding of Sandy Hook Elementary School, it was a scene for a lone gunman exercise put on by the various government departments that have access to the federal bridge. And that site has now been leveled. Maybe the chat room could, and I'm trying to get into the chat room, but it's being very slow here. Maybe someone in the chat room could see if they can find confirmation that Sandy Hook has been leveled and all of the evidence has disappeared. Over to you, Phil.
Yes, it has been leveled, so nobody needs to worry about that. It also had been vacant for a number of years before the false flag exercise. And we were doing such a good job, and I don't mean David and Field, I mean Abel Danger and Toto, and that's not the rock group, that's an expression. But we were doing such a good job as exposing these perverts, the ones that pretended like there was a lone gunman. One thing I learned at Aurora and Cudahy and Sandy Hook and the Boston bombing, I learned that when when the government said lone gunman, that meant 3 shooters. I never did figure out how that works, but they always said lone gunman, and there were always 3 shooters. So I'm still working on that and scratching my head and scratching my derriere. But as far as those events, what they all had in common was Barack Obama, Department of Homeland Security, HSEEP, which is Home Security Emergency Exercise Program, I believe. And they had some other wonderful things like DMORT, which is a traveling morgue. And the funny thing about DMORT is, in the case of Sandy Hook, the traveling morgue, which is a temporary mortuary on wheels, you would think that if the traveling morgue was going to respond to Sandy Hook, that would be from their region, and it would respond after the incident. But no, it was from Chicago Region 5, and they arrived the day before. And they kept arriving the day before, and they arrived the day before so often that after about 4 episodes of watching this, Able Danger broke the code, and very close up to the July 4th, I think the year was 2013, somebody could Google it, but there was supposed to be a July 4th event, false flag, at the Peachtree Road Race in Atlanta on July 4th of either 13 or 12, but I think it was 13. And so what we did was we waited until about 48 hours before the false flag, and then we announced it with great precision, announcing the corner that the explosion was going to happen at. And one of those roads on the corner was Peachtree Boulevard, I think. But if anybody wants to Google it, strangely enough, you can Google Obama, cooked goose, Atlanta blue, DHS plus Peachtree Road Race. That should do it. And you've probably forgotten, David, but as soon as we blocked that false flag at Atlanta, the ambiguously gay female porcine named Janet Napolitano quickly cleared out her desk and moved out of Washington, D.C., because she knew that she was exposed to getting found out and arrested. Now, I'm putting this out to you, David, and I don't think you're going to know anything about it. No offense. It's just not a Canadian issue. But today, another fellow agent here in the headquarters of the UK Office of Able Danger got some evidence that perhaps the reason why G.H.W. Bush is in the hospital is he's avoiding arrest. I'm putting that question out to the chat room. Has anybody in the chat room seen any suggestion that the reason why G.H.W. Bush is in the hospital is so he does not get arrested? Now that Comey has been kicked out, Fried Rice is nervous as the black cat. And if I were G.H.W. Bush, I'd be nervous also. David, over to you.
Yeah, I think they should all be very nervous, Phil, and I'm just so happy with the collective intelligence of Able Danger, because if you look back at the ground we've covered and the attacks we've anticipated and probably thwarted, it is astonishing. And some of the symptoms, I think, of our influence, they're a bit subtle. What was the month when they shut down Hull House in Chicago, Phil? Do you remember?
If I had to bet my life on it, I would say it was January of 2012. But interesting you asked me that, because that was in today's radio show ad. So watch this. I'm going to assign some people to go find that and post it so you can see it with your own weary eyes. The Telford Russian is the male who's going to post it. And I'm looking down here. I see there's an agent, Green Eyes, in Nebraska. Maybe she'd like to post it, the picture of the Hull House shutting down, because it's a newspaper article. And I think that the date in that article was January something of 2012. And just as a backup, in case the Telford Russian and Green Eyes are off on a conjugal visit, Jack Mack will certainly see it because he has split screens and he can post it. David, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. So at Hull House, obviously in Chicago, just thinking about that, when they introduced the Federal Bridge Certification Authority in, I think, 1996 or 1997, they trialed it in various government departments, and one particular state of the Union, that being Illinois, which is so intriguing because the governors of Illinois, I think 4 out of the last 7 have gone to jail for racketeering. And the intriguing thing about Illinois being involved on the Federal Bridge is it would have given them an opportunity for what is known as a man-in-the-middle attack during 911. That is to say, you have a senior government, that is in Illinois, that is able to fake identities and, for example, create the impression that there are low-time Muslim pilots in the aircraft flying through those decoy and drone maneuvers on 911, in conjunction with Serco, which is the preferred supplier of C4I equipment to Boeing, command, control, communications, computers, and intelligence. And it's not just Boeing that Serco provide those kind of service to, it's the United States Navy and all of the numerous government departments that were stood down for the 911 attack. And the various offices or presidential suites in Sheraton hotels around the world, where it would appear there'd be a bunch of people who were stood up for the 911 attacks. That is to say, actively watching the attack as it unrolled or unfolded, and placing bets on the time of death of the various players, including, for example, Captain Chick Burlingham, your US Naval Academy classmate. Now, you told me, Field, you think, or perhaps you know, that Chick Burlingham was involved in the wargaming exercises of 911. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, it's not I think, I know. When he was a Navy Reserve captain, and what that means is he was a Navy captain in the Reserve branch of the Navy, just like I was in the Reserve branch of the Air Force when I flew for the North Dakota Air National Guard. So in both of our cases, Chick and myself had day jobs flying airliners, and our weekend jobs was flying military fighters. And at some point he quit flying and went into wargaming. And it's my understanding he was the author of the war game that became Amalgam 01. And so they had to do away with him because he would recognize the war game, the exercise. In other words, if he were not flying to Anaheim, California on the 11th of September to go to an Anaheim Angels game for his 52nd birthday, he probably would have seen Amalgam Virgo 01, an exercise, play out for real and go rogue when the Canadians attacked America. And he probably would have objected strenuously. And if he did that, he probably wouldn't be alive by sundown. And so on the morning of 9/11, while he was getting zapped in American 77, which went down in Whiskey 386 Alpha airspace under the control of Giant Killer, who was the Navy enlisted air traffic controller that was allowing or disallowing traffic into or out of, or blocking them. In other words, he was either allowing traffic in, which would be, here's the traffic he allowed in: American 11, America 77, United 175. The traffic he blocked from entering was quit 25, quit 26, and quit 27. Well, bad luck for my sister and Hillary. Chick Burlingame was my college classmate. Quit 25, quit 26, and quit 27 were from my Air National Guard unit. And it's my expert opinion that quit 25, 26, and 27 were rerouted from a course at maybe 1.2 Mach heading north out of Langley directly towards Washington, D.C., where if they couldn't have shot down the flying vehicle that hit the Pentagon, they could have visually acquired it and taken pictures with 35 millimeter cameras, and they could have testified that it was not a Boeing 757, which of course it was not. It was a Raytheon-owned A3 Sky Warrior painted in American livery. But they were taken off course by what I would say was a senior executive service controlled FAA, and they were given an effective delay vector. What a delay vector means, let's say Omaha, because the lady that I assigned the thing to is down in Omaha. If a Delta flight was trying to get into Omaha at 4 p.m., but one of the E-4B aircraft stationed there, which are the doomsday machines, if one of those was departing with the president on board, the airspace would be blocked to make sure there was no traffic for the departing president in the E-4B. And so what they could do is they could say, Delta, an E-4B is on takeoff roll, runway 12, And once he's 25 miles from the airport, we will let you in. But for now, fly west 270 degrees. And when you get 12.5 miles down track, then you're cleared back direct to the east. We'll put you on a final to land on 1-2. Read back. That means the controller wants Delta to read back what he just said, and the Delta people, being very professional, with few exceptions like me, would read it back. They would go 12.5 miles to the west. They'd turn back 12.5 miles to the east, and they would ask the controller, is Angel 25 miles away from the airport? And they said, yes, you're cleared to land runway 12. That's called a delay vector. And delays can occur for a lot of reasons. It can be for traffic saturation. It could be because there's a snob in the airspace. It could be because there's a disabled airplane. They need to push off the runway, and they typically wouldn't push them. They'd lift them. But if they don't have a lifting crane, they have no choice but to push them off because they need to clear the runway for incoming traffic. So did I answer your question, David? Because I started to fall asleep midway through that dissertation.
Yes, Fielder, you did. And I just want to emphasize in that long paragraph, I've just cut it out and put it in the chat room again, a prototype version of the FBCA, that's the Federal Bridge Certification Authority, became operational in February 2000 and was successfully used in a large-scale test in April 2000. So perhaps I asked the chat room to check if there were any major war games or exercise in April of 2000 where they could have rehearsed the use of the Federal Bridge to coordinate responses to a major simulated attack. We know, well, let me just pop in the chat room and see if there's any response to that, Phil. So I'll watch that while people hopefully look. But my guess is we'll find that in April of 2000 there was an exercise, perhaps on a smaller scale, but very similar to Amalgam Virgo, which was the first to the 2nd of June of 2001, which was about 27 days after a press release by McDonnell Detweiler, where they announced with great pride they'd been awarded a contract by the United States Air Force. And why would the United States Air Force give this rinky-dinky, scuzzy outfit in British Columbia, not so far from the pig farm, a contract for what they called instrument approach procedures, where operators in the United States Air Force could take a plane off its regular en route airway and position it for a final approach, where the software for the final approach would come from air navigation data of Ottawa. And my sense, Phil, correct me if I'm wrong, is if you've got that kind of technology and you're selling it to the United States Air Force, you'd want to test it. And one way of testing it would be to have a major exercise like Amalgam Virgo and stand down the United States Air Force that would normally respond to a simulated attack. So you've got blue skies or clear air above the United States during the exercise, where Americans might be duped into thinking that they would be able to take a plane that had been hijacked and align it on an instrument approach procedures for a final approach procedure to a safe landing at an airport. Or is that a big stretch, or is that too long a sentence for a question at the end of it? Over to you, Phil.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you said, but did you say why? You're not very good at being lucid, and neither am I. Did you say why would the United States Air Force use a Canadian contractor to do this technology? Was that the essence of your question?
Yes.
Well, the answer is because they're across the 49th parallel, so they cannot be charged with RICO, since RICO only applies within the United States. But it certainly was a RICO. They should have called it RICO 9/11 because it involved Canada, the United Kingdom, I would say the Vatican Jesuits, and several other countries participating in the attack of America on 9/11, and the purpose, a lot of people say, well, what was the purpose behind 9/11? The purpose was to have a top-off exercise go live, and top-off means take out the senior elements of the government of the United States and see if the country could function with the vast majority of the senior people dead. And that's exactly what it was. They wanted to kill everybody in the Capitol, and the vast majority of the senators in the Congress were there. I think one notable exception is Dennis Hastert. I'm going to stop right there and ask serious Googlers to see if they can confirm or prove false the fact that Dennis Hastert was in Chicago on the morning of 9/11, because when the speckled trout, which was an Air Force C-135 with a tail number of 612669, there's a hyphen between the 61 and the 2669. If you want to prove that, just Google speckled trout plus C-135 plus 61-2669 plus Shelton plus Andrews, and something will come up like a bad burrito. But they were going to top off the government, all right, although this time, just like the Amalgam Virgo 01 exercise, the top off, which was a concurrent exercise, they both were going to go live. So they were really, someone was really good. I was saying it's Canadians, have for 10 years. The Canadians attacked America on 9/11. They weren't the only ones, but they were the most egregious. I'm trying to think of a polite word, and I can't, so I won't say anything, because my mother would roll over in her grave if I said something impolite, even though it'd be highly accurate. These backstabbers from Canada that took out 3 iconic buildings, they failed at the 4th because there was a 41-minute delay imputed by someone on Captain Jason Dahl's Flight 93 out of Newark. And so he was too late to take care of his job. His job, well, not him, he would have been dead due to the BUAP's subfunction called the AIRCIA, AIRCIA, and that is a subfunction of the BHUAP, and it introduces gas, colorless, odorless, tasteless gas into the cabin of the airplane, and either calms people, puts them to sleep, or puts them to death. In the case of the 4 airliners involved in 9/11, their passengers were all put to their death with gas. So was Malaysia 370. They didn't use the gas in Malaysia 17 because the corpses were dead when they were loaded into the aircraft, because the boneheads at Serco can't do anything right when it comes to knocking airplanes down without being discovered by Able Danger. Serco, which needed to knock down 375 or appear to knock it down, the reason they needed to do that real bad was Rothschild shared a patent with 4 of the people on the airplane Malaysia 370, and Rothschild also had a little bit of bad blood with Malaysia because they participate in Sharia banking, not Rothschild global banking. And another reason that Rothschild may have gotten a little help from some of the black hats in the United States of America is because Malaysia had a trial where they accused and found guilty G.W. Bush and Tony Blair for war crimes of some of the phony baloney wars that were started because of 9/11. But I forgot your question already, but I'm sure somewhere in that 75-minute oration I just gave, the answer was as clear as a pearl in a pile of poop. Over to you, David.
Yes, Phil. And it's very interesting you touch on the Canadian government and backstabbing, because some people might say, oh, why would people within the Canadian government stab one of its most powerful allies in the back, i.e. the United States of America? I suppose you could ask the same question, why would someone like Russell Williams, who's flying VIPs associated with the Canadian Privy Council around the world, string up a naked woman in a tree after raping her? Or why would the people who went out to the pig farm in the belief that it was a federally registered society watch someone being lowered, I don't know, head first or feet first into a wood chipper and placing bets on the time of death? Because You could, of course, attach something to measure the pulse of the individual as they're lowered into the wood chipper, and the party that would scoop the pot in an online assassination or death pool facility would be the one that most closely predicted the time when the indication of vital signs stopped, and it was, what do you call it, baselined or deadlined?
Baseline.
Baselined, and the woman had passed away. And that brings back memories. But anyway, moving on. During that time, the PKIs, this is the exercise that I hope the chat room can help us determine what it was, that exercise, April 2000. During that time, the PKIs, that's the public key infrastructures, of 5 different organizations within the US, the Canadian government, and academia were cross-certified through the prototype FBCA, the Prototype Federal Bridge Certification Authority. So I notice they say the Canadian government, separate from the United States, and academia. And I just wondered, Field, if the academia unit included the folks at Chicago, University of Chicago and Northwestern University, where the woman who celebrated the murder of Sharon Tate with a 3-fingered salute, which signified a fork being plunged into her pregnant belly by Charles Manson and his girlfriends, because it would seem to me that you've got psychotic elements in academia that have sheltered within the cover of following some kind of course. I think one of the courses that Bernardine Dawn gives was Terror, Paradigms and Practice, which seems a little odd, because if you were the parent of a young man or a young woman who went to Northwestern University and learned that they were sitting through a course given by a psychopath, would be a little disturbed. Maybe they'd be even more disturbed if they discovered hazing ceremonies at the pig farm where their young offspring were attending to join what I think are called Greek life sororities or fraternities, of which the University of British Columbia has about 13, Phil. And my guess is that if those young people are being invited to and attend cannibal feasts at pig farm raves, they will be filmed by software known as demon face recognition software developed by Serco as early as 1992. And so why would Serco be interested in developing demon face recognition software? Well, if you put it at airports where, these hijackers are supposed to have boarded their aircraft, or you put them in nightclubs where there's a strip show, or at 425 Carroll Street, to picture or create a synthetic image of someone in a torture chamber at 425 Carroll Street, you can, I think the technical word is, you can morph that digital image field into something that resembles an innocent party who maybe stays at the presidential suite in the Sheraton Hotel in Chicago, and make it look as though Bill Clinton is actually raping a child, perish the thought, or someone that Bill Clinton dislikes is photoshopped into the scene and then blackmailed. And if you've got access to the right kind of technologists, that's perfectly feasible. So I think this federal bridge has actually become a tool for injecting fake news, wiping email messages that might compromise a pedophile snuff film network, and that might be a very interesting subject to explore at AV8, and set up what I believe is known as a death pool, where Serco's shareholders can, perhaps on the 47th floor of town number 1, can place bets on the time of death of the party that is perceived to have flown into the north face of the North Tower. And of course, we're given a nice little lead by the late General Alexander Haig, who's a special investor in the private equity group known as CAI, because he says at 9 o'clock on the morning of 9/11, he doesn't want to speculate about who is behind it, but he knows where to look. And then he says, well, it's either the Palestinians or the Bin Laden group. So by 9 o'clock in the morning of 9/11, in the middle of an exercise called Global Guardian, that news is injected into a network created and developed for the first live broadcast mass snuff film in human history, which has to be the Federal Bridge Certification Authority, and to synchronize the transmission of the first live broadcast mass snuff film in human history with guys jumping out of windows and going splat on the ground. You have to use a timing signal that is universally accepted by all the parties. Whoops, hang on. Let me just shut that down, Phil. Over to you.
Shut what down? Okay, I'm hearing Denise just said hi to Eileen. I have no idea who Eileen is, do you? But who gave her? Oh, you did. Good for you. Yeah, there's only about 5 of us that can pass out tickets to the chat room, and I very seldom get involved in that, but some of the people that can do it are myself, Denise. In Colorado, we have our super secret quadruple bypass agent named Father Mulcahy, but to conceal his real name, which is not Father Mulcahy, we call him Jameskin. And then there's a fellow down somewhere in the Austin area whose name I cannot blurt out, but his super secret, he's only a triple agent, and his agent name is Telstar, and I don't think he'd be here right now today because I think he's on the road again. Just can't wait to get back on the road again. The life I love is making music with my friends. Anyway, how many of you know who wrote the song Hello Walls? I've come to... Anyway, that was written by Willie, just like a lot of the other songs that are country standards are written by Willie. And when he was in the United States Air Force, probably a field grade, I say again, a field grade officer came up to Airman Nelson and said, Willie, is your heart really in the Air Force? And he probably took a giant puff on some brown smoking device and said, not really, Major, why do you ask? And he says, well, we just think that maybe you'd be better off back in Texas making music with your friends. And he probably put down his doobie and said, well, I can't wait to get on the road again. And out the door he went. And he's still alive and kicking. Alive and Kicking, of course, being the studio band that had the song in 1970 or 71, Tighter and Tighter. And if you don't remember it, it had the bridge, hold on just a little bit tighter now, baby. I love you so much that I can't let go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. If Ginger Cookie was here, she'd put that in. But let's see if David's back, and we'll work on singing lessons later. Ginger Cookie is here, and she will put it in. It's alive and kicking. And somebody else from the chat room can admonish me if it's any year other than 70 or 71. David, are you back?
I didn't leave, Phil.
Oh, you had to take care of something. That's why you told me to take over.
Oh, okay, no, I was just collecting my thoughts.
Well, did you get enough of a collection to share with us, or do you want to collect some more?
No, I got a little bit. I'm just carrying on with this stuff about the Federal Bridge Certification Authority. So the last sentence in that chunk of paragraph that I put in the chat room is, and this relates to this amazing large-scale test in April of 2000, the agencies were able to interoperate, successfully exchanging digitally signed electronic mail messages. FBCA is operated by GSA, I think that's the General Service Administration, and once cross-certification has been completed, will be used by NASA, and let's remind ourselves this is April of 2000, over a year before the 9/11 attack, will be used by NASA, USDA's National Finance Center, not quite sure what the USDA is,
United States, David, United States Department of Agriculture.
Oh, that's kind of intriguing, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm not an intrigue person. I'm just totally knowledgeable.
Oh, very, very good, very good.
You're welcome.
FDIC, that would be Federal Defense Information Center, perhaps? Not sure.
No, never guess. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, Treasury, the state of Illinois, and the Canadian government for the electronic transfer of documents. And the people who set up the Federal Bridge Certification Authority in the United States in April of 2000 and tested it would have included Brucey Baby. Can you tell people a little bit about Brucey Baby, Phil?
Yes, he took first and third in the ugliest, allegedly homosexual Caucasian male contest in 2000, as he and his corporation, McConnell Incorporated, actually McConnell International, was helping plan the attacks of 9/11, and they were helping plan it with an office that was a subservient office of Serco, and we've covered that ad nauseum. But rather than me talking about Bruce McConnell, who's no relation to me, otherwise I would probably have committed fratricide, we only have about 4 minutes left, and then you're going to leave, David, and Alan Drownsfield's taking over. So why don't you sound smart for another 4 minutes?
Okay, so what we know then is the prototype was successful. It was tested at a large-scale exercise, presumably in April of 2000, and the GSA would have certified the various parties so that they could trust in each other's communications.
I'm going to use it.
And NASA, the National Aeronautical and Space Administration, would have been able to talk with Treasury, the state of Illinois, and the Canadian government about another exercise planned for June the 1st and 2nd of 2001, and yet another exercise on a much bigger scale called Global Guardian for the 10th to the 12th of September of 2001. Now, with this cross-certification, it would have been very straightforward for Serco to inject a fake news event for the exercise, where the script called for a hijacking over, and we're talking about Amalgam Virgo here, a hijacking of a 737 over, I believe, Anchorage in Alaska. The flight of the plane, apparently guided by low-time Muslim pilots hired by the Bin Laden group, over Abbotsford South and turning east to target the Capitol building, with a 30-hour blue skies stand down, according to the fighter flow diagram for that exercise, of the United States Air Force. So the airspace above the United States was controlled by CF-18s from Bagotville, Quebec. And here is a very clear indication of the dangers of the federal bridge, particularly when you outsource the route authority to the United Kingdom Ministry of Defence and its proxy, Serco. Because what Serco did on the 1st and 2nd of June of 2001 was transmit timing signals that allowed the Americans to operate this anti-hijacking software from McDonnell Detweiler in Richmond, British Columbia. And while American or Canadian planes were patrolling the airspace, actually take a plane that was nominally hijacked and land it safely at some Air Force base in the United States. So as far as the exercise was concerned and the message that was sent to the United States Air Force and the Blue Team defenders, presumably including Chick Burlingham, was, it's okay, you can stand down your defenses during an exercise and take over a plane that's been hijacked and take it off its regular en route airway and land it safely at some Air Force base where maybe they have a SWAT team to engage with actors and release the passengers. Problem for America was that assumes the good guys, the blue team, are stood down for legitimate reasons, and the red team has been briefed to abandon the simulated attack when and if they get within 3 minutes of target. And of course, I think, and I don't want to be disrespectful, I think America was successfully duped by the UK government, which controls Serco, which was injecting the timing signals into the bridge, and the Canadian government that had assembled the red team attackers to trick America into standing down.
Yeah, but they didn't do it, David, but it's 8 o'clock, so it's time to change gears. So why don't you say goodnight, and then for anybody that's leaving us after the David half of tonight's 2 hours, I'll be doing the Revelation 12:10 with Alan. David, I'm going to say goodbye to you, or you can say goodbye to me, but let's both say goodbye to everybody listening to the show, okay?
Goodbye, everyone.
Yep, bye-bye. Talk to you soon. Okay, let's see. Now I got I'm still on, so I'm glad I didn't say anything interesting.
On Caravan to Midnight from 7 months ago, Marianne Azizi. Her book, Sour Milk and Stolen Honey, and a little personal history here. Just if you need a refresher, if you're new to Caravan, this has the potential to knock your Christmas socks off. And I'm really serious about this, or any other socks, athletic socks, all of the socks shall be knocked off. She has been a human rights advocate, a writer, and a freelance journalist exposing the corruption of, wait for it, the Israeli systems against their own people. She's been to the UN, HRC, and Geneva 3 times to present findings on child trafficking, brutal family laws, and lack of freedom of speech in Israel. Her stories are from the unreported side, which is almost totally unknown in the West. Her highly acclaimed book told her own story of corruption in Israel, and now she writes for others in the same situation. Her website is Marianne Azizi, that's A-Z-I-Z-I, marianneazizi.co.uk. And I repeat, she's with us now. Marianne, it's been a while. How are you?
Tired. I've no words for what I've seen in the last 7 months since I arrived and talked to you back then. I hear the everyday cry of a child in Israel who's been taken. I thought I'll start you off with the worst thing. Just listen to this, okay? Just listen. Get ready.
Yeah,
That's the sound of children being taken on the bus back to the institutions that they're all holed up in with barbed wire and no freedom. And that happens to thousands of children every week when they're taken to the buses.
No, wait a minute. You're going to have to set this up a little bit. Why are they being put on buses and sent to detention camps? What is all this?
Let's go back a little bit to your American election. Wasn't that I loved it, by the way.
Me too.
Hillary Clinton had a lot of Wikileaks stuff come out about her, especially with the Clinton Foundation. And some of the information came out of the funders of the Clinton Foundation, one of which was Lynn Schusterman. Lynn Schusterman is a big philanthropist in Oklahoma who funds lots and lots of institutions in Israel and needs to fill those beds. And these children are taken from their parents and put in those places for the well-being of the child, the good of the child. That one that you just heard is a 6.5-year-old American girl with an American mother, and she was taken away for the good of the child. The lady, Jennifer, wants to go home to America. She can't, and neither can a child come out of the institution. And she vomits and throws up and is sick every time she's taken there. She's 6.5. She wants to be with her mom. Now, that is an everyday situation for children all around the country. And I have plenty of them to talk about today.
Well, you just talk about whatever you want and in whatever order you want to talk about it in.
Okay. I thought I'd talk a bit about the Americans today, because the Americans have got this idea of Israel. You either love it or you hate it. Okay. You have the pro-Israelis and the against Israelis. So let's talk about the Zionists, the ones who love the state of Israel and are encouraged very strongly to make aliyah, or immigration, to be safe from all the anti-Semitism and the terrorism and everything that they're fed, that being in a Jewish land is the safest place. This last week, I ran a conference for the very first time in the history of Israel with, dignitaries and lawyers, entitled Human Rights Violations of Israel on Israelis and New Immigrants. And people lined up, and I'll give you a link to this video, lined up to talk about the horror of living like rats and dogs as non-humans in Israel, all because of Israeli corruption. I'll pause for breath there so you can respond to me.
I'm not sure that I can at this moment. Here's the thing, and I just want to lay this out. We just had this minor Palestine flag controversy, and then right after that, Steve Ben-Danoon comes on, and he's a Messianic Jew. He believes in Jesus, and he does.
I've got one of those who was beaten up by the police and thrown in prison as well.
Yeah, well, he doesn't go over there much. And then you've got, you've got this fellow that had this Palestinian flag at the back of his little set there in the room that we were, that he had his Skype camera turned on in. We were accused of changing the color on the flag because some people just try to make something out of nothing, and that's fine. So anyway, that got shot down pretty quick. Then Danoon comes on, and he says, "Say, you look Jewish." And I said, "You have no idea what kind of controversy you're starting just by saying something like that." He goes, "Hey, yeah, well, whatever." And like that. So here's the thing. Israel, I understand that this is the extent of my understanding, and that is, and this comes from someone near and dear to me, that grace was at one time upon the Jews. Well, now it's not. Now the grace is upon the Gentiles. All right? Fine. I always set that aside for a second. But you still don't touch Father's anointed ones. So in other words, you just kind of keep your mouth and your hands off of Israel, irrespective of what's going on politically. Okay, I'm all right with that. But I got to tell you, Marianne, neither the Palestinians nor the Israelis feature in my life at all. I mean, I hear endlessly, Zionist this, Zionist that. The Jews run the world. The Rothschilds, they run all the, Salzburger there at the New York Times, all the way Benjamin Disraeli and his complicity in getting Adolf Hitler pushed into a corner and all of this. And, I've heard it go from 3 million Jews in the concentration camps, then it went to 4, then it went to 6. And I even heard a bunch of Jewish guys on a TV show one time talking about this. And one guy said it was 8 million Jews, and another Jewish guy said it wasn't 8 million Jews. It was, maybe 6. So it's like, I don't know. I don't even get pulled into the Israeli-Palestinian deal at all because I can't talk about it because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. That is why I have a person like yourself come on and just talk about what's really happening. I pointed out that, look, there have been Israelis that have been killed by the Israeli Defense Forces while they're standing in front of their homes, which are being bulldozed, and the dead Jewish kid on the ground there was killed by, who's an Israeli, it was killed by another Israeli because some sort of a petition that they wanted to put up happened to run right through their house and this sort of thing. So I am not an authority on what's going on over there at all. And it is only through conversations with someone like you that I'm going to get any insight into it all. I've never been to Israel. I think it would be quite interesting to be baptized in the River Jordan, although I also understand it's a trickle because it's not a river anymore. It's barely a creek in most places because of some sort of water squabble and all this stuff. So it's like, look, maybe I'll put off my trip to Israel like indefinitely. Maybe I'll just forget about it. But
No, I tell you what, why don't you come over and I'll go running to the police and make a claim, a false claim, anything I want to make up, that you raped me, you touched me, you did something to me, and you can have a very prolonged stay in Israel because the American government warns Americans not to travel to Israel.
Oh, my dear, what an abominable idea. That's not the sort of vacation I had envisaged.
Yes, but you see, if you want an authentic experience of Israel, you have to come here and see how it is, which is a false claim by a woman can destroy your life forever. And don't forget that a woman is allowed to do that by law, and she can lie her head off by law with immunity, impunity, and no punishment. So I can just say you raped me, 10 years ago, and that would be enough to give you a lifetime of misery.
Oh.
Okay, so bring it on. And I don't even have to come from Israel, and neither do you. I could just probably go and do that anyway, as many people do.
Well, don't, okay? We're friends. We've never met, except over the Skype.